Kirkan Wind Farm Limited for a proposed wind farm approximately 5.8 kilometres north of Gareth in Rossshire, comprising 17 turbines with a height of up to 175 metres to blade tip, together with associated infrastructure. And my name, as you know, is Robert Seaton. I am the reporter appointed by the Scottish Ministers to report to them on the application. And just to remind you, as you know, the proceedings are being webcast live. And I see Mr. Trinick QC, Mr. Marcus Trinick QC, representing Kirkan Wind Farm Limited. Good morning, Mr. Trinick.
Good morning, sir.
I see Mr. James Finlay QC, representing Highland Council. Good morning, Mr. Finlay. Morning. Good. And I see Dr. Marilyn Hedger, who is objecting to the application. And no one else has indicated that they wish to take part in the inquiry, or in the oral part of the inquiry. We've had written representations from others, including Mountaineering Scotland, RSPB Scotland, John Muir Trust, and a number of individual members of the public, and I'll obviously take those into account in writing my report for ministers. So there's only three of us, people who are on the call who are not actively engaged in the inquiry at that moment should remain muted, as I see Mr. Finlay and Dr. Hedger are. If parties wish to raise any matter with me during the inquiry and feel it's not appropriate to do so by physically waving, I should be able to see you if you wave, but you can press the react button at the top of the screen, and that will put a yellow border around your picture on my screen anyway, and raise a yellow hand in the corner of the screen, and I'll be alerted that you want to intervene. The programme from the inquiry was set out in the in the note of the last pre-inquiry meeting. Just to remind you, or remind those watching, I'll take evidence in the course of the inquiry on three topics. First, on landscape and visual effects of the proposed development. Second, on relevant policy, and third, on conditions to be applied to any consent if ministers should decide to grant consent. No topics other than these will be considered in the oral part of the inquiry. For anyone following the webcast of the inquiry, you can find the documents that parties may refer to during the inquiry on the website for the inquiry, and this can be found at dpea.scotland.gov.uk under the case reference WIN-270-14. Sorry, that's WIN-270-14. On the document list, you will find the document reference numbers that you may hear witnesses and parties advocates refer to. I will take evidence on the landscape and visual effects of the proposed development by what we call an inquiry procedure, and I'll say a bit more about that in a moment. The other two sessions of the inquiry on policy and on conditions will be by a round table discussion led by me. I am expecting at this stage that the landscape and visual session will last no longer than about a day and a half, and that the other two sessions can be completed tomorrow afternoon. Nonetheless, if we overrun, we do have time booked on Wednesday to complete the inquiry. As regards the two hearing sessions, I issued agendas on the 8th of March. Those agendas have been circulated and are also available on the case website. And I expect everyone who's taking part in the inquiry has a copy of those already. So before we commence the first session of the inquiry on landscape and visual effects, does anyone wish to raise any preliminary matter? Mr. Trinick, yeah.
Thanks, sir. Just a couple of things. I think last Friday, certainly late last week, you were notified of three documents that we wanted to put into the inquiry for the purposes of the policy hearing session.
Right.
It's the Scottish Government's publication, Public Bodies Climate Change Duties, putting them into practice, 2011. And then there are extracts, secondly and thirdly, from the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009 and the Town Council Planning Scotland Act 1997.
Right, hold on. I see that's come into my email this morning. Sorry, I hadn't seen that yet. So if you just explain that again. So the first one is the guidance on climate change duties, putting them into practice. Right, yes, I see that. And the second is Climate Change Scotland Act itself. Yep. The third is Town and Country Planning Scotland Act, and it's section 3A of it. Yeah.
And 3ZA.
And 3ZA, right. Hold on.
Yeah.
Right, hold on. Yeah, I see 3ZA, yeah. Grand. Okay. Good. Okay. Does anyone have any concerns about those being added to the document list?
So no for Highland Council. I do have an application ourselves for a document which I haven't yet hasn't yet been sent to Mr. Trinick, but he'll be familiar with it. It's the land use, the government's land use strategy.
Oh, good, yeah.
And I see Mr. Trinick nodding. It seemed to me that that should be a core document too, and I'll make sure that's circulated in the course of today, so it's available for tomorrow's or Wednesday's policy hearing session.
Very good. Okay. I take it nobody else has a... Dr. Hedger, yeah?
Sorry, not to comment on that. I was going to raise a point afterwards.
Okay, that's fine. But I take it everyone's satisfied with those. I'll just give those numbers and circulate them. I'll do that at lunchtime, maybe.
That'll be good. So my other point simply related to the condition session, which will be taken by Mr. Gillis rather than by me. And it relates to the noise condition discussed under condition 18. We sent you a written response to your request for comments. Your request was dated the 7th of December. I'm not sure when the response came in, but anyway, it was sent in. I'm not aware of anything happened since then. Is that still a live issue for discussion?
That's a question to Ms. Finlay, is it?
It's a question for you, sir, really. You raised the question under condition 8. The point being, if it is, then I may need to get Callum to invite Matthew Cand as our noise expert to attend the conditions hearing session. That's why I'm raising it now.
Well, I'm not aware of Highland Council changing its position on that condition. Am I wrong about that?
I'll just double check the position, but my understanding is that we haven't changed our position and we are in agreement. It's not, I think there's only one condition we're not in agreement with the applicants on, and it's not that one. But can I just, I'll let Mr. Trinick know and yourself know at mid-morning break, just to confirm that.
To be fair, sir, I didn't think it was Highland Council who were raising necessarily the issue on condition 18. I think that was you asking your own questions about it.
Hold on. Well, I'm sorry, can I come back to you about that at lunchtime? I had the impression that Highland Council and the applicant were still disagreeing over condition 18, over the noise condition. But if you're content with the final draft, I wouldn't need. Well, I'll have to have a quick look at what was said.
Thanks, sir. That's all I want at this stage. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Right. Dr. Hedger.
Yes, well, I'm very grateful for your inclusive approach, Mr. Seaton and colleagues, to me, but I would just like to clarify how I might contribute effectively and efficiently to the proceedings. I'm not sure whether it's appropriate for me to engage in detail in the policy discussion. I've written a rather integrated contribution as my statement. And I just wanted some clarification. Do parties deliver opening statements to these sessions? Could you clarify exactly how I might contribute effectively without unduly extending the whole process?
The policy discussion is a round table discussion. Your initial evidence is given in writing, which I see you have done.
Yes.
I think it's simply a matter of taking part in the discussion thereafter. If you wish to take part in that, that's fine. I was assuming you would want to take part in that. But there's no compulsion on you to take part in it if you don't wish to. I have read your evidence, but I was assuming that you would want to take part in the discussion. As regards the landscape and visual session, that's an inquiry session, and the usual practice is to read your recognition. Now, there's only certain parts of your recognition that deal with landscape and visual effects, Dr. Hedger. So I was going to suggest that you read the relevant parts of your recognition at the beginning of the when your turn comes to give your evidence in the landscape and visual session. Just say the way that I'll maybe just explain the process a bit further for the landscape and visual session. So parties take turns to lead their evidence. So the applicant goes first. Mr. Chinnick, as the applicant's advocate, will call his witness, who will be Mr. Brian Denny. Mr. Denny will read his precognition if parties are content that precognition should be read. And then Mr. Chinnick may, either during the course of that or at the end of that, have questions for Mr. Denny to draw out his response to opposing parties' written evidence. And then Mr. Finlay and you can cross-examine, so you can ask questions of Mr. Denny about his evidence if you wish to. And then after that, Mr. Chinnick can ask follow-up questions from matters that have arisen from questions that you've asked, and that's called re-examination. Generally speaking, Mr. Chinnick's questions to his witness should be open questions, so they shouldn't lead a witness to a particular answer. There's no restriction like that on you in asking questions to Mr. Denny. And then Mr. Finlay leads evidence of Highland Council in the same kind of way. You can't cross-examine Highland Council's witness because you're on the same side essentially. And then you give your evidence. Now, obviously, you don't have a. Oh, Mr. Finlay, were you wanting to say something? Were you? No, sorry. Right. Okay. Just wanted to talk to someone in the room, right? So you don't have your own advocate to ask you questions. So what I was proposing that you should do is that you read out the relevant section of your recognition on landscape and visual effects, and then either in the course of reading that out, or at the end, you can make your own comments on evidence that you've heard from the other witnesses, and particularly on Mr. Denny's evidence, and then and also on the written evidence that in the recognitions that's been submitted. And then Mr. Chinnick can ask you questions in cross-examination. Is that all okay? Is that all fine with you?
Yes. No. I understood the general process like that, but right. Thank you for clarifying. Yes, I think on the policy, I'm still got a question mark in my mind about my additional contribution to Highland Council and Simon Hindman's analysis from my perspectives. So that's what I've got a question mark, whether I could really add anything, bearing in mind that, I'm not day to day as immersed in the minutiae of policy in this area, either old stuff which is not still valid, and new stuff which is not operative yet. I mean, my role, I see it is slightly different here. So I think I'll leave that pending, if I may.
Of course.
Idea of the timetable and see how it goes. But yes, okay, I will have the opportunity to read the part of my statement at the appropriate time. So thank you very much for that. And as I said, I do appreciate your inclusive approach to my involvement on all of this. Thank you.
Good. Okay. So I think we reached the point where Mr. Trinick can open his case.
Thank you, sir. I will call Mr. Denny, who's in a separate room, and with your permission, we'll take the precognition as read, if we may, and move on to supplementary questions. But for reasons to become clear later, I'm going to introduce Mr. Denny more length than usual. You're Brian John Denny. You're a chartered landscape architect, a fellow of the Landscape Institute, a member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, and you practiced as a chartered landscape architect in 1987, 35 years of experience of working in the development sector. You are a senior director with Pegasus Planning Group Limited. You presented evidence at more than 150 public inquiries over your career. Now, first point I want to deal with is in terms of viewpoints. I think you want to clarify to the reporter that you not visited one or two of the viewpoints. Could you tell us which these are, please?
Yes, sir. This is basically due to a combination of COVID-related restrictions and weather on some of the visits that I made to the site. So I was not able to visit all of the viewpoints. If people want to make a note, I have not visited viewpoints 5, 10, 11, 12, 15 and 18. Now, because I was discriminating in my choice of which places to go first, most of these are the distant viewpoints, such as viewpoint 18, Antalach, which I've ascended on a previous occasion in any event, or are viewpoints which are not in dispute or which have agreed limited effects.
Okay, thank you. I want to go on to wind farm pattern, some issues, well, design, location and pattern, shall we say. And in his inquiry report at section 6 at electronic page 13, Mr. Heinsohn commences a discussion of the location and design of the development. He mentions the siting and design of wind farms in the landscape, CD 6.3 in this case, and mentions this report of handling and concludes in 6.5 that the design and location of the wind farm has led to an adverse visual impact greater than would be expected by a development of this scale. I want you to answer that point first, please.
Well, I don't consider that the assessed effects of this wind farm are of a nature or scale or distribution that can be considered exceptional for a new development, and by that I mean one in 2022, of larger topography turbines, particularly in this part of Highland District. The larger topography turbines that are now being deployed in Scotland with their greater tip heights and greater swept path, certainly greater than the earlier turbine types we've been familiar with, will inevitably give rise to effects greater than the smaller turbines previously constructed, and this is a function of their greater scale.
Secondly, siting and designing wind farms on the landscape, the Nature Scott publication of 2017 is before the inquiry. I think you want to offer briefly, if you would please, some comments on that publication.
Yes, the siting of turbines is often and repeatedly judged against the advice and the criteria set out in siting and designing wind farms in the landscape. The document was reissued in August 2017, that's version 3A. But in many ways, it's a rather old document, dates back to its genesis, which was quite some time ago, with much of the design guidance being consistent with that going back to 2009 and 2014. And it confirms that the basic siting and design principles are the same, in fact, as version 1. It's not a document that addresses the emergence of the larger topography turbines and the opportunities and challenges that they create, but it does acknowledge that the technologies in this area continue to evolve, and the guidance will need to be reviewed and updated. And I mean, it states in its own terms that it realises it will need to be reviewed and updated. So in this context, I'm aware of what the guidance says at its paragraph 214 concerning turbine scale, but I also note the advice given at its paragraph 416 concerning wind farm extensions, and that in effect says the same thing regarding design objectives, scale, rotation speed, for example, as the earlier guidance in 2009 at its paragraph 518. So clearly nothing in the guidance has changed to reflect the deployment of larger topography turbines in that regard, with extensions between 2009 and the present time. And this is notwithstanding the fact that the technology has developed significantly in the past 13 years. I think that the advances in turbine technology and scale have reached a point where an update of the SNH guidance is required, and indeed as envisaged within the guidance itself.
Okay, that'll do for that. Thank you. I think there have been, you had some discussions with your clients in this case, and indeed with others, no doubt, about the emergence of larger turbines over the last few years in wind farm design meetings and the like. Have you learned anything from those discussions about the availability of smaller typography turbines as time has gone on?
Yes, as I sit and listen to the discussions that quite often are above my head in this regard, but I certainly have gleaned from that and come to understand that the availability of the smaller typography turbines is problematical for developers in terms both of cost and other matters relating to wind farm viability. Now that includes obviously what the generating power would be of those turbines, but also even matters to do with the time that it takes to acquire them, because they're in effect a specialist purchase these days.
Thank you. And I want to turn to one or two viewpoints. Viewpoint 8, I'm not going to turn, sir, to all of them, so just one or two. The points of reference for viewpoint 8 are Mr. Heinsohn's inquiry report at electronic page 8, which is part of a table which deals with viewpoints, and on that page is viewpoint 8. You came to the conclusion that the effects have been moderate, not significant. Mr. Heinsohn concludes major, moderate, and therefore significant. I think you might want to turn up here, sir, CD17, which are the SNH visualizations. And when you get to them, go to figure 415A. Have I got the right reference, Mr. Denny?
Just checking. Yes, I think you have.
So we're at the summit of Schiermühlen, and you take me to which figure you want, but I've got 415A in front of me. Please respond to the views which Mr. Heinsohn gives, not only, sir, in that table, but also you'll find them perhaps more usefully in some ways for your record. No need to go to it in CD33, which is the report of handling, where very usefully Mr. Heinsohn sets out his viewpoint appraisal in Appendix 2. That's electronic page 42 of that document. You sort of signal when you're there, I'll get Mr. Denny to deal with the point. Thank you. Please respond, Mr. Denny.
Yes, this relates particularly to my own visit to this viewpoint, and then also later reading what Mr. Heinsohn said, particularly about the lateral spread of the turbines being seen from a significant proportion of the ascent to Skirmullion. The walk up to viewpoint 8 is most commonly undertaken from the east, rising from the River May to the southeast of the summit towards Loch Cordermullion, before rising steeply up to the shoulder and then to the summit. The point is, sir, that almost all of this route...
Mr. Denny, slow down a bit. The reporter's got to keep up with you.
Sorry. The main point here, sir, is that almost all of this route lies outside the ZTV. Now, the front face of Skirmullion lies within the ZTV, but the location of the turbines as you ascend it on the most commonly used route is screened by the ridge and shoulder of Skirmullion to one's north as you ascend. And it's only when coming up onto the upper part of the shoulder, a short distance from the summit, that the turbines come into view. And the route being the easiest ascent is the one taken by those undertaking the LVA and myself. Now, although it be possible to ascend by the northern flanks, which I assume is where Mr. Hinson had considered that you would be walking within the ZTV for most of the journey, that is generally less accessible than the commonly used route from the southeast. It is the southeast approach which appears most frequently in online descriptions of the ascent and is therefore the one that would be most frequently experienced by walkers. Now, it is a core bit, but not one so frequently visited as to have a discrete path to the summit. In terms of the lateral spread, the proposed Kirkan turbines would extend the lateral spread of visible turbines.
Slow down.
Would extend the lateral spread of turbines in the view to the northeast, extending the wind farm to the view as right or east as you arrive at the summit. But in my view, sir, this is a natural and inevitable consequence of a wind farm extension. The turbines are seen in the same part of the view as the existing turbines and relate well to them as an extension, with the whole reading as a single coherent wind farm in the landscape in a location where a wind farm was already clearly visible. And so that is all drawn from my own experience of ascending and then assessing the turbines from the summit.
Well, just bear in mind, Mr. Denny, the reporter has to keep up with you for the next question. So I was going to take you to one more reference there that may help. I should have done it earlier. The approach to the summit. If you go to the, I should have lost it, CD18, which are the THC, the Highland Council visualizations, usefully figure 415E, and this repeats for every viewpoint, does give more contextual information than the SNH visualizations. that may help you. No need to go back there now, but I should have thought of it before. Very well, the next viewpoint is viewpoint 16. I think the issue here, if we turn to CD 17, figure 423A, I think the wireline will do there. Issue is lateral spread. Now,
so which viewpoint are we looking at? Sorry,
this is viewpoint 16, which is figure 423A. That's the figure in CD17. So the other references for your note are Mr. Hinson's inquiry report EP9 and CD33, that's his appendix 2 at EP45. And we don't need to go there, but that's where you get the view opposing that of Mr. Denny. Now, perhaps you rehearse briefly what Mr. Hinson is saying and then respond to it, Mr. Denny.
Yes,
slowly,
indeed.
Please.
And indeed, sir, for your note, as we said earlier, figure 4.23G gives you the route description in terms of the route to the summit. Mr. Hinson states that in relation to his assessment of viewpoint 16, the magnitude of change has been underplayed by the applicant, and that this greater degree of assessed magnitude is in part in relation to the proposals significantly extending the horizontal spread. Now, this is a view from Millmore at a distance of 15.7 kilometres. The existing wind farm is seen in the view in the same direction and occupying a shallow bowl in a fold in amongst the containing summits and ridges. The existing turbines do not break the skyline and are contained by the surrounding landform. They also represent a small part of the experience of the views to be had from the summit location. These observations also hold true for the proposed Kirkan turbines and the combined effect of the turbines. The Kirkan turbines will be seen in the same direction of view where the view already contains a wind farm. It will read as a single wind farm in the shallow bowl and will remain contained by landform in a landscape of large scale that can easily accommodate it and at a distance which restricts its effects in changing the nature and character of the view. I also note that Novar wind farm and its extension lie in very close proximity to this viewpoint, a short distance to its east.
I don't think that's represented on any of the visualizations, or do we find it on figure 423?
Geographically, if you look at figure 423G, you can see exactly where its location lies in relation to the summit.
Hold on, Mr. Denny. I think you're looking at the Highland Council visualizations here, aren't you?
Yes.
All right. Well, if we go to these,
I have 423D, but I'm happy to go to the Highland Council visualizations if you prefer.
I'll let Mr. Dane take you where he wants, but I want to make sure you know where he's going. And 423G doesn't appear in the SNH one. It is in the Highland Council ones. And by all means, I mean, that's fine, but that's where we are.
Basically, sir, the Novar wind farm and its extension is a very short distance along the ridge from this viewpoint. You're in very close proximity to it when you're at the summit.
Simply what I was saying was that there is a wire line of the Novar wind farm,
yeah,
and you can see a picture of it in the SNH visualizations at figure 423D.
It's D, isn't it? That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's in two parts. There's the Novar wind farm, and then there's its extension.
And the point here that I'm making, sir, is that when you're at viewpoint 16, it's part of your experience, a significant part of your experience of being there.
Okay, thanks. Bear in mind as you go on, if you're referring to a figure with G on the end, you are referring to the Highland Council visualizations. Otherwise, we are referring to the SNH visualizations. Okay. Carry on, please.
Yes, although by a function of being an extension, the Kirkan turbines do extend the wind farm to the east when seen from this viewpoint. Its effect on character and the nature of the view and the experience of being at this viewpoint would give rise to the major moderate, would not give rise to the major moderate effect as assessed by Mr. Hinson. Now, his magnitude of change, and I know Mr. Hinson has used the terms of the LVIA in carrying out his own assessment. So in terms of the LVIA, it would be a total loss or considerable alteration, stroke interruption of key elements, features or characteristics of the landscape character and or the composition of views, resulting in a substantial change to the baseline conditions. The point I'm making, sir, having been to the viewpoint on, in fact, a number of occasions because I've been there to assess Novar, the LVIA assesses that the magnitude of change above baseline would be slight. Now, in terms of the LVIA, that's a discernible alteration to one or more key characteristics of the baseline, but that the underlying landscape composition would be broadly consistent with the baseline. My assessment, sir, is that the assessment of the LVIA is confirmed when one is at the viewpoint and by reference to the visualizations. And I do not therefore consider that the LVIA has underplayed the magnitude of change and the resulting significance for viewpoint 16.
Okay, thank you. Now, for the next question, we really are looking at the SNH visualizations, I believe. And you've got a couple of or three corrections to make. So if we go to CD17 and it's figure 411A, viewpoint 4. Are we looking at the view cone at the bottom of the wire line?
Yes, we are, and the view cone for viewpoint 4 is not correct. Basically, it's the cone that tells you the angle of view of the visualizations. But what's happened here with those who produced the document is that the the cones for viewpoint 3 have been reproduced for viewpoint 4, but the text describing the viewpoint location is correct.
Very well. I think, so if I go too quickly, tell me to stop, but next one is figure 421A, which is viewpoint 14.
Sorry, just a moment. Is that's for figure 411A? That's all of you, all the cones are incorrect. Is that right? Yeah.
It's just that for viewpoint 4, it's just been replicated from viewpoint 3, but
right.
But the description of the location and the journey to the summit on each of these is correct.
So that the description that's the one in the Highland Council figures. Yes.
Yeah.
So I had that as figure 4.11D. Just wanted to check I've got the correct one rather than 4.11A.
Oh. Done.
The cone, the viewpoint cone for viewpoint 4 is on figure 4.11D, I think.
Are you looking at the Highland Council visualizations?
Yes.
Well, yes, this is the confusion. It's no one's fault. It's just the way it is. I was looking at the cone for the SMH visualizations, but fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Can I be clear, Mr. Denny? Is 411D incorrect?
Let me just check that, because I do apologise. I've been using the Highland Council visualizations.
Me too. Yeah.
411. What's the CD number of that one, Mr. Trinick?
18.
No, it is correct. It's in the Highland Council ones and it's incorrect.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Is that right?
Right. Well,
is it not that? Yeah, that Gorson's is near that junction. So the cone on 411A looks to be correct. The cone on 411B looks to be correct in the SNH.
Yes,
but
they are.
The map in 411D of the Highland Council visualizations is wrong.
Yes,
that's right, isn't it? But
that's the way around, is it? All right.
But the figure, hold on, let's have a look. Yeah. Okay. No, that right. I think that's it, isn't it?
Yeah. I come on in a minute, sir, because nobody seems to have been misled by this, and it might be because it's not really central to anything, and I've looked in the evidence, and nobody's been misled by any of this in any regard anyway. I thought it was just worth pointing out.
Very well. Let's go on, please, to, I think you are in the the Highland Council visualizations at figure 421G. Is that right?
Yes.
And that you're saying is incorrect?
Yes, it is. It's
right.
Similar thing with the view cone. Because the turbines are to the southeast of the viewpoint.
Yeah.
But again, the description is correct and everyone's not been troubled by it.
Fine. So we go on to viewpoint 17. Am I correct? You're looking at the Highland Council for the correction. You're looking at the Highland Council.
Yes.
Yep. 424G. Was it G?
Again,
was it?
It's E.
E, right. Yes. And that's obviously wrong.
Yes, you can see it.
Even the untutored eye can see you're facing the wrong way there. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So those are the three corrections. Now we've ended up in the right place, which is viewpoint 17, because That's where ultimately I wanted to get to. And here, sir, you need to have in front at least a reference only, CD33 Appendix 2, at electronic page 46. That's where Mr. Heinsohn assesses this viewpoint. Also, you might find it useful at this point to look back later at CD 144, Appendix 47, at electronic page 30, which is where the LVIA assessed viewpoint 17. But for present purposes, I'll let Mr. Denny say what he wants. But are you using the Highland Council ones for this point of view, Mr. Denny, or are you using SNH to make your point? Which?
I use the Highland Council.
Okay, tell us which figure you want to go to.
Yes, I mean, I'm basically looking at starting with figure 4.24F, which is the visualization looking towards Ben Wyvis.
Now, we know what Mr. Heinsohn said about this viewpoint, so I don't need to rehearse that. What I want is your response to what he says.
Yeah, in terms of that, I note that the turbines don't obscure or interpose in the views towards the landmark of Ben Wyvis in this view, nor in one's journey along the A835. The view represented by viewpoint 17 changes as one proceeds east, and the wider experience of seeing the turbines along the A835, even along this stretch of the road, is not typified by the visualization in view 17. As you'll be aware, sir, of course, visualization is always chosen to be at worst case locations with the most direct view towards the turbines, but it aren't always necessarily the best interpretation of the overall experience of a view, particularly along a linear route. The route analysis of figure 4.8.1 of the technical appendices of the ES.
Mr. Denny, you're stop, Mr. Denny. Sir, can you hear Mr. Denny? Because he's fading in and out a bit at the moment. Can you hear him all right?
I can hear him fine, but if he went a little bit slower, that would be good.
I do apologise, yes. Sir. Mr. Trinick has put me on notice twice, so a double apology. The route analysis at figure 4.8.1 of the technical appendices of the ES and the description text at 4.752 to 4.760 of the landscape visual assessment is useful in this regard, particularly with reference to its paragraph 4.754. They're just for your notes, sir. I'm not going to take you to them or read them out. The turbines do sit within the view framed by the enclosing valley sides at this point in a journey along the A35. But this is a point in that journey and not typical of the majority of views or the experience of that journey, as stated above. The turbines sit below the southern part of Little Wyvis and not the Munro of Ben Wyvis. Ben Wyvis forms the main focus of the view and lies to one side of the valley when seen from this location. Indeed, it's almost behind the flanks of the northern valley sides, as you can see by looking at the visualization. Indeed, the visualization is less noticeable in the visualization than it is on a clear day, because you can see, so there's actually some cloud obscuring the summit of Ben Wyvis in the visualization. And indeed, it's something I noticed on all of my site visits. It's peculiar to the Highlands, but you tend to get clouds sitting above these Munros in the morning. As the day warms up, the cloud base rises. As the air cools in the evening, you lose visibility again, 3:30, 4 o'clock, as the cloud base comes back down and you lose the tops of the Munros. That's the case in this visualization. You've lost the top of Ben Wyvis even on a decent day to the cloud base sinking.
No, sorry, go on,
I'd say the view of the landmark hill of Ben Wyvis is most striking, seen from a little further along the road. and the proposed turbines are seen even further to one's right and would not interpose at all. I also note that the viewpoints from a pull-in and the majority of the road users, the angle of view would differ even more, and Ben Wyvis would be even more of the focus from this location if you were on the road rather than in the pull-in. And you can actually see from the visualization, so if you're on the road, you'd be pointing almost directly towards Ben Wyvis and away from the turbines and away from Little Wyvis at this particular location. From the road, the turbines would be seen further to the right, away from the focus of the view. But having noted this, I still consider that the predicted magnitude of change and the significance of the effect assessed by the LVIA is correct.
Thank you. I just want to explore one further thing in relation to viewpoint 17. So if you would get out CD 144, so 14, and then the LVIA appendix, which is the 144, and within that go to technical appendix 48, which is a route analysis. So you're on mute.
No, I was just muttering my understanding, that's all. So I'm at the route analysis, yes.
As long as you were only muttering that, so that's fine. Thank you very much. The then you also have in front of you, if you can do this on your screen, figure 481, which is very much to be read with technical appendix 48. With Mr. Finney's happy to lead you slightly, it's purely factual through this just to speed things up. If we go to technical appendix 48, the route analysis, do we see in the top of the table the A35 from Ullapool to Tour?
That's right.
And then you have a series of segments, 1 to 16.
Yes, it's broken down into segments which relate to the description of visibility from those segments within the document.
Yes, and each segment we see is that 5 kilometres long?
Yes, they're approximately 5 kilometres long each segment.
And then you've got various wind farms along the top. Kirkan is number 1. And if you go a long way along, you've got Corrymoily and then Loch Leuchart. And I think the segments we're interested in for the purpose of the A835, that part which is relevant to viewpoint 17 are segments 5 to 8. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. And you can see that for Kirkan, therefore, there is visibility within those segments coming down or going up, travelling east, say. In fact, that is a travelling east, southeast and south. And we can see if we go along to Corrymoily, that visibility emerges from segment 10. That's the first time you see Corrymoily travelling southeast on that road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If you go on to Loch Leuchart, you do get visibility from segment 7 onwards.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
But that's travelling southwest rather than travelling southeast. Although I imagine if you stood on the road and pivoted, you'd see it wherever you went. But yeah. Now, if we then go to the map, the figure 481, I think you'll need to zoom in, sir. I certainly had to. Can you see those segments represented there?
I'm sorry. Can you just say where 481 is? I'm not sure where that figure is.
It's in CD 14.
Right.
4, and right at the bottom you'll see figure 481.
Ah, right. I've got it. Yeah. Thanks.
When you open it, you can see. Well, obviously, you know where Ullapool is, and you can see the A835 coming down in a series of segments, 1 onwards, until you get to Tour at the bottom. It's the blue road.
Yep, I see it. Yeah.
And you can see where segment 5 is. Sorry, I'm leading you through the evidence. It's, and at 5, you start to enter the pink ZTV of Kirkan, which then continues through to segment 8 and beyond. But that if read with the technical appendix 4.8, may assist you on your site visit.
And indeed, sir, as I pointed out, and I think you've taken note of already, the descriptive text relating to those segments, the 4752 to 4760, will give you then a description of what comes into view and the degree of visibility for each of those segments. So you can see, in effect, Kirkan, you're seeing it gradually coming into view, coming into greater view, and then passing out of view, and the descriptive text for the segments will give you that.
Thank you.
Sorry, could you just say again where the descriptive text for the segment is? That's in technical appendix, is it, or is that?
Yes, that's in the technical appendix, sir. Preference. It's in the it's in the landscape visual section of that 4752 to 4760 is what you're looking for.
In CD13, thank you.
Yeah, and I said with particular reference to para 4754.
So I think that gives you the references for that. Mr. Denny, I was going to ask you, but I'm not going to, some questions relating to Mr. Heinsohn's report of handling. You were going to just give the report of references 1062 and then from 1064 to 1069. But I think in retrospect, your inquiry report at paragraphs 431 to 434 covers the point, and I think I'd be just yielding the evidence in chief. I was asked you to add to what you've already said. So the reason I introduced you at the start of evidence in chief is I'm now going to say, for your very last time, would you please stay there? There may be some questions for you. So this is Mr. Denny's last inquiry.
I'm retiring, sir.
Oh well,
hanging up my spikes.
Will you still be climbing hills for leisure, or are you giving that up to?
I will, sir. I've got a 25-mile charity walk coming up in not too many weeks' time, but I must say I did find some of these Munros challenging.
I did too, yes. Not necessarily for my physique. Mr. Finlay.
I'll give you a shout.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure whether that's up to me now to try and make this a memorable cross-examination or not, but I
painless. Painless is what we're looking for.
Painless. Well, hopefully all my cross-examinations are painless, but could we, just to save getting it back out again, or could we look at technical appendix 4.8 just to ask you get some technical evidence out of you? So that's in CD 1.4.4, and just because I happen still to have the hard copies open, and the figure TA 4.8.1, and it was just to, and we'll come back to this fairly swiftly, but you tell me when you've got the technical appendix 4.8, table 4.8.1.
Oh, I don't have the table in front of me, sorry. I'll need to go back to that unless I can find my hard copy. What was the CD reference for that one again?
1.4.4, judging from what Mr. Trinick said.
So
I was hoping this might still be open, so I'd deal with it swiftly, but it's still being fresh in people's minds anyway.
So then that's in appendix?
That is in appendix 4.8, technical appendix 4.8.
Risk assessment, yeah, I've got the table in front of me.
Right. And what you and Mr. Trinick agreed, with him helpfully leading you, and I mean that, was that it was segments 5 to 8 which were the relevant segments.
I think that's correct, yes.
And then if you just run if you run your table along, your eye along segment 5, the only wind farm visible for segments 5 and 6, and I'm not suggesting they're visible for the whole of the segment 5 and 6, fact, for quite a lot of segment 5, it won't be visible, but it would be Kirkan.
That is also correct. That's why I pointed the inspector to the route descriptions for the segments, because they then do tell you not only which wind farm you're seeing, but the degree to which you're seeing it for each of the segments.
Yeah, I'll come to those descriptions insofar as necessary in due course. Segment 7, there is some distance of in fact, if maybe you could help me. In segment 5 under Kirkan, there are 3 entries. There's the last one is direction southeast. Presumably that's the direction where Kirkan lies from the rail. And the distance 12.14, is that the distance to Kirkan?
It is, yes, the nearest turbine.
From which part of segment 5, the closest part or the furthest part or the middle part?
I think it's from when it comes into view on the segment.
And the 1.83, the LV, what does that tell you?
That's the length.
So what one can say from that is that Kirkan is in view for 1.83 kilometres at a distance, give or take, depending on where it's taken from, 12 kilometres towards the southeast.
Yes.
And so in the next one, 6, Kirkan's in view for 4.8 kilometres at a distance of 7.37 kilometres, and that's probably, I would accept that's probably the closest distance again to the southeast. At 7, it's in view for 4.54 kilometres, and the closest distance is 2.73, and segment 8, it's 4.76. So for 3 out of the 4 segments, it's in view for at least 80% of the time, if not getting close to 90% of the time.
Yes,
that's the theoretical visibility, but I think from that viewpoint, there's not much by way of forestry which would obscure.
No, for the majority of that part of it, if it's theoretically visible, it is visible. And so again, for your note, I don't think there's any dispute between myself or the LVIA and Mr. Hinson as to where the turbines are or aren't visible along the A35. I think the only disagreement between us is where that becomes significant or is not significant. And again, I'm hoping not representing Mr. Hinson, but I think that the difference between us lies with Mr. Hinson decides that it becomes significant somewhere towards the beginning of Loch Droma, whereas the LVIA considers that although they're visible from that section, it hasn't yet become a significant effect, and that starts a little later on. So it's that section along Loch Droma where the turbines are visible, and the Highland Council's view is that they're significant and the LVIA's view is that they're not. But there isn't any dispute, I don't think, between us on where they're visible or not visible. It's merely a matter of when does that become significant.
Well, Mr. Day, I'm going to come back to that viewpoint in due course, but I'll say I don't think that's the full extent of the difference between you and Mr. Heinsohn on that. But just looking at carrying on that analysis, segment 7, Loch Lukett comes into view for a short period. We can see that whilst Kirkan is in sight for just over 4.5 kilometres, Loch Lukett's in view for less than 0.8 of a kilometre.
Yes.
And then for the next viewpoint, segment 8, Loch Lukett's in view for just under 4 kilometres, and we have and for some reason Corrymoily is still not in view.
Yes.
Corrymoily is only in view on segment 10, it's telling us on this.
That is what it's saying, yes.
And that's slightly surprising me, because I thought Corrymoily would have been in view from the Alpgushin.
It is.
Anyway, it's not your environmental impact assessment, but thank you for that. And I'll come back to that fairly briefly. We can put that route analysis away and the figure TA 4.81 away. Now, could you turn to your report, which is CD 11.2, 1.9. And this is where you tell us about your involvement. And my understanding is, just to summarize, you weren't involved in the production of the original EIA or the supplementary environmental information, but we can see from the additional information, which is CD 115, you were the technical lead for landscape at that stage, and that comes from paragraph 1.10 and table 1.1 of CD 115.
Yes, indeed, you and I have had this discussion before, but I was asked to provide some advice at an earlier stage to my actual appointment, and that earlier advice did relate to trying to get to a position where we wouldn't have a Nature's Got objection on lighting. So I had given advice at that stage, but our actual appointment to the project is actually as set out at 1.9.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's helpful. In fact, I don't think it's inconsistent with what you said in 1.9. Well, it's not, because you said you were involved since May 2021. You first visited the site in autumn 2020. You've given us which viewpoints you visited, and you advised about the lighting. And indeed, the majority of CD 115, the AI, the additional information, insofar as it concerns your input, concerns the nighttime assessment.
Yes.
If we just turn to CD 115 to look at chapter 4, there is one paragraph which is primarily outside that. I'm looking at the hard copies. It's hard copy page 16 I want to go to first. It's table 4.1.
This is of the AI, is it?
AI, CD 115. Do you have that, Mr. Denny?
I do, yes.
This is just a cumulative table of wind farms, and we can just see Corrie, Moyley, Loch Lukett Extension 1, all at or about 125 metres, and then consented towards the bottom of the page, Loch Lukett Extension 2 at 133 metres, and then over the page we have the revised application, which is still undetermined at 149.9 metres. And just to note, for a point I'll come on to in due course, both the consented Loch Lukett Extension 2 and the revised application are for 5 turbines.
That's right, yes.
And then 4.8 is, I think, the only relevant part, which deals with the difference between, in the cumulative picture, between what occurred previously with the SEI and the EIAR and this, and that's looking at what additional impact there might be from the Loch Lukett Extension 2B proposals. and that's what the introductory sentence in paragraph 4.8 tells us.
Yes, that's correct.
And in fact, the essence is not very much, because you say very limited difference. You say very limited difference in turbine heights, which we'll come on to. Just so that we understand your calibration, 17-meter difference in your view is very limited.
Yes, it is. It might seem strange to say 17 meters is limited, but when you're dealing with
very limited.
Very limited, yes.
Limited. It's very
yes,
limited.
Very limited.
When would very...
Can I just finish?
Yeah, no, I've just asked you, that's your view. I haven't asked you the question yet. When you get a difference between 125 meters and 175 meters, would you describe that as significant or noticeable or limited or very limited?
Well, there is a noticeable difference between, what was the lower height you gave me there?
125.
Yes, the difference between 125 and 175, that 50 meters in difference is a noticeable difference in turbine size. But it depends on where you're seeing it from, both in terms of distance, context, topography, and its juxtaposition with other elements. It can be very difficult even to tell the difference between a 125 and a 175 in a particular context in a landscape, depending on where they lie. And you and I had that discussion at another wind farm inquiry, where it wasn't easy to discern the difference between some of the turbine heights, because of course the towers are set at different heights within the landscape and they're at different distances from you. And it can be the case, as we discussed previously, where a 125 and a larger turbine can appear to be exactly the same size in the landscape because of these other contextual matters. But in general terms, yes, you would expect a 175 to be more noticeable than a 125 in terms of its scale.
Well, Mr. Denny, I'm very happy to relive old discussions with you, but I don't think it's really going to assist the reporter because he wasn't there. And just say that he isn't under any misapprehension. We did discuss these before, but we certainly didn't agree over the points you've just made. I think perhaps just leave past discussions to the past. You include a plan at the back of, or a figure at the back of CD 4. Of the CD 15.1, which is figure 4.2.
Sorry, Mr. Finley, I'm lost. Is this CD 115 or
CD? Sorry, 1.15.
Do you have a page number?
I'm afraid I don't have it, but it's figure 4.2, which is perhaps page 68. It might be electronic page 68. It's
4.2. Okay, I'll try and find it.
It's internal page 69 is appendix 4, but which is looking at switch on times for transponder based lighting systems, which luckily we're not dealing with.
I have figure 4.1 at electronic page 68, which is cumulative sites plans.
It's absolutely the next page.
Next page, right? That's what I thought. Right, good.
Figure 4.2 is the one you're after.
Figure 4.2.
Thanks very much.
And what this is attempting to, and helpfully to show is bearing out your point, is would the increase in height of the 5 turbines of the revised extension 2 application for Loch Leuchard have any material difference in the ZTV? Because what you have here is Kirkan, Loch Leuchard extension 1, extension 2 original scheme, which is permitted, and Loch Leuchard extension 2 revised scheme. So if there was an increase in height, you'd be looking for either blue, that is the interaction between Kirkan and Loch Leuchard extension 2 revised alone, or purple, which would be Loch Leuchard extension 2 revised alone.
Yes.
If we look, and I'm primarily interested in this section of road again, if we look at that, there is no dark blue or purple there, which suggests that the increase in height is going to make no material difference to visibility from the A835.
Yes, because that increase in height is not sufficient for over the distances that we're talking for that to be material.
Yeah, indeed. If one's looking, and this is just, it's a rather specific point, but to assist the reporter with the impact were Loch Lukert Extension 2 revised to be permitted. If one looks at the ZTV, then there are only very limited sections of it where there is any dark blue or purple. I think dark blue alongside the road to Acne, south of the road to Achnasheen, and there is some purple or perhaps around about Inverness, but there's not a great deal of difference.
No, because the distances involved there are very great. They're measured in tens of kilometres, and the heights of the turbines, as we've just said, are measured in a matter of a few metres. It doesn't mean, of course, that there may not be some greater visual effect within the area in which turbines are visible, but it doesn't necessarily extend that effect significantly across the landscape.
No, but one could certainly, if one wanted to, on a computer, expand the map, but there's going to be no difference on the A835 as to when Loch Lukert Extension 2 turbines are visible. The extent to which they're visible will no doubt change, but to all intents and purposes, it's going to be Kirkan for the areas that we just looked at, and then Loch Lukert.
Yeah, but there will be some difference at the extent of the road over which it's visible as a function of the increased height. But it won't be a material. It won't be a material length of the road, and I'm agreeing with you on that. Great,
thank you. And then just, so this is a rather pedantic point to begin with, but if you then go to CD 11.5, which is in your evidence, that by which I mean the applicant's evidence, that shows a plan showing for some reason, I'm not going to ask you why it was put in, but it shows the zone of theoretical feasibility for the Loch Lukert Extension 2 permitted turbines, but it's showing them with the 9 turbine variation. But we know that we're only looking at the 5 turbine variation for consent and for the extension.
Yes, that's correct. It is 5.
Yeah, so really you can't tell very much. It would be dangerous to take anything from this as to where turbines are visible or are not visible, because you don't know whether you're looking at the 5 that are permitted or the effect of 4 that were taken away.
Well, that is correct, although I'm going to have to take your word for that because my version of the map is half refreshed and half hasn't on my screen. But yes, you're correct in what you say anyway.
I think you can tell it because you can see 9 red dots on the screen, which is showing the original illustration for Loch Lukert Extension 2, whereas we know that 4 of those, I think indeed the 4 probably, the discussion of this in the report will come to in a moment, closest to the road removed.
It is those on the eastern side, yes.
Thank you. Thanks. We can put that one away. I don't think we need to look at that any further. Coming back to your CD 1.9 after that excursion down the A835, you say you carried out a review of it, but nowhere in your report do you tell us whether you adopt the EIAR and its findings or not.
Well, I do. I think you can see that it's plainly the thread of my evidence that I do adopt it because I don't disagree with it.
So you adopt each and every judgment in the EIAR?
Yes. I set out to look at the viewpoints, go to the viewpoints, read their description, look at the visualizations and decide whether I see that the assessments that have been made are thorough and comprehensive and that I can agree with them or indeed whether I can't. In this case, I do find that well reasoned, well thought out, and I found myself persuaded by them.
And by the time you and when you were persuaded by them, had you seen Mr. Heinsohn's views?
The answer to that would be yes. And certainly I'd seen the report of handling, so I knew what that said. And Mr. Heinsohn's views are very much drawn from the report of handling, so the answer would be yes.
But I'd simply suggest to you it's unusual for any landscape professional to agree 100% with any other landscape professional. I think both you and Mr. Heinsohn have talked about scope for professional disagreement, but I'm just suggesting you to adopt the EIAR lock, stock and barrel is unusual.
I would have agreed with you 5, 6, 7 years ago. It's increasingly less so. In fact, there's been times in the past, and again, you and I have discussed this before, where I have not taken on a scheme because I couldn't support it and I couldn't agree with the LVIA. There's been ones where I've wanted to change a few things, and there's been ones where I've been able to agree with it. Increasingly, because some of the practices which are very well versed and are very familiar with undertaking assessments for wind energy, and particularly, sir, because they've seen and they've been to public inquiry, they've seen their LVIAs judged at public inquiry, they've seen inspectors and reporters reports on their wind farms. A lot of landscape architects now are becoming very familiar and very skilled at addressing the assessment of wind farms. And I think increasingly there's a kind of consensus of how it should be approached and how it should be objectively reported. And I think that disagreement is becoming less and less as wind farm LVIAs become better and better. So I think what you've put to me, Mr. Finley, would have been true in the past and is less so now. And there are a lot of very competent people carrying out very competent and very well considered and researched LVIAs at the present time, and this is one of those.
Well, I maintain my point, and I can comment on that in closing submissions. You say in 1.9, as part of your review, you advised that certain things should be done to the scheme. Was that advice in writing, Mr. Denny?
No, I wasn't appointed at the time, but I was asked, first of all, if it went to inquiry, did I think I would be able to act as a witness?
Mr. Denny, I asked you whether your advice was in writing. It does permit. We're going to be here for an awfully. I mean, you can make your last cross-examination last a lot longer if you want to, but sometimes my questions do permit of a yes or no answer.
The answer's no. Because
is it usual for you to give? Because I will advert to. I've seen this from you before. You give important advice, not in writing. That's unusual, is it not?
No, it's not unusual for consultants. If you're giving written advice, you would need to be appointed. If a client's merely asking as a favour, will you have a look at something and give me some advice? You do it verbally. If the client had said to me, I want that in writing, Mr. Denny, I want a written report out of Pegasus, I'd said you have to appoint us first.
So that was unpaid for advice, was it?
It was, yes. Which is why it's not done in written form unless, and that's not me, that's the company. The company is perfectly happy to assist our clients, but if they want formal written advice, then we need to be appointed.
But I thought you had been formally appointed to carry out a review. You tell us that in May 2021. You're formally appointed to carry out a review, and then as part of that review, you advised. That would appear to be post your formal appointment, so you were paid for it.
Oh yes, that's in the context of reviewing the LVIA and stating as to whether or not I felt that I could act as a witness, which I was able to do. I mean, I can't just say to a client, yes, I'll be your witness, when I've no idea whether I can support the scheme or whether I agree with the application.
No, but Mr. Denny, I was asking you about whether your advice about the effects of the scheme was in writing that you referred to here. But we see in the previous sentence, you were appointed in 2021. You visited the site to familiarise yourself. You advised about lighting. Perhaps I've misunderstood that, but the EIA material that came forward didn't, and the revised lighting scheme didn't come forward until late 2021, as I understand it.
No, that's right, because I'd looked at the scheme back in the autumn of the previous year, stated that that I thought that what my advice to the client was, I really think we need to address the lighting. We need to try to revise the lighting scheme, or you will need to try and revise the lighting scheme to see whether there's a possibility of not having the objection on lighting and wildland from SNH, and this is how I think you should go forward. They then went forward by going back to their original consultants and getting that work done. So that was what was in play before we were eventually appointed to the appeal process later on, as you've just pointed out to me.
Right, if we can move on then to 2.7 of your report. We're here talking about rotational speeds, and you don't give any figures here, do you?
No, I don't.
2.7 and 2.8. In a previous inquiry that Mr. Trinick and I were involved in recently, where the contrast and turbine heights were 110 metres and 180 metres, it was suggested by his witness that at the lower speeds, the smaller turbines could be twice as fast. Are we looking at roughly the same level? I mean, the difference between rotational speed, let's take this in stages, will vary depending on the wind speed. And at the lower wind speeds, the difference in rotational speeds will be greater.
Yes.
And do you have any idea I think what turbines start working about where the wind speed's about, was it 3 or 4 meters per second?
Yes, and that's the low end, but yes.
Do you have any, are you able to assist with the difference in rotational speeds where the wind speed would be 4 meters per second between a 125 meter turbine and one with 175 meter to blade tip with 142 rotor diameter?
No, I'm not. Again, you do know that on previous schemes, I have sought that technical information and appraised myself of it, but I don't have those figures to hand here. But it is the case that the difference in rotational speed across a wind farm will in fact even be there for turbines of the same swept path, let alone those of different blade length, because of course, as you said earlier, wind speeds will differ across a wind farm, even for turbines of the same height. So you're always going to get differential.
But the point is, Mr. Denny, is that differential will be magnified, I would suggest to you, significantly by having a rotor diameter which is significantly bigger than the existing turbines.
In certain circumstances, the difference in rotational speed will be noticeable. In other viewpoints, depending on the location of the turbines and their relationship to you, then it is unlikely to be noticeable. It very much depends on the situation, the direction of the wind and the location of the viewer on a given day. It's not a one-size-fits-all exercise, I'm afraid.
And at 2.7, just so we understand your evidence, you say in the last sentence, your judgments relate to the worst case scenario for that location, that being any location that you're. What is the worst case scenario that you've had regard to?
Well, I've done some work on this and talked to a number of local authorities about it. At one point, I used to consider that in a given landscape, it could be that the highest hub height and the smallest swept path might be the worst case, because in that landscape, that might give rise to a greater degree of visibility that might otherwise occur if you had a lower hub height, i.e. you'd see hubs rather than blade tip. But in a highland landscape like this, then the worst case situation is going to be lowest hub height, largest swept path, because you're going to have that visibility anyway. And it has been put to me on many occasions by local authorities that they consider in their terms that the larger swept path is the worst case. So that's generally why consultants will put the larger swept path into the visualizations rather than the potentially highest. You could imagine if you're just saying you're having turbines up to 175 blade tip, if you had a 150 meter high hub and a very small blade length, you'd have a rather odd lollipop looking turbine, but you might consider that the worst case. But that isn't in reality what's going to happen. So the general rule of thumb that has emerged, and particularly because local authorities prefer to see it, is that the greater swept path is the worst case.
Okay, so that's for the height and scale. And then in 2.8, you're looking particularly at the kinetic nature of the turbines. You acknowledge that you say they may rotate at a different speed. Surely the point is, I think we're agreed, that at any given wind speed, a larger turbine will rotate slower than a smaller turbine.
Will appear to do so. I mean,
will do so.
Yes.
And you say they've at all times been considered. Are you able to point to anywhere in the EIAR where that is expressly considered for different viewpoints?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
It's something that, I mean, if the authors of LVIAs were to start to write that sort of detailing, they'd become exceptionally long. I think the thing that's become accepted is that when the assessor is making their judgments, they need to bear it in mind in making those judgments.
Mr. Denny, I disagree with you about that. The point of an EIAR is to allow the reader to know what the author has taken into account. If there's no indication of the difference of wind speeds, let alone where the rotational speeds, let alone where they've been taken into account and what's considered the worst basis, the reader of the EIAR simply doesn't understand that. And it could be an important aspect.
Well, I think the LVIA is written in a way which is accessible and understandable because given the difference in wind speed, the direction of wind speed, and the impact of that wind speed across a wind farm on any given day, that the rotational speeds of different turbines are going to be different on different days, or indeed different on different parts of the same day, then it is only incumbent on the assessor to take into account that there will be those differential rather than try to report all the various parameters and machinations that may occur. We just understand that that will occur.
Well, I'm not sure that's an answer to my question, but if I've made my point, we can move on. Now, moving on now to siting and design, which you referred to this morning in your evidence in chief, but you also refer to it in your report at paragraph 430. And if you read paragraph 430, there's no hint of criticism of siting and design there or it being out of date, is there?
No, there isn't. I mean, basically everybody's
hang on, I haven't asked you a question. You've confirmed, you've answered the question. You made a number of criticisms of it this morning. Why aren't they in your report? This is a change of evidence, Mr. Denny. You appear to be suggesting in 430 that the design is in line with siting and design. You now seem to be trying to suggest that siting and design is an out-of-date document which needs to be reviewed and updated. Now, that's a change, isn't it?
No, it's not. First of all, it's even within the terms of SNH's siting and design. It says itself that it will need to be updated to catch up with the larger topography turbines. So that's not necessarily just what I'm saying, but that's what also SNH are saying. What it says at 4.30, it relates to the design of Kirkan, which was undertaken not by me or by Pegasus, but by others. And it's clear from the work that they did that they were seeking, as far as they could, to achieve a wind farm design which was well balanced, sympathetic, and had the composition of views that they were being asked to achieve, and again, as best as they were able, that they were being asked to achieve by siting and designing wind farms. That's what I'm reporting there.
You were well aware that Highland Council and Mr. Heinsohn have made reference, and indeed SNH have made reference to Now Nature Scott to siting and design in their opposition when you came to write this report, but there's not a hint of criticism of siting and design in your report, is there?
No, there isn't. You're correct, because what I'm reporting here is what the authors and designers of the LVIA sought to achieve.
No, Mr. Denny, anywhere in your report, if you thought that siting and design was out of date and that the criticisms that others had made of it, of Kirkan by reference to siting and design should be viewed in the context of an out-of-date document, it would have been incumbent upon you to put that in your report. You haven't done so.
It's not in my inquiry report, but it doesn't take away from the fact that what I said this morning I believe to be correct. And indeed, as I said earlier, SNHs themselves recognise within siting and designing that it will need to be updated in relation to the larger topography turbines.
Well,
so it's a fact.
I'm not disputing that. For instance, larger topography turbines may have a more extensive landscape impact, a point you made yourself this morning.
Yes, that's correct, they may.
But let's just, first of all, before we go into this, let's see if we can agree the relevant passages in siting and design that are will be relevant to the reporter in his report. One of the passages that may well need updating is paragraph 214 on electron. Sorry, we're at CD 6.3. Point 14 gives evidence as to turbine size, and that is clearly going to need to be updated, isn't it?
It is, because it accepts that wind energy technology has developed quickly. Well, it's developed so quickly, it's gone beyond even the parameters of the expectation within paragraph 214, considerably beyond that.
Well, yes. So they're looking at tip heights of 140 meters, though larger turbines are available, and they're clearly considering that that will clearly be something that's changed. But if you go on to 215, do you agree? Do you agree
on that? Because, for example, it does say with blades of 40 meters or more, so their overall height to blade tip is between 100 and 140 meters. Of course, well, we all know that things have now moved on to turbines between 200, 225 and 250 meters. So again, that developing quickly has left siting and designing behind.
Well, in this aspect, we'll come on to that. But if you go on to 215, choice of turbine size is an integral part of the design process. That guidance would be the same, whatever the current vogue for turbine heights is it not?
Well, it's a kind of truism, isn't it? The choice of turbines is always going to be an integral part of the design process, always was and always will be.
Thank you. So that doesn't change with the changing of turbine heights. And that's just an illustration that some part of this guidance may have to change and some part may not. Can we go on to...
well, it's not guidance, is it, to say choice of turbines is an integral part of the design process, just a truism. It's not guidance.
Well, I'm not going to debate whether that's guidance with you or not, Mr. Denny. I'd suggest to you it is, but 3.6, electronic page 16 of 50.
Just to be clear, Mr. Finlay, your question was only about that sentence and not about the rest of the paragraph.
In 214, yes, I'm not going to cover. Sorry, 215. So I don't think we're really in the not suggesting it's irrelevant, but we're not looking at we're both agreed these are large-scale wind turbines and in large-scale landscapes. So the juxtapositions that are considered in 215 clearly are not relevant here.
And so I wouldn't want you to think in my answers to Mr. Finlay that I'm agreeing that everything that he and I don't discuss is therefore fine, because if you wanted me to take you through this paragraph by paragraph, I agree with you, sir. I mean, saying that these larger turbines will be out of scale and visually dominant in the lowland settled landscapes, etc., seems to be guidance that's saying, and they won't be acceptable here. Well, we all know, of course, that turbines of that greater size have been approved by the Scottish ministers in those landscapes, for example. So there's elements of this guidance that are not full square with where we find ourselves in 2022, and that will occur. But I'm going to answer Mr. Finley's questions, but not try to rewrite citing and designing.
Well, suggest to you, Mr. Denny, that there's nothing inconsistent with in the remainder of paragraph 215 with the that guidance still being up to date. But can I move on to 3.6?
Was that a question or a commentary, that last statement?
Insofar as Mr. Denny's was a commentary, then mine was a commentary too, Mr. Trinning.
All right, but
I'm trying to make some progress.
If you end with a commentary, I want to know if it's a question or simply you commenting. It's fair enough in cross-examination, I think.
Well, it's part of an interaction between myself, Mr. Denny, and the reporter, so I'm going to move on. 3.6, Mr. Denny, second sentence, areas of transition between landscape character types are often particularly sensitive. And then an example is given. That guidance is still extant, is it not? That doesn't change as a result of turbines getting taller, does it?
No, because it's not related. That's not related to turbines. That's related to landscape character.
Okay. Then 333. But sorry, just before we move on, that is relevant to this case because I think it's accepted in the EIAR elsewhere that this is a transitional location.
Yes, it is.
333, which is on electronic page 21 of 50. Scale indicators within a landscape affect our judgment of perspective. Again, that doesn't change.
Yes, they can affect our judgment. They don't always necessarily do so, but it's a can, yes.
Yes. And I'm not going to read out the whole paragraph, but 5 lines down, careful consideration is needed of siting and design of wind farms and between wind farms to avoid confusing our sense of perspective. This is particularly the case where turbines of different sizes are used or where there are gaps between groups of wind turbines at varying distances to the viewers. That's making a comparative point, isn't it?
It is, and indeed, in relation to those points you've just read out, it's clear that the designers of this wind farm, when they were saying, as I said in my inquiry report, were taking into account siting and designing. These were the very matters which the design section of the ES have taken into consideration in trying to design this wind farm appropriately.
Well, Mr. Denny will come on to what they said, but actually they refer to other paragraphs of siting and design, but not paragraph 333. But so your answer is incorrect with respect. What I did, my question to you was that this is a comparative point that's being made. So it doesn't make a difference whether you're comparing turbines that are, for instance, 175 meters high and 250 meters high, or turbines that are 125 meters high and 175 meters high. There's the same requirement needed for careful consideration to avoid confusing a sense of perspective.
Yes, that's a design point.
Yes, but it's a comparative point. It's not going to change just because turbines get bigger. The same point will be there, irrespective of the scale of the absolute scale of turbines. What this is directing the designer or the assessor of a wind farm to look at is the comparison and how they relate one to the other. And that's not going to change depending on the scale of turbines, is it?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you.
The only thing obviously that will change, and it's outside the scope of LBIA, is that in order to deploy the larger topography turbines into landscapes that already have earlier typographies within them, the degree to which any differences in perceived scale between them is material in relation to whether or not the scheme is deemed to be acceptable in the planning balance or not. That's the thing that will need to change, because if you just make the judgment.
Mr. Denny, I think you're straying from landscape and visual evidence into planning balance.
Well, I did say that it wasn't an LVIA matter, and I was just saying,
Yeah, well, I think
that is the matter
stop
that,
there, because I
that
don't
is the
think you
matter
get
that
planning
needs-
balance
that
evidence.
need to change.
Well, you say needs to change. That perhaps is indicative of where you're coming from, but we'll leave that to the planners. If we go on to section 4 of this document and 410, which is described relationship between wind farms. So it's electronic page 31 of 50. It's simply saying where 2 or more wind farm proposals enter the system in parallel and have the potential for effects with existing or consented wind farms, this should be a material consideration in planning process. And again, that's clearly relevant for the report on Scottish ministers, isn't it?
Yes, it's basically saying, you know, look at the schemes on their merits.
And then 411 goes on to assist with that. A key factor determining the cumulative impact of wind farms is the distinct identity of each grid. This relates to the degree of separation and similarity of design. Again, pausing there, that guidance remains the same irrespective of height. That's just a comparative point. They're making the point. They're looking at degree of separation and similarity of design. Again, I'll come back to the point. Similarity of design in terms of scale will still be relevant whether you're looking at 110 metre turbines or 125 metre turbines against 175 metre turbines, as opposed to 175 metre turbines against 250 metre turbines.
The simple answer to that is yes.
Thank you.
But I think this is, again, is one of many paragraphs within siting design, which is kind of predicated on the proposition that SNH have that runs as a thread, you might call it a golden thread, through siting and designing. It is wanting any new wind farms or additional turbines to be comparable and similar to those that have gone before. And the point I was making this morning is if we find ourselves in a position where turbines which we are seeking to deploy into the Scottish landscape aren't the same as the ones that have gone before, or SNH guidance doesn't address things adequately and give us appropriate guidance, is, well, how are we going to manage the repowering, extension or redeployment of larger property turbines in the landscape, where some of the matters which SNH wanted to happen, for example, turbines or wind farms being roughly similar in scale and size to those that had gone before, isn't going to happen anymore. And that's where the guidance doesn't help us.
Well, Mr. Denny, there I do think you are straying into planning balance, because this guidance is just simply trying to assist the assessing the impact of wind farms, the landscape and visual impact. It's not trying to tell a reader one way or other to say what's acceptable or unacceptable in the broader planning balance. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, and I wasn't straying into the planning balance there. The kind of idea that I had in mind is what the guidance really needs to address in a series of ways is saying to the reader where one may be extending a wind farm or deploying a new wind farm into the landscape, where the turbines are larger in scale, then the best way to approach this is as follows, and then to give guidance along those lines.
Well, you really are extending your evidence now, Mr. Denny, but if we read on in 411, a wind farm, if located close to another of similar design, may appear as an extension. However, if it appears at least slightly separate or of different design, it may conflict with the other development. And that's the point of what you say is, and I don't accept, is SNH's golden thread. I don't think there is. Their golden thread is simply to have acceptable designed wind farms. But if you have a conflict which jars or appears discordant in the landscape, that is an indication that the design is unacceptable.
No, I don't.
In general terms.
Well, I don't
It's
think
an
you
indication. It's not a determinative, but it's an indication. If there's conflict with other development, it's an indication it may not be acceptable. Do you not accept that?
No, I think you're falling into, to some extent, to SNH's trap. A wind farm which isn't the same as that which it sits next to, and which is obviously different in scale when seen by an observer, doesn't of itself therefore relate to that being unacceptable. It may give rise to some greater landscape and visual effects, which will need to be taken account of in the planning balance. But again, because there will be things in the planning balance side which may make deploying those larger turbines, which are bigger than the ones they sit next to, acceptable. That's not for me. But I don't think you can jump to the fact that if an extension is it deploys turbines which are larger than those that have gone before, that has any direct correlation to acceptability or unacceptability.
That's not the question I asked you, and you know full well you're trying to avoid the point. It says here it may conflict with other development. If there's a conflict, that would be a negative impact.
Well, you have to first of all
that.
You have to break down.
Yes or no? If there's a conflict, do you accept that would be a negative impact?
Well, I'm trying to answer your question. First of all, you'd have to decide what you think this conflict is. It's not just that there is this thing. There is a conflict. That's rather a catch-all phrase, isn't it? What is this conflict? And then decide on what relationship that has, and that will depend on a whole range of factors.
Of course, Mr. Denny. I'm asking you to accept that if the judgment is made there is a conflict, then that would be a negative impact.
If the conflict is that there is a disparity in scale, one seen next to the other, again, you still have to ask yourself the question: what is the effect of that? And it's the effect of that which is the key point, not merely that it occurs, but what the effect of it is.
Absolutely, Mr. Denny, and I've suggested to you that you go beyond that, and if you've looked at the effect and that there is a conflict with other development, because it has, let me just read on. In these cases, if a landscape is unable to accommodate the scale of the combined development, wind farm groups should appear clearly separate. It's important to achieve a balance between wind farms and undeveloped open landscape. Adequate separation will help to maintain wind farms as distinct entities. Simply suggesting to you, Mr. Denny, that if you have a wind farm that is of significant different design adjacent to another wind farm, immediately adjacent to other wind farm, the conflict that results may be considered to be a negative.
It may be. Now I'm trying to agree with you now because you've added the may in there. Yes, it may, and it may ultimately be unacceptable when the effect is taken into that planning balance. What I'm saying to you is you can't jump to an immediate conclusion that the extension of a wind farm by newer topography, larger turbines, correlates automatically to a conflict which would be unacceptable. I'm saying
yes, it automatically does, Mr. Denny.
So I'm saying is that one needs to look at what the effect is, and that's what this LVIA has done. It has probably assessed what the effect is of this extension, and then the reporter will quite probably take those effects forward into that planning balance.
Well, we'll see if it has done that or not. Paragraph 4, but you agree that those paragraphs 410 and 411 are relevant, provide relevant guidance, even in the current date, for the report of the British Minister.
As I said to you earlier, they provide guidance within the terms that SNH is seeking through this, which is predicated on trying to have extensions or turbines in close proximity to another of approximately the same scale, which is where I'm saying that's partly where the conflict, the tension lies within siting and designing now, because we know that in most cases isn't going to be the case. We're not going to have extensions of, say, 110 or 125 turbines with further 110s or 125s. So there's going to always be, as you put it, that conflict arising as we move
Mr. Denny, you're again setting up a false premise. I haven't suggested they should be the same scale, nor do SNH. And if you go on to 416, they make it that entirely clear. They say that proposals for extension to wind farms can give rise to similar issues of consistency as from adjacent wind farms. And similar design principles should apply. So that's just general guidance. Design and objectives and principles should echo those of the original wind farm. It's not saying should reapply or should slavishly follow, it should echo. Extensions should use turbines which are compatible with those of the existing wind farm, including aspects of scale, form, colour and rotation speed. Generally, the design rationale should not be eroded of the original wind farm. Now, it's not suggesting they should be the same. What it is, there are 2 points out of that. Firstly, there's nothing in that paragraph which is height specific. It's a comparative exercise that the reader is being asked to undertake. Is he not? Or she not?
Yes, it is a design exercise, and I think the point.
No, it's a comparative exercise. So that the question asked you is that paragraph can still be applied whether you're looking at turbines of 250 metres height or 175 metres height or 125 metres height. It doesn't change.
It's an exercise in consistency and compatibility, which is the point I was making earlier.
Well, I've asked you the question, you haven't answered. I'm going to move on. 417. Such compatibility issues will be more important the closer the wind farms are. Corrymoylie and Kirkan are very close, aren't they? They're adjacent.
Yes.
Extension should not compromise the landscape context of neighbouring wind farms and should respect existing focal points in the landscape. We'll come back to that point. The potential for a wind farm extension to outlive the existing wind farm and therefore stand on its own should also be considered in the design process through assessment. And if you go down to the bottom, there's a picture there, and it says underneath it, the turbines used in wind farm extensions should closely match the existing turbines, such as in this example. Now, have you seen any
yes, I
report,
think that...
hang on, have you seen any report by a reporter or decision letter by Scottish ministers criticising that advice?
Sorry, your audio's gone, Mr. Fenley. I can't hear what you're saying.
Have you seen any report?
I don't know if anyone else is having the same problem.
Can you hear me now?
No, it's saying I've got bad network quality. So can you hear what I'm saying?
I can hear what you're saying, Mr. Trenick.
I can hear what both Mr. Finlay and Mr. Denny are saying.
Conspiracy.
You're saying, Mr. Trenick.
Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you, yes.
I can't hear you.
Well, Mr. Finlay...
so it's originally at a time in the morning anyway, and I wonder whether we could take a look at the IT here just while rather than waste inquiry time, but I can't hear you.
Would that be okay to take a break, Mr. Finlay? Are you okay to take a break?
Entirely acceptable, Mr. Denny.
Mr. Denny, can you hear people?
I can hear everybody, yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think we've lost Mr. Trenick. Well, we will take a break then. Shall we be back at, maybe 10 past 12? Is that okay? And hopefully we'll get that message too. Okay, so 10 past 12, we'll come back.
What's going on?
Jenny, did you understand that? We'll take a break and be back at 10 past 12. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear, sir, but I heard about the break, so that's fine. Hopefully it'll stick on this time.
Right. Okay. Good.
Right.
Mr. Trenick's come back much clearer, so I think he may have solved his problem.
I see that, yes. But do you want to finish off your point and
no,
then?
I think we might. It's going to take a little bit longer, so we might as well have the break now.
Okay, well, fine. We'll take a break now and come back at 10 past 12. Hello, welcome back, everyone. We don't have Mr. Trinick yet, or Dr. Hedger. Mr. Finlay, is it okay? I just wanted to have a quick look at the question about conditions that Mr. Trinick raised at the start. Is it okay to deal with that now, or I'm happy to leave it to lunchtime if you prefer?
Yep.
You're okay to do that? Yep. Okay.
I am. Yeah.
The last thing, I'm probably being very stupid. The last thing I understood was both Highland Council and the applicant had submitted comments on condition 18, which in response to my question of 7th December. And I had understood that that there wasn't actually agreement on condition 18, that the Highland Council's response says the majority of the condition is agreed, but there's a remaining question about the matter of cumulative noise impact. What I'd understood was that Highland Council still wanted the noise impact shown in the table in condition 18 to be cumulative noise impact, so that if cumulative noise crossed those emission limits, then there would be the requirements of the condition to would kick in to carry out an investigation. Am I wrong about that? Am I completely misunderstanding that?
So I'm not currently aware of any Highland Council representations in response to your question.
Oh,
I'm not doubting they exist, but
it's document reference CD 12.4.
Okay, let's look.
Conditions hearing statement, condition 18 noise.
Okay, I'll just scroll down to it.
It's on page 4 of the document. Yeah.
Okay, well, my apologies. Let's have a look.
I'm happy. I don't want to press you for an answer just now. If I'm happy to leave that till lunchtime if you want to come back on that.
There's certainly something, I've read it, so there's certainly something that needs discussing there. Right. And I'm not sure there's enough time to do it other than in the conditions hearing session now. So, okay, I get the point. In that case, I will put, if Callum could, through Wright Johnson Mackenzie, issue an invitation to join that session to Dr. Matthew Cand, who is our expert. That would be very helpful.
It may be worth mentioning, I know you will be aware of it, Mr. Trinick, but Mr. Finlay may not be aware. I worked with Dr. Cand in, I think it was 2013. I haven't been in touch with him since then, but I assume that that's not problematic for you.
Yes, I recall that inquiry, and it's not a problem with me.
No, sir, I don't. Clearly, the issue of noise is not a determinative issue for this inquiry. It's simply getting the condition properly formulated. Mr. Heinsohn will consider this, and if it may be that there is scope for further exchange on this point before we get to the condition stage tomorrow, because Mr. Heinsohn, there has been good work on conditions so far. So if there is scope for agreeing this, we'll see if we can do it prior to the condition session starting, even though Mr. Heinsohn is fairly fully involved. But he's capable of multitasking, so we shall see if we can make progress on that.
Very good.
So if somebody from Mr. Trinick's side wishes to try and get in touch and to suggest an answer, then we'll see if we can, or a way forward, we'll see what we can do.
Well, I'll prompt that now and see if Dr. Karen can make contact with Mr. Heinsohn now.
Great. Okay. Well, thanks very much, and apologies, Mr. Denny. Mr. Finlay, if you want to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Denny. We were on siting and design and looking at paragraphs 416 and 417. And the question I had asked you when Mr. Trenick had his communication issues was, have you seen any report or decision by Scottish ministers which has been critical of these paragraphs in siting and design?
No, I haven't. Not that I can bring to your attention.
Thank you. If we, what we can take from paragraph 416 is that in the second sentence is that design and objectives should echo those of the original wind farm. Now, it's not suggesting they should follow slavishly or be the same as it, but it's suggesting they should echo them. And in order to do that, would you agree that it's important to understand what the design objectives and principles of the original wind farm were?
Yes, which is partly why, to some extent, to say that they should echo them, it should be, in fact, brackets dependent on what they were in the first place. Absolutely.
And then the extensions should use turbines which are compatible. Now, compatible is it's not the same, but it's again the extent to which are compatible will have regard to, amongst other matters, because it uses the word including scale, form, colour, and rotation speed, and it's directing specific attention to those factors, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but where it again isn't as helpful as a revised siting and designing might be able to be, it is shown by the text in the photograph that you took me to just before the break, which says the turbines used in wind farm extensions should closely match the existing turbines. Well, I think we know as we go forward that developers and the need to deploy the larger topography turbines are going to mean that in many cases extensions won't closely match existing turbines. And the point I was making earlier is SNH guidance to some extent needs to catch up in terms of giving good advice and guidance on design as to how to achieve the best form of wind farm extensions in a landscape where they might not closely match the existing turbines.
See, that's where I think we do take issue, Mr. Denny, because if it may be, if there's no close match, it may be the specific circumstances don't make the wind farm in the overall sense, or don't give rise to negative impacts that these paragraphs are seeking to avoid. But the problems of inconsistently designed wind farms next door to each other is going to be the same, whatever the scale of the wind farm, the actual height of the turbines, isn't it? So
yes,
are you suggesting that siting and design should be changed, saying that impacts that weren't considered positive before should now be ignored?
No, I think you're misrepresenting me there altogether. What my premise is that ultimately what matters is what is the effect of a repowering or an extension for a wind farm sited closely near another wind farm. The thing that really matters is what is the effect, and then taking that effect forward into the planning balance. What I was saying earlier that would be helpful in a revised siting and designing, which SNH acknowledge will need to happen in relation to the larger topography turbines, is to start to give some specific design guidance as to how we're going to best achieve the deployment of the new topography turbines into a landscape that already has older, smaller turbines in it. That's really my...
But Mr. Denny, that would have been absolutely the same point that could have been made when this document came out, because you say that certainly I know that the wording of these paragraphs is similar to this is 2017, I think, was similar to the SNH siting and design in 2009, I think 2014. But the wording has changed. Are you aware of that? Have you looked back at the previous wording of these paragraphs?
Yes, the wording in relation to extensions is the same, but there is other wording which is changed in its in the actual words themselves, but which the effect is the same.
Yeah, so the wording, I think the wording in paragraph 416 and 417 is not a direct repetition of what was there in 2009, is it?
Not wording. No.
Thank you. So they have looked at them, and they could be said they've stood the test of time. But my point is that the problems of putting different scale of wind turbines with different scale, form, colour, rotation speed adjacent to each other would have been the same in 2009 and 2017 as it is in 2022. The need for guidance, your request for Cri de Coeur for guidance as to how you can put larger wind turbines next door to smaller wind turbines doesn't arise out of any modern change in scale. The change in scale was going on then, surely.
Yes, but the guidance has always been where a wind farm is already in the landscape, then closely related wind farms and or extensions should be similar to, or what's the wording here, closely match the existing. Well, all I'm really saying is we know that we're in reality of 2022, they're not going to closely match. So the thing that designers need to do is to work.
Mr. Denny, you've just ignored the point I'm making. I'm suggesting to you that with respect, that in 2017, SNH would have been well aware that turbines were increasing in size. They say that themselves. They would have been well aware of that in 2009. The fact that they're going to be bigger turbines has been a constant throughout. But it's the comparative exercise that these two paragraphs are looking at, and that hasn't changed.
No, it hasn't changed, because what it hasn't done.
And hang on, it hasn't changed. And also what has not changed is the problems of fitting larger scale farms next door to smaller scale farms. The scale may have changed, but if there is a problem in fitting larger scale farms next to smaller scale farms, that was the same in 2009 if you're looking at the difference between 80-metre turbines and 140-metre turbines, as it is now when you're looking at 125-metre turbines against 175-metre turbines. There's no difference.
Yes, what hasn't changed is the premise of the guidance, which seeks to get new deployments to largely match older deployments. And what my point is in a practical sense, that's not where we are. Where we are is needing guidance about how to do something different to that, how to achieve good design of wind farms in the landscape, where we're going to be deploying larger topography turbines in a landscape that already has earlier typographies within it. That's the point I was making. And I think that is true, because that's...
No, but Mr. Denny, you're again just simply ignoring the question. There were smaller topography turbines in 2009. They'd be much smaller then.
Yes, but there were very few...
No, just wait. Those turbines in 2009, or they were contemplating, say, 120-metre turbines. The difference between those turbines at that stage, if you put one next door to the other, are going to give rise to problems, which citing the design is seeking to assist with. Those problems of juxtaposition of turbines are no different now than in 2022 than they were earlier. Turbine sizes have been increasing throughout that period.
No, there's a very, very big difference, which is why the guidance needs to catch up. In 2009, there were relatively few wind farms in the landscape in comparison to 2022. There were relatively few extensions coming forward, because what wind farm developers in 2009 were largely doing was being able to find new, completely discrete sites in the landscape to site new wind farms. We hadn't got repowering in 2009. That wasn't a concept at all. We find ourselves in a different position in 2022, where there are more wind farms in the landscape of differing scales that have been deployed over many years, and the need to deploy further turbines to meet the aspirations of the Scottish Government has a different set of problems to tackle now than it had in 2009. because we're now deploying these larger topography turbines into a landscape that already has a consistent history of other wind farms being deployed into it. So it is a different position now, very different position to 2009, and with different challenges. And what I was really saying is that SNH now need to rise to giving guidance to developers on how to meet those modern challenges of 2022 in a landscape that already has a significant number of wind farms deployed in it with differing typographies.
Mr. Denny, very interesting. That's a new criticism voiced for the first time, that there weren't the problem of extensions in 2009, or indeed presumably in 2017. The guidance SNH has given, whether it be in 2009 or the current guidance in 2017, clearly deals expressly with the situation the reporter is now dealing with, doesn't it?
It deals with basic design.
Does it deal with the position this reporter is dealing with?
Yes, it addresses it in the terms. It does, yes.
Much easier if you, by all means, caveat your answer or explain it. Much easier for everyone if you give a yes. Now, your concern is that your wind farm doesn't meet this guidance and conflicts with it, so you're trying to criticise it. And you've tried to criticise it in a number of ways, not set out in your report, but a number of ways in your evidence in chief and a number of ways now. That's the reality of the position, isn't it, Mr. Denny?
No, it's a simple answer.
But can we see how other people then have approached the issue of extensions of wind farms in this particular location? And first of all, look at Corrymoylie and go to CD 12.5, which is Corrymoylie's design, sorry, LVIA chapter 5.
The Corrymoylie LVIA?
Yeah.
Yes.
Chapter 5, electronic page 23, if you're working on the electronic version.
Yes, I am.
You should have, in fact, I think it's page 23 of the internal document. You should have on the right-hand side of the page, it's 2 columns. On the right-hand side, about a third of the way down, there should be design strategy under paragraph 5.280. So you're looking for paragraph 5.280.
Yes, I have a design strategy. Sorry, just my pages are refreshing slightly slower than I'd like.
Do tell me if you have that problem, because I sympathise with you. The final development layout proposed has undergone a series of design scenarios which have taken into consideration the site constraints in the adjacent Loch Lukert wind farm. That's exactly what you would expect to be the case.
Yes.
One of the key requirements for the Highland Council during the scoping process was consideration of the adjacent wind farm, particularly the turbine layout, to ensure that the 2 wind farms would work in harmony. Now, working in harmony is could be another way of expressing the guidance we've just looked at. They don't require to be consistent, but they should be harmonious.
Yes, I agree in good design terms. There's nothing I disagree with in that. There's a difference, though, between working in harmony and being the same.
No, I haven't suggested it should be the same, nor does the previous guidance say it should be the same. No. It says it should be similar. So let's just concentrate on what people are actually saying rather than what you're making up they're saying.
Can I just say again, we're back into this. It doesn't even need to be similar to be harmonious. It just needs to be seeking to be harmonious. It's back to my point of what it's actually the net effect which is important, rather than this thing of similar or the same or closely relating, because that's prejudging. I'm saying you don't really need to prejudge. You just need to work to see what the net effect is of what you're doing.
Well, potentially, but I'm glad you're happy with the word working in harmony, because if the reporter was of the view that Kirkan was not harmonious for working in harmony with Loch Lukert and Corrymoylie, that would be a point against the development, wouldn't it?
Well, it would, but it would in the sense that if that were the case, then the effects of it would be greater, and there would be greater effects for the reporter to take forward into his planning balances. That's really what's the important matter, isn't it? What is the effect?
Yeah. Again, you haven't answered the question, but I'm not going to repeat it. Can you go on to 5.291, please? The final detailed design is sought to achieve a compact, visually cohesive group of turbines with a reasonably regular rhythm within the group, with visual continuity with the Loch Lukert wind farm. Again, visual continuity is, again, an important aspect, isn't it?
Well, it's a consideration, yes. It's definitely something to consider.
Well, it's not just something to consider. That's the, if you're looking for a design rationale, which is what the SNH guidance was telling us to look at, the visual continuity between the two wind farms is a clear part of the design rationale of Corrymoylie wind farms. You know?
Yes, it is. They have set out and they've set their stall out to say they want to achieve a visual continuity. Yes.
And if this Kirkan does something different, there would be an inconsistency in design rationale, wouldn't there?
Well, again, my point would be if the design rationale of Kirkan is, well, we're going to seek to see how we can best deploy larger turbines into this group and do so in a way which we feel still achieves the right balance and the right visual effect, and that's another design rationale which is equally valid.
Well, yes, you've summed it up rather well, and we'll come on to the Kirkan design statement in a moment. It is, they started off with 175-metre turbines, unlike would appear the Corrymoylie wind farm, where they started off with no fixed idea as to scale of turbines, but started off with the idea that they should be harmonious. There's a difference in approach, isn't there, Mr.
I don't know whether the developer had a turbine height in mind and then sought to see how harmoniously they could deploy it into the landscape. I don't know that.
Well, haven't you checked the siting and design chapter of Corrymoylie wind farm?
No, my main thrust of my evidence is to report on how Kirkan affects the baseline, which already has Corrymoylie and Loch Lukert in it, not how necessarily they got to be where they were.
Well, no, because you agreed with me a moment or two ago that understanding the design strategy of the existing wind farms is important. Did you not seek to understand the design strategy of Corrymoylie by looking at its siting and design chapter?
What I sought to do was to look at how Corrymoylie and Loch Lukert looked in the landscape now that they have been built, and what effect deployment of Kirkan would have upon that baseline landscape. So we don't need to go back in history, because we've now got those wind farms in the landscape to judge Kirkan against.
So you didn't seek at all to even investigate the design strategy of Corrymoylie when reaching your opinion?
I didn't interrogate it in the way that you are putting to me now, no.
That's a very honest answer. Thank you, Mr. Denny. Can we go to CD 12.6? And this is the iterative design of Corrymoylie.
Do we still need the CD 12.5?
No, we're done with CD 12.5.
Oh, okay, great.
If we look at the scoping layout, which, as with invariably with scoping layouts, has significantly greater turbines than the actual layout, one sees that there were turbines on the site of what is now Kirkan wind farm.
Yes.
And just to, and we can see that they were then removed in the further scoping exercises. I understand from CD 11.8, which we'll turn to in a moment, that the suggestion is that that was due to ownership issues. But my question to you, Mr. Denny, is does that explanation for the reduction in the number of turbines in the Corimoili iterative design process appear anywhere in the EIAR for Corimoili?
Not to my knowledge, no. But it is my understanding, and this is what I've been told rather than being my own knowledge, but that yes, it was the problem. Turbines had been located on adjoining landowners' land. They weren't removed because they were considered to be necessary mitigation, or that the larger scheme may or may not have been acceptable in the landscape. They were removed of a function of being placed on land which that landowner was not therefore prepared to have them placed on. So that was the reason for their removal, not to do with any design principles.
Well, that's your current understanding. You've accepted that that didn't appear in the Corimoili EIAR. If we go to CD 11.8, it includes a helpful figure in its body. I think we're finished with 12.6. Because what figure 1 on CD 11.8, it takes the first iterative figure and imposes a land ownership annotation on it, so that the pink land, as I understand it, is the land that where the landowner now says that, may have said at the time, was not, he didn't consent to the wind farm appearing in. Is that your understanding?
Well, I don't know the reasons for what the landowner did or didn't say, or I really know that the reason for the removal did relate to those land ownership issues. Yes.
But that related to the land, to the area coloured pink, but the removal of turbines 37, 45 and 46 wouldn't have done that, would it?
Well, it may well have done, because, of course, as you would appreciate in wind farm design, as soon as you start taking out sometimes even as much as one turbine, you completely unbalance the scheme, and other turbines which looked harmonious prior to your removal of 42, 47, 43, 44 and 41 suddenly don't look so good anymore. I've had it myself where just to remove one turbine, say in relation to a residential amenity issue, ultimately leads to the removal of 3 or 4 other turbines within the scheme, even though they didn't have a problem in relation to residential amenity, because you've now unbalanced the scheme. It can become dog-toothed, or it can start to have some outliers. So I would imagine that if they removed those other turbines...
You simply no idea, Mr. Denny, do you? You don't know why those turbines were removed, do you?
I'm just saying to you that there is a likelihood that that will be the case because of my understanding of wind farm design.
Well, you say there's a likelihood. It's a possible explanation. You don't know, because you haven't researched the Corimoili background, to why those turbines, or why they said those turbines were removed, do you?
No, but it would seem fairly logical to me that if you've taken out 5 turbines, then there's a very good possibility that you're going to have to rebalance your scheme by the removal of other turbines or the relocation of other turbines. That's the only hypothesis I'm putting to you.
It's a possibility, Mr. Denny. And then, if we just, then if we just bear in mind figure CD 11.8 and compare it and contrast it with figure 2.1 and CD 1.6. So that's this development. And do you have figure 2.1?
I don't at the moment. Take me back to that CD number, CD 1.6. That's the EIR Volume 3 graphics.
Yeah.
And then within that, which chapter are we talking about?
So it's figure 2.1.
I need to go to a chapter before I get to the figures, I'm afraid, in the CD.
Okay. Will it be chapter 2, I imagine?
Chapter 2 and figure
2.1.
both development layout. Yes. Now I've had the chapter, linked it through.
Yeah. No, I understand that. So I'm just working off a hard copy.
Yeah.
But if I'm not going to attempt to murder the Gallic name of the hill that sits immediately south of the inn, but just above the 350-metre contour next to turbine T03. But do you
Bain and Capac?
seen the Kirk? CARC.
Shean na Kerk, I think. Something like that.
Sheena Kirk would seem.
Then, but the current Kirkan proposal extends turbines further to the east than were contemplated even in the initial Corimoili exercise, significantly so.
Well, they do extend them onto land to the east and slightly to the northeast, yes.
Okay. And then could we go to CD 12.8, which I hope is the Highland Council Planning Applications Committee report for Corimoili, dated the 7th of June 2016.
Yes, I've got that open.
Thank you. And let me just come back to. And what we have is, in the initial pages, is a short report, which I think concludes on electronic page 9 with a recommendation. But behind that lies a fuller report, which begins on electronic page 11. I think it just explained, it went to the committee maybe twice. There may have been a variation between the two.
There's no page numbers on mine, so you need to give me paragraph numbers, I'm afraid.
Electronic page 11, if you're looking at it. There are 52 pages in the. Do you have an electronic page counter?
I have electronic documents, no page numbers on it. So.
No, just off the screen. Mine's.
If you look in the top left-hand corner, Mr. Denny, you may see the page numbers up there.
Yes. I have. Apologies. Yes, I've got that now. It's page 11. So that's the appraisal.
Yeah. So then you have the advantage of me if you've got an electronic page number on it. What I'm looking for is, to begin with, is paragraph 1.2 in the second report, which I have on electronic page 11, which begins: the proposed wind turbines will have a maximum overall height of 125 metres.
Yes.
So you have that. I'm Just hoping Mr. Trinick and the reporter do too. Reporter does, Mr. Trinick does. No rated diameter has been specified. A 70-metre high anemometry mast is proposed. The candidate turbines, and then the etc. This is consistent with the adjacent consented Loch Lookout scheme. So the point is that the officer is noting there is a consistency with the adjacent scheme.
Yes,
just need to note that. We then move further into the report, and you need to go on to paragraph 8.42, which I'll give you a page number in a second.
This is to do with the transition.
Page 26, electronic page 26 of 52. Do you have that, Mr. Denny?
Yes.
The site lies within a part of the Highlands where there is an obvious transition from the general low-lying built-up area of the Moray Firth to the wilderness of the West Highlands. Two key tourist routes. One was the Ullapool Road, one was the Loch Carron Road. We're obviously not concerned with the Loch Carron Road with Kirkan, but I think, first of all, you and I have already agreed that the site lies where there's an obvious transition.
There is a transition in the landscape here, yes.
And that's been, I just wanted to make the point that that's been a consistently identified point for some time. And the visual experience of the area when viewed from both routes, particularly when travelling west for a short distance, has the potential to be changed by the proposal. And that would again be the same for Kirkan, albeit that you have Corrymoily there already, so some change has been introduced.
Yes, the character of the landscape has been changed by Corrymoily and Loch Lookout.
And then 843, the second part of that paragraph, beginning 5 lines down, so S&H initially objected to the Loch Lookout scheme. This is the Loch Lookout scheme on the basis of visual impact, targeting the removal of turbines from the northern half, those visible from the A835, which is the road we're concerned with. In light of this, the development was reduced from 43 to 22 turbines. So there's been a consistent concern, which S&H and now Nature Scott continue to voice about the impact on the A835, and by Highland Council about impact on the A835.
Yes, I'm aware of both of those.
It then, in 844, says that Highland Council weren't as concerned as S&H about the Loch Lookout scheme. 5 turbines were removed to reduce visibility from the A832, and no objection was raised. And then over the page, still in paragraph 844 now, third line down, considerably more turbines would be visible from the Alton-Gouchin, most directly affected property, yet the proprietors believe the proposals will bring benefits. Road users heading east along the A835 will have longer distance views, as well as a more prolonged exposure to the wind farm. However, there are other focal points, such as the head of the Glascarnock Dam and the backdrop of Ben Wyvis. There will be between 2 and 4 turbines visible as blade tips only from a short section of the A832, so we needn't go into that sentence, my apologies. So again, there's concern here about road users heading east along the A835 and the extent to which Corrymoily would compete with the focal points in their view.
Yes, again, it's reporting what the effect of the wind farm is and where that effect would be felt.
And Kirkan will compete to a much greater extent than Corrymoily for road users heading east along the A835, won't it?
Some of the turbines of Kirkan are more visible from the A835 than some of the turbines of Corrymoily, yes.
No. Mr. Denny, travelling east along the A835, the Kirkan turbines will be in view for a significantly greater time, and primarily save for that small part of the road around the Arcouche Inn, to a significantly greater extent than the Coromoli turbines, weren't there?
Yes, there is greater visibility from the 835 of some of the turbines of Kirkan, because it's not all the Kirkan turbines by any means, along that stretch of road. Yes, I agree. It does have more visual effect on the 835 in terms of those turbines which are visible, as is evidenced by the segment route analysis that we went through this morning, which gives for the reporter a factual account of what is seen along those segments and from where.
And then if you go to 847, the officer's view on the cumulative impact with Loch Leuchart can be found at the end of 847. Whilst these are two separate wind farms of different design, with Coromoli extending the visual extent of the wind farm development, the developments effectively read as a single scheme. So the officer's not requiring they be the same design, is he?
No, because that is back to my point of what he's really looking at is what is the effect rather than whether or not it's the same.
And, well, no one's ever suggested they should be the same. And the development's reading as a single scheme, although not wishing to prejudge the outcome of any future applications, any proposed extension to Loch Leuchart may provide scope to round off the development and produce a more complete development. Indeed, there has been a permitted extension. The first extension to Loch Leuchart arguably does that.
Yes, that seems to be a reasonable treatise on what has happened and what may happen in the future. Yes, it's reasonably factual.
Now the planning officer from the Highland Council thinks that they won't read as a single scheme, and the scale differential in particular, as well as the location, will suggest that these are that there won't be a harmonious relationship between the wind farms. That's his position, isn't it?
That is his position. I think again, it's I haven't analysed it to the nth degree, but one could say, and this is coming back to siting and designing again, is that it will read as a single wind farm, but a single wind farm that has turbines of differing scale within it, depending on your point of view.
Then if we go to the Loch Leuchart extension, I'm just seeing how the comparison between the wind farms has been dealt with. If we go to CD 10.28, we should have the Minister's decision letter on the Loch Leuchart extension.
I'm sorry, I missed the reference there.
CD 1028, sir.
1028, right.
I have that, Mr. Findlay.
Thank you. Just get back to it. Again, just to, if you go to the bottom of page 2, just so that we see what Highland Council's position was initially, because I think the ministers refer back to it. You'll see the last paragraph on page 2, starting 4 lines down. The Highland Council considers design and layout of the proposed extension to be complementary to the respective layouts of Coromoli and Loch Leuchart wind farm. So the extension provides the opportunity to improve the visual relationship through rounding off. Doesn't increase the number of wind turbines into view. Most of the scheme will be read as a single development, which is considered as a positive outcome. Prominence of turbines in the 835 will be increased, but the duration of this effect will be short-lived. So again, the approach Highland Council seems to have taken is, are the two wind farms or the extension complementary to the current Coromoli and Loch Leuchart wind farms?
Yes, I've got no problem with what's set out there. It's clearly the officers seeking to report what is the effect of what is proposed, and how should Highland Council respond to that effect. So yes, that is exactly as I'd expect it to be.
And then if you go over the page to, well, we are over the page 3, towards the bottom of that page, you'll see what SNH, as they then were said. The second paragraph, SNH advised that the adjacent Coromoli proposal, advised on the adjacent Coromoli proposal in December 2010, and emphasised that any further development beyond the consented Loch Leuchart scheme should be sensitive to the local landscape character and within the notable relatively flat bowl that sits within a ring of foothills. Kirkan doesn't sit within that relatively flat bowl, does it? Sits outside it.
It largely fits within a landscape which is similar both in elevation and character, and indeed is contained topographically by elements of that bowl. So it's a more complex picture than making that simple judgment.
Mr. Denny, I'm going to ask you once more. It doesn't sit within the notable relatively flat bowl within the ring of foothills that SNH are there referring to, does it?
Well, I've just said to you, I think it does in part. If you analyse the topography of the landscape, then it definitely does in part.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree about that. SNH confirmed that during the pre-application discussions, they advised the current applicant of their concerns and they reduced their proposal from 12 to 6 turbines. It appeared to them that Coromoli has been used as a design template against which the reduced extension should physically and visually relate to. SNH says the proposal still spills out of the bowl, but has only limited additional visual impact. So it would appear that SNH is still concerned that even Loch Leuchart extension spilled out of the bowl. In those terms, Kirkan would definitely not just spill out of the bowl, but be outside the bowl, would it not?
Well, they're two different. Loch Leuchart extension and Kirkan are on two bits of landscape which are separate and topographically different to one another. So I think, yes, both of them do come slightly outside. I mean, that is correct. But I think that there is not that great a difference between them in that regard if you're just looking at the relative nature, character, scale and elevation of the landscape and containing elements between those two. I think that would be fair to categorise them in a similar way.
Well, we disagree about that, Mr. Denny, but we'll come back to that insofar as it's necessary. We can see what they say thereafter in the remainder of that paragraph. And then if we scroll forward in the document to electronic page 9, the second full paragraph begins, Scottish ministers recognise that this application proposes. Do you have that?
Just one moment, just letting the pages refresh. So which paragraph were you on?
So it's the second full one.
Scottish ministers recognise?
Yeah.
Yes.
This application proposes to place turbines in an area where they were removed from in the original Loch Leuchart wind farm scheme. And that's something we've seen referred to by Highland Council in their report. Scottish ministers are satisfied with the approval of the adjacent Coromoli scheme that whilst introducing an increased number of turbines, so I see Mr. Trinick's drop from my screen. I hope he's still connected. I don't know whether he's connected in yours.
I'm quite connected, thanks.
He's come back, clearer than before.
Thank you.
They will, whilst introducing an increased number of turbines, they will provide an opportunity to improve the visual relationship. They review that this proposal extension will help to round off the consented developments and giving the appearance of one larger scheme. And this is the reason for taking you to the previous comments. Scottish ministers agree with statutory consultee comments that the proposal has only limited visual impact beyond that from the Coromoli scheme, and while significant of his aim is not considered to be significantly detrimental to amenity when considered in the context of adjacent developments. And that was, just remind ourselves, for just trying to remind myself the number of turbines. 6 turbines at a similar height, 120, either 125 or 126 metres.
Yes, I think our one extension was 625, yes.
How many turbines are in Kirkan again?
The revised scheme now is 17.
17 turbines at 175 metres.
Up to 175, yes.
Yeah, well, we're considering the worst case, I think. Let me just get back to page 9. It's not a rounding off, is it?
I think Mr. Trinick, I'm not sure whether he's with us
Maybe
anymore.
he's keen to get to his lunch, I don't know, but
I don't want to ask you.
It's not that. It's just that you're not on camera to me, Mr. Finley, at all. I can't get you on camera somehow.
well,
I'm missing you.
be grateful for small mercies. Hopefully I'm on camera to you, Mr. Denny, because I think that's the most, and to the reporter.
Everything is working fine for me in all regards.
My question to you was that you couldn't describe this scheme as a rounding off, could you?
I don't think it's attempting to be a rounding off. It's an extension seeking to be looked at on its merits.
And nor could you suggest that Kirkan with Corimodia and Luca gives the appearance of one larger scheme. It gives the impression of two schemes, separate schemes, adjacent to each other, of different design and significantly different scale.
Well, again, depending on where you're looking in the landscape, yes.
Thank you.
Again, the scheme isn't trying to be a single wind farm in the landscape, although from most majority of the viewpoints they do appear as that. But it's an extension to an existing wind farm seeking to be judged on its merits.
Well, I'd suggest to you that coming back to the point I made, it's clearly not an extension in the same sense that Loch Lukert extension was. It's a different scheme adjacent to another scheme, immediately adjacent to another scheme, with very different scale of turbines. And so quite different from the type of, I'm not suggesting for that reason alone it should be dismissed, but it's quite different from the factors that give rise to the approval of the extension to Loch Lukert.
But that difference is not readily apparent from a great many of the viewpoints. Well, what I've been at pains to say is that what really matters here is what is the effect of this extension and how is that extension perceived in the landscape. And that is what is reported, in my view, quite accurately by the LVIA.
Just a moment, Ms. Finley. I think Mr. Trinick's having difficulty by the looks of things.
The difficulty is, I notice it's just gone 1 o'clock in that context, that I cannot get Mr. Finley up on screen at all. And in all seriousness, it's nice to be able to see the other advocate, and I can't. Now, this is a problem at my end, I think.
Right.
Well, so that would be a convenient moment to pause anyway.
Okay.
And it may be coming out of the application and going back into it will assist, but I may be teaching Mr. Trinick's advisor and Mr. Trinick to suck eggs in that regard.
Right. Well, in that case, we will have a break. But one thing to mention before we go, there is one question that's in my mind in with regard to the comparison of different wind farms. And I just wanted to mention it before you finish your cross-examination, Mr. Finley, so you're not caught by surprise. It was just simply that, on going up Mial Mor, which is viewpoint 16, I had the opportunity to view the Novar wind farm, which has 60-metre. I mean, it's a fairly small development as the kind of original development, and then a rather larger extension. The original, I think, has 60-metre turbines, if I'm correct, and the extension is 100-metre turbines. And I really just wanted to ask, whether there was anything we could learn from the juxtaposition of those two developments. But anyway, I wouldn't ask that question just now. I just wanted to warn you of that before you finish your examination, and we can maybe come back to that after lunch.
Thank you very much, sir.
So I wonder if Callum could stick on the line with me just a moment after we break just in order to see if we can resolve this issue.
Okay, Callum, are you able to do that?
Yeah, that's no problem.
Grand. Okay, so is an hour for lunch suitable, or are people happy to come back sooner than that?
So I'm happy to come back at 2 or even 1:45. It's a matter of others and yourself.
Is everyone happy to come back at 1:45? Is that convenient? Right, 1:45 it is then. Right.
Callum, are you there?
Yep.
I don't know what's happening here. I cannot bring James's camera, make his camera. I can't see him.
Right, but can you see everybody else? Is it?
I can see the reporter and Mrs. Hedger and my witness, but just not James.
Right. That's really strange. I can't think of anything that would maybe sort of immediately fix it, other than
I've looked at the settings thing.
Yep.
And when I right click on James, it says pin for me, but I don't think it really helps. Oh, hang on.
I've just switched my camera on, Mark, so that you can.
Well, hang on to that. Oh, it's your camera on. Okay, it's not James. Well, can you turn yours off just a minute?
Switch my camera on for the moment, if that helps.
Well, I can see you now.
All right.
What if it's not working? Callum, is it a factor of the platform we're on? Are you turning yours off, President? That you can only have so many people on screen at once. I don't know.
Well, the gallery view, the sort of regular gallery view, is 9 people. So that shouldn't make a difference.
No.
I don't know if, Marcus, if you're using the browser to join the meeting rather than the Teams app, that might make a difference, but I'm not 100% sure.
We're using the app.
The app. So
yeah.
I
mean, James has come on now, so hopefully that'll be okay. But it's I'm sure James agrees. It is disconcerting not to be able to see the other players.
Yeah, no, there is the option. You can change it to a large gallery view, which says for me it's for more than 9 people. So I don't know if that would make much difference.
I haven't got that, and my large gallery thing is is not switched on, so I can't do that.
It's the same for me. So that might only kick in once there's 9 people in the meeting.
Yeah,
so
sure.
The pin button would probably work for you because it would only affect your video. It would sort of make James's video a bit bigger than everybody else, I think. If that was an option, it should allow you to see everybody just with James a wee bit bigger.
Yeah, but well, I've unpinned it and his camera's gone off again. This is really very weird. It's gone on again now. But it's not gallery view anymore. I've got James, a magnificent picture of James and nobody else.
That's because everyone else has switched their camera off.
Yeah. Is that because everyone else is off? Okay, fair enough. All right, we'll give that a go and see if it's all right after lunch.
Yeah, right. No problem, Marcus.
Okay, thanks very much.
Right. Cheers.
James, how much longer have you got?
I'm afraid a fair bit, because we're not making particularly good progress.
What, a whole day?
I might well be another couple of hours, yeah.
Oh, God.
We're getting quite, I mean, I'm sure my questions could be shorter, but I would say the answers could be more precise. But anyway.
Well, you're on your own there. I can't talk to my witness.
Anyway, but anyway, I'm afraid we're not making as good progress as I'd hoped.
So looking at the moment, we might finish Brian by the end of today, but not much before.
Absolutely.
So that puts in a bit of doubt finishing on Tuesday, doesn't it?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. All right then. Thanks.
Just waiting for Dr. Hedger and Mr. Trinick.
Mr. Seaton, it's Fraser Gillis here, sir. Mr. Trinick's asked if he could be given a minute's dispensation. He's just on his way back at the moment.
Of course, yes. We'll give him a couple of minutes, of course. I saw Mr. Trinick appear, and
So can you?
I can't see you at the moment, Mr. Trinick.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear or see you. No. Yeah, I can see you now.
I wonder if there's a bandwidth issue at the SEM, because I noted that Mr. Denny had trouble refreshing some of his documents. I don't know. I'll see if I can bring up. No, it doesn't help at all. I can see you, so I can't see Finley.
You can't see Mr. Finley, no.
Is Mr. Denny on? Can't see him either.
Mr. Denny is on, yes.
Yes.
And you can see him.
Yes, I can see him, yeah.
I'd say so that Mr. Denny and yourself are very clear, but Mr. Trinick is fuzzier than he has been. So there's clearly a bandwidth issue somewhere.
It's very strange because Mr. Denny and I are in the same building, if not in the same room. So I'm not sure why this is happening here. I'm sorry. I think, do we have an IT person?
Not in building office. If you open my laptop a bit, it sounds as if you asked for 5 minutes. I can
Wonder what the no. So can you give me 2 or 3 minutes? I'll try and do something at this end.
Of course, yes. Should we just take till 2 o'clock? I don't think we've got Dr. Hedger either, so hopefully she'll be back by 2 o'clock too. Okay.
Can you hear me now, sir? Is that better?
We do have Dr. Hedger. Yes. I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, you're now much clearer as well, Mark.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
I
still have to go.
So, hello.
Oh, good you are there, Dr. Hedgekers. Yes. You just turned your camera off. Yeah, that's
I'm
fine.
just having a cup of tea.
Okay.
Right.
No, that's fair enough. Right.
Um,
Okay. Well, should we make a start then? Is that, are you comfortable now, Mr. Trent?
well, the only problem is I cannot see either my witness or Mr. Fenley at all.
Well, do you want to take a bit of time to see if you can sort that out? And
Would you mind if we did just see if
can we come back at 2 o'clock and see if you're
I apologise for this. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
This will be a bit faster.
Okay. So. James, if you're there, can I just test the system on you or Callum?
I can hear you, Marcus.
I've gone on to a different system. Hopefully, my face will
Can't see
appear.
you. I can see you now. See and hear you.
Danny's there and you're there. I feel so much better. Thank you.
I can say you look better.
Well, I do. I feel better. Thank you. I was feeling all lonely, unwanted. It appears to be holding as well, isn't it? It's not going in and out.
It feels fine.
Good. Okay. Good. Still.
I see you're back now, Mr. Trinick. That's good. I did say the break was till 2 o'clock, and I suppose we need to bear in mind that people will be following the webcast. Perhaps perhaps I can mention at this point that I've asked the case officer, the TPA case officer, to send out an email just setting out the document numbers for the documents that were that I said we would accept earlier today. So it's just CD. I've just given them CD 516 to CD 520, and CD 520 would be the land use strategy. And just I've also asked the council just to confirm that it is the latest land use strategy, obviously the 2021 one that we're looking at. Good. Yeah, I see that. Good, Mr. Finlay. Thank you.
So can I make use of the time?
Yes, of course.
One is if a copy of that hasn't been sent through to be added to the library, I'll ask for one to be sent through this afternoon.
That'd be perfect.
And secondly, as to the noise condition, Mr. Heinsohn advises me that we have no issue with the applicant's proposed noise condition.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Right. All right. So that'll shorten things a bit. Good in tomorrow's session. Yeah.
That does indeed. I'm very grateful for that. Just sticking with noise, that does leave one point outstanding, so which is your question about the investigation of any breach of noise limits where there is not, as there won't be, a cumulative condition. In other words, where there's no cumulative condition, how do you go about investigating a noise complaint? That's the question which I think is still live.
I don't think that was really meant to draw out the difference between the applicant and Highland Council. So I don't think if you're content with the approach the applicant's taken, and if Highland Council is content with the approach the applicant has taken, I don't think I have any great difficulty with that.
In that case, I'll stand Dr. Can down. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can confirm that's the position of the Highland Council.
Okay. Right. We're 13:59. We'll wait another few more seconds, and then we can resume. It feels a bit silly, but it's just possible someone's watching the webcast and will want to tune in again. I don't know if Callum follows these things and is able to tell us how many people are watching.
I'm not too sure, but I can check.
Right. That's 2 o'clock now. We'll resume. So, Mr. Finlay.
So thank you very much. Afternoon, Mr. Denny. You've now disappeared from my screen. Now you're back. That's good. We've looked at Corrymoylie, we've looked at Loch Loochart extension. What I want to now turn to is to look how these issues were dealt with Loch Loochart extension 2. First of all, the permitted one. And for that, can you go to CD 13.9, which is the Infinergy design and access statement. And we can see that I think this is produced by Mountaineering Scotland, but the design and access statement usually in large part replicates the design chapter of the IAR, as you'll be aware.
Yes.
And if you go to 13.9 at 4.3.1,
yes, design principles.
that's great. Hang on, I'm just trying to make sure I have everyone on screen and roughly the same height. Design principles, and this again is a common approach, not invariable, that people set out the design principles they're going to follow. And if we look at the design principles for the Loch Loochart extension, second bullet point, proposed development should complement the operational schemes. And that's very similar language to that which we saw earlier. I'm not going to ask you further about that, but if you want to comment on it, please do.
No.
Then third bullet point should relate to the underlying landforms. And then fourth bullet point should have cohesive appearance. Presumably that's with the other schemes too. So complement and cohesive and minimise the visual effects upon the Ben Wyvis range. The A835 Inch B to Outgershin. I think Inch B is further to the east of Outgershin.
It is, yes.
Yep. Old Rovers Road, Corrymoylie, and Castile, which I've mispronounced, which is was a viewpoint there, but isn't for us.
Yes, that's right.
I think Ben Jag is slightly further away, and there's another viewpoint which is slightly closer. Then, if we go on in that document to 4.43, that takes us through the design iterations. And under the first design iteration, we see that scoping, there were 8 turbines at 133 meters tip height. It said 150 meter tip height turbines were first considered, but discounted due to landscape and visual capacity considerations and requirement to fit with existing Loch Loochart Corrymoylie schemes. So we see 2 reasons for discounting that. First of all, the capacity considerations, and secondly, fitting in with existing schemes.
Yes, it seems that they considered that it didn't work for them.
And so they then roll through the design considerations of the various tip heights, and then if you turn over the page, but still in the same table, they conclude, sorry, this is in iteration 4, they deal with a number of unrelated things to landscape and visual, and then they pick up the same visual receptors that they'd highlighted under 1.
Yes, they do.
So that's their approach. And then if we put that to one side and pick up the Highland Council report of handling dealing with this, which is CD 10.29.1,
Yes, I have that.
And just by way of introduction, if we go to the second page, it describes the proposed development. We're dealing with 5 wind turbines to a maximum of 133 metres blade tip height. And this application, just reminding myself when it was this report should tell us when it was consented roughly. And we'll come back to the date in a moment. Maybe someone will be able to assist me. Looking at Mr. Heinsohn. Yeah, potentially. And then paragraph 1.2 effectively tells the reader that it's not a Scottish Minister's decision, it's a Highland Council decision. So therefore the reasons for the decision will appear in the report effectively.
Yes.
And then the reporter wants to orientate himself about the position. There's a discussion or description of it in paragraph 1.4, which I'm not going to ask you to comment on. And then we go on to paragraph 5.9, which is electronic page 11 of 75. Just to so the reporter has SNH's.
I'm sorry, Mr. Finlay, I'm struggling to find the report. Could you just give me the reference again?
Yes, it's 10.29.1.
29.1. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
10.29.2 is the actual decision letter or the decision document.
Yeah.
So (2018). And what we see in paragraph 5.9, so that's page 11 of 75, that SNH don't object, had concerns about the original 9 turbines, sought to minimise impact, and particularly on the A835. And that their view was that it towards, I'm now looking at the second paragraph of the summary of their input, 5 lines from the bottom of that paragraph. SMH also considers that views from elevated locations are largely restricted to mountain summits, the majority of which lie within wildland areas where the proposed development would appear as an extension to the existing wind farms. And the amended layout improves the way the proposed wind farms fits with the existing wind farms in the cluster. So SNH, again, just to appear to be concerned both about how it will appear to the A835 and how it will appear to viewers from the mountain summits, which is essentially where we are in this application.
Yes, but clearly not to such a degree that it warranted them making an objection.
Once the proposal had been reduced from 9 turbines to 5 turbines.
Yes, there was no longer sufficient effect to warrant them objecting.
And then if we go on in the body of the report to the Highland Council's consideration of it, design and location are dealt with from paragraph 8.71 onwards, page 27 of 75. And there's a discussion in 872 of the design iteration process, which we've gone through, so I'm not going to deal with that again. It summarises the design and access statement we've just looked at. Carrying on to 873, important point to note there is that in 873 is that the number of turbines was reduced to 5 with the removal of the 4 closest turbines to the A835, and with the idea of reducing the prominence as experienced from the A835 and indeed hill summits.
Yes, that's correct. That's what it says.
And indeed, that's what the reduction in number of turbines would have done.
Yes, it would have done.
And again, in 874, officers' view about how that reduction in extent enables the wind farm to fit in with the cumulative impacts, including impacts on views towards Ben Wyvis and from the local road network.
Yes.
And then in 876, it's looking, the officer is looking particularly at the view from the A835 and is making it clear that there will be increased prominence. I'm summarising here from the A835, but primarily mostly of blade tips, and that such blade tips as are visible will be a substantial distance away from the frame view of Ben Wyvis.
Yes, that's what it says. Yes.
And because I'm going to come on and look at this viewpoint in a moment or two, but the officer there talks about a substantial setback, not detracting or disrupting the easterly views and location from Ben Wyvis. And then, just for the reporter's note, the landscape and visual matters are, the conclusions are reached in 886. So that is my apologies, and final conclusions reached in 898 and 899. That's the consideration that's been given to extensions to date that have been approved. The Loch Lukert 2 redesign, which is proposing turbines at 150 metres, is still under consideration.
Yes.
But you don't rely on any of that application in support of your application.
No, that's to be determined on its merits.
So people will be grateful we can do away with the historical exercise, and we go back to your report briefly. Just to pick up in that, at paragraph 214, you deal with design evolution, and you refer to and rely upon chapter 2 of the EIA report.
Yes, I'm reporting the evolution that the scheme went through. Obviously, I wasn't party to it, but I'm summarising that which is set out in the ES.
Yeah, and it's chapter 2, and that's primarily what you're doing at 214 to 219 of your report. I'd like to look at that chapter in the ES, please, which is CD 1.3. And it's chapter 2. Now, chapter 2 starts off, if you've got that.
I haven't. Mine starts at CD 1.003.
It should be CD 1.003, I believe.
Yeah, my four documents start at 004, unfortunately.
Mr. Denny, if you look further down the list, it's out of place.
Oh, it's out of place.
Yeah, so
okay.
You get the.
Yep, got it.
The figures come first,
Yeah.
because I think they're a different type of document, and then you get the PDFs come after.
Just me being foolish, I expected them just to be sequential, but yes, I now understand the point.
So if you've got CD 1.3, chapter 2.
Yes.
It starts off with, it's under the title Proposed Development. In 2.3, there's a scheme description and surrounding land use. And just in fairness to you, in 2.3.1 and in 2.3.6, due regard is had in describing the surrounding land use to the Corrie, Moyley and Loch Lukert wind farms.
Yes.
In 2.5, there's consideration of alternatives.
Yes.
And 2.5.2, with respect to the proposed development, alternatives considered were as follows: different turbine heights and dimensions. I can't find anywhere any evidence or any indication of what different turbine heights or dimensions were considered.
No, I don't think I've seen it myself either.
Really?
It's clearly something that happened in an early phase of consideration, probably at a design meeting.
So, I mean, that could have been higher turbines, it could have been lower turbines. We simply don't know.
No, that's correct.
Or why why 175 metre turbines were preferred to any other height of turbines, whether they be higher or lower. The EIAR doesn't tell us that, does it?
No, I imagine there'll be a whole host of factors, but no, it doesn't set out the reason for that.
And then 2.5.3 tells us that the wind farm went through a series of 5 broad design iterations. And what we know from those design iterations is that they all included turbines with 175 metre heights, don't they?
Yes.
And as far as I could tell in this document, by way of contrast, but there are no design principles as such set out.
Do you seem to remember reading design principles earlier in the ES chapter, but it's not in this section that we're looking at here.
Well, I may be wrong, and I'm sure Mr. Trinick will take you to it in re-examination. But there are some design principles of approach in Chapter 4, but not here. We'll come to Chapter 4 in due course. Under the design iterations are looked at in Section 2.6. And we can see how, if you turn to that 2.6.2, it started off with 24 turbines at 175 metres, a minimum 1 kilometre setback from the A835. And by the end, the finalised, we have 19 turbines with, I think, a setback of over 1.75 metres from the A835.
Yes, that's what it's telling us.
Just give me a moment. In 2.6.12 says at this stage the turbine layout was subject to rigorous testing of photo visualizations from a number of different viewpoints, route and other receptors around the area at a range of turbine dimensions up to 175 meters tip height. Is it up to 175? Is that suggesting that there were a variety of dimensions tested, or is it is effectively that saying it was testing a worst case basis of up to 175 metres.
This is a range of dimensions up to 175, so that would indicate that they did consider turbines less than 175.
But again, I think your previous question answered this. Your previous answer confirmed this. There's no indication anywhere in the EIAR about what conclusions they reached with respect to smaller turbines.
No.
Sorry, I have overlooked one point. In 2.6.8, they do say that potential cumulative effects have been considered, and there's a reference to ensuring that design took account of the surrounding wind farms.
Yes.
Not quite the same emphasis as appears in siting and design, just taking account, is it?
Again, I think they have, because the design principles might well be at the beginning of the LVIA or the technical appendix. If you just give me a moment. Certainly gives.
I think there's something in chapter 4 which we are going to come to. So
that might be what I'm thinking of. I'll wait until you take me to it, and then I'll see.
There are siting and design, what they call priorities, and
Yes.
we are going to come to that.
I think that's what I'm referring to.
You? I think we can now turn to chapter 4. And one sees in table 4.1, which is 3 pages into chapter 4, the consultation responses of Highland Council, who raised the issue of, and one can see this at top of page 4, integration with Loch Lukert and Corrymoily, and how the layout, height differences and rotation speed will affect the views and the landscape. And they, at this stage, they just simply revert to that being a key consideration. Yes. Those are factors that the Highland Council has raised from the outset.
Yes.
And if you go over the page to page 5, similar points are made by SNH in the middle box on that page. How the proposal will integrate with existing adjacent schemes and how layout, height difference and rotation speed will affect views. There's then, just so I note its presence, but we'll come back to it later, it sets out at 4.245 onwards how the IA went around assessment of effects, and in 4.2.47 and table 4.3 it sets out the definitions of magnitude of impact.
Yes.
And I mean, I draw that to your and the reporter's attention at the moment, because when we come back to look at the visualizations, it's magnitude of impact, which I think you and Mr. Heinsohn agree to disagree about, but you both sought to apply the same definitions.
Yes.
And they're set out in that table at 4.3.
Yeah.
Grateful. And then just to point out at 4.62 on table 4.5, in the table, although I think like all EIARs it says it's not a mathematical process, but it does appear to be that a medium sensitivity and a moderate impact giving rise or a substantial magnitude of change and a low sensitivity or vice versa, moderate impacts are not considered to be significant. But in your view, do you accept that some moderate impacts can be significant and some may not be?
Yes, and I think that's generally accepted.
Good. No, that's fine. I mean, I don't think there are differences between you and Mr. Heinsohn in respect to some viewpoints where you found a moderate impact not significant, he's found a moderate impact significant, but that's a judgment difference rather than an approach difference. One is quite capable of having a significant moderate impact if circumstances justified.
Yes, it's largely a contextual thing.
Yeah, thank you. If we turn on to 4.5 mitigation, SNH guidance is set out in detail from 4.5.2 to 4.5.11.
Yes.
I think of the paragraphs that I put to you this morning, the only paragraph that is expressly referenced is paragraph 215, which refers to choice of turbine size.
Yes, it references other paragraphs, but the ones you put to me, it also has 216, so 215 and 216.
I'm not sure I put 216, I put 214 and 215.
But they both relate to turbine size.
Yeah. And then, in fairness to you, in 4.5.11, it says the guidance also discusses the relationship between wind farms, and that could well be an implied reference to paragraphs 416 and 417.
Yes.
It doesn't contain any criticism or suggest that it's out of date or needing updating or needing to be more helpful, or, as I've heard it put before, attempting to reach a stage of wind farm design nirvana.
I don't think I said anything approaching that.
I'm not suggesting you have.
No.
Yes. I am still awake, Mr. Finlay.
Yes, good. Well, I was just prompt to see if Mr. Trinick was awake, and he did smile, so I see that he is. But there's no criticism in there, is there?
No, there isn't. The criticisms came from myself. Well, not criticisms, the observations came from myself.
And indeed, if one was to read this, be a suggestion that they were content to apply that guidance and did seek, apparently, to apply it in their design approach.
They did, and I do so as well. The mere fact that you might think that the guidance could be improved doesn't mean that you don't seek to apply it as best you can.
But they don't refer to the echoing the design principles of the previous wind farms, or the need to have specific regard to scale and rotational speed and the like, do they?
No, but I think what is clear is that those other schemes were in the baseline for their scheme and the approach that they took to it.
And then if we go over the page to 4.5.14, we come, as I said we would, to siting and design priorities. And there are quite a few bullet points in 4.5.15. The 8th bullet point, if my maths is correct, begins the location of the proposed development on topography that is broadly consistent with that of the adjoining Corrymoyley site. You see that?
Yes. And that was the point I was making earlier.
Yes, I was. Thank you. I was just saying that does appear to be the point you were making earlier. And then the 9th bullet point says adoption of turbine spacings that are broadly consistent with those of neighbouring Corrimoily wind farm. In fact, I should have put the 7th. Positioning of the proposed development so that it appears in close association with the adjacent cluster, thereby adding to an existing cluster rather than contributing to a more dispersed pattern. But it's clearly an extension, isn't it?
That was the point, again, the point I made earlier, what its design rationale principally sought to be was an extension.
Is there any express acceptance in these priorities that it is an extension and that the extension guidance should be applied to it?
Well, I think if you're siting turbines immediately adjacent to other turbines and you're trying to relate your scheme as closely as possible to them, by definition, that's an extension, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the guidance coming back to 4.511, the relationship between wind farms can cover a number of relationships, but there's specific guidance on extensions. And you need to recognise that that applies, and there's no indication in this document that it is expressly recognised.
No, I think it's implicit. It's implicit in the document that this, because of the whole design rationale, that Kirkan is an extension to an existing wind farm and cluster of wind farms.
And then we go on to 4.5.16. It says turbine type, relative size and geometry was considered. Whilst it is generally desirable to match the specification of the turbine type and geometry for new development with that of existing established developments immediately adjacent. Do you agree with that, that it's generally desirable to match?
Well, if it was completely viable as a scheme, and if it's suited all the other parameters that the developer has and needs to take into consideration, then that would be a perfectly reasonable approach to take, because it would be the line of least resistance in terms of minimising the environmental effect. Doesn't mean it's the only approach, but it would be an approach which would be the line of least resistance.
This is proving impractical in many cases, either on commercial or technical grounds. Are you aware of any technical reasons why, for instance, 125 or 135 metre, 33 metre turbines would not be available, or even 150 metre turbines?
No, it wasn't in the list I gave you this morning of difficulties. So whether there is some technical issue, it might be, for example, to do with maintenance or spare parts or some other thing that I'm not aware of, but no.
Yeah. You gave evidence for the first time this morning of some discussions you'd had or you'd listened to about availability of smaller typography turbines being problematical. You didn't see fit to put that in. You're not an expert on that, are you?
No, I said it was what I had learned from others listening to discussions with developers and at design team meetings. I mean, I'm a landscape architect, so that's largely not part of the discussion to which I would contribute. It doesn't mean that I don't listen and soak the information up.
So can I just ask Mr. Heinsohn a question in private for a second? I'll just go mute. We know that the Loch Leuchart, because I've just been told, but the Loch Leuchart extension consent, second extension consent, was July 2020 for 133 metre turbines. This EIAR chapter was written in March 2019. Are you suggesting that such turbines weren't available in March 2019?
I don't know, because I'm not party to the supply chain issues. But clearly, procuring turbines is something. You don't just go and pick one off the shelf tomorrow. Developers have to place orders and so forth. I don't know what the supply chain issues are, but all I hear is that those supply chain issues with the smaller turbines are problematic.
Right. Well, I can't take that any further if, in the absence of any real evidence on the point. we have their general desirability, and then they go on to say that the subject is more nuanced and complex than this and depends upon a range of circumstances. And I would suggest we can agree about that. And
yes,
Mr. Heinsohn, so you look at the relative rotor size of turbines, as this is often the main element that is visible and intervisible between schemes. What are the differences between the rotor diameters of the turbines here?
well, that'll be a function of the different blade lengths. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but there is a large difference between.
I think the rotor diameter of the proposed turbines is 142 meters, which would be higher than the tip height of the existing turbines.
Yes, that's correct. I just said it's a fairly large difference because they're modern 175 type.
And I think the rotor diameter of the existing is somewhere in the order of about 100 meters.
That'll be about right. Yes.
Then, second bullet point, you look at proximity, relative visibility, and prominence. It says larger turbines may be less obviously different when seen from distance and less prominently. Well, we can have a look at that when we look at the viewpoints. We can agree to park that one. And then degree in which they, third bullet point, looks at degree of overlap and what is considered a distance, about whether turbines are seen in front of or behind smaller turbines. And that can, if you have larger turbines in front of smaller turbines, that can appear more logical. If you have larger turbines behind smaller turbines, that can appear more illogical because you have a
not so much illogical, but it has a different effect on your perception.
Yeah.
If the larger turbines are in front of the smaller turbines, it tends to make you believe that larger turbines are closer to you than they might actually be. But if you have it the reverse, then you're quite obviously more aware that you have turbines of differing sizes before you.
And then I think I may have mistakenly suggested otherwise, but they do refer to rotation speed here between schemes, but they don't give us any detail about the rotation speeds they're considering.
No, because again, rotation speeds anyway will be a function of wind speed. So,
but they say that rotor size differences can result in variations of rotor speed.
Yes, they can.
They're not just putting it down to wind speed. It's the extent to which there's a difference will be a function of wind speed, but the fact that there will be a difference is a function of rotator size.
Yes, that's correct.
Just looking at 4.5.16, is there anywhere where the comparative relative rotor size of the turbines are discussed in the EIAR?
I do not remember reading a comparison analysis, no.
And do you accept that from many viewpoints, the Kirkan wind farm will represent a prominent lateral extension?
Well, I accept, and I've accepted even in the evidence in chief I gave this morning, from those viewpoints in which it will read as a lateral extension. And I said that it did so on the basis that it was an extension. And from some viewpoints, if you have an extension to a wind farm, it's going to create a lateral extension as a function of that. It's an inevitability of an extension. Where that occurs is set out within the LVIA.
Yeah, well, One matter I want to come to whilst we're in this chapter is to do with Black Bridge, which is 4.7.45. Do you have that?
I'm scrolling through to it again. The refresh is going a bit slow. 4.7.45.
Yeah.
Hang on. Yep, I have that picture.
And if you go on to 4.7.46, the proposed development would form a prominent lateral extension to the existing concentration of wind farms on the skyline and views to the south. I thought it was suggested elsewhere that Kirkan wasn't visible from Black Bridge.
Oh, sorry, that I had said so, or that the LVIA had said so.
The LVIA had said so, and we'll come to your evidence. The LVIA were suggested.
I think I'd need to turn up the reference where that said. I can't of memory.
But if we can just look at a ZTV for this purpose and look at if we go to, I think it's CD 1.6, presumably chapter 4, figure 4.6a. So you've got the hard copy. I think if you've got very good eyesight, you can just about make out the words Black Bridge, which is further to the east of viewpoint 1.
Yes, just.
What this is showing is the distinction between where Kirkan will be visible at Corrymoyley and Loch Lukert and extension, and where there's overlapping. But just concentrating on the A835 for a moment, starting from the west, it's solely Kirkan. This is just with the extension at 1. You get to a small patch of, very minor patch of yellow, which may just cross the road, which would be Loch Lukert only. But when you get to the inn at viewpoint 1, and for the remainder of the time where there's visibility, it is either all wind farms are visible, or it's just Kirkan.
Yes, that's what it's saying.
That's is that your understanding of what the ZTV is showing as well? Doesn't look as though it's the reporter's understanding.
Yes.
We're looking at, hold on, are we looking at in the additional information?
No, sorry, it's in the EIAR appendices 4.6a.
Right, okay.
So that's CD 1.6.
CD 1.6.
Volume 3.
Volume 3, yeah. Chapter 4.
4.6a.
4.6a. 4. Hold on. 4.6a I have as that's showing the wind farms. Oh, sorry, 4.6a. Sorry, yeah, I'm being stupid. Corrymoyley and Loch Lukert.
So you'll see the blue I was describing as you're coming from the west when you get visibility of Kirkan, all the way down the side of Loch Glascarnet past viewpoint 17. That light blue is all Kirkan. There's a small patch of yellow about 2/3 of the way towards viewpoint 1. It's not clear whether, certainly may be clear electronically, but not to my eyesight, whether that crosses the road, which would be solely Loch Lukert. And then, but from viewpoint 1 until all wind farms go out of sight, you have all wind farms are visible: Loch Lukert, Corrymoyle and Kirkan.
Yeah, and Blackbridge is the point at which the path goes off to Strathveigh.
Yes.
The houses at Blackbridge are slightly set back from that, as I understand. Well, as I saw on my site inspection, yeah.
Yes, and if I can do so later, I'll pick up the point. But certainly this part is dealing with settlements, so it's dealing with the houses or individual properties at Blackbridge. But it was to avoid coming back to chapter 1.3 in detail. Just wanted Mr. Denny's understanding of whether visibility from the road, that I'm correct in my reading of this, that Kirkan, Loch Lukert and Corrymoyle are essentially all visible from the Altgushin going east.
So, I'm getting a little confused. I'm not trying to stop your question, but you went to Blackbridge and then you went to the ZTV, but you rehearsed that there might have been some dispute about visibility from Blackbridge. I don't quite understand the nature of the dispute, and I think I need to. What dispute is this?
I can't. I'm very happy. There is a point in the evidence. I can't place my finger on it at the moment with a suggestion that there's no visibility of Kirkan from Blackbridge. From
the house or from the road close to it?
From the road at Blackbridge.
So, but 4745 only addresses the house, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I was moving from the house, where I think Mr. Denny's agreed it's a prominent lateral extension,
to
the road in the close proximity to that viewpoint, which is why I'd gone to the ZTV.
I see.
What I was about to caveat for you, so the most reliable thing, because obviously, as we know, ZTV is a theoretical visibility, whereas the route assessment that we discussed this morning, both the plan, but particularly the text that relates to those sections, does actually then describe the actual visibility for you more fully than relying on the theoretical visibility of the ZTV.
But it's certainly showing theoretical visibility of all 3 wind farms as you go to the east from viewpoint 1 on the road on the A835.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but I think if you've got more detailed information like the route analysis, you should turn to it. I've dealt with a wind farm in Lincolnshire that had theoretical visibility from the Dutch coast because the ZTV ran out uninterrupted to the Dutch coast, but it didn't actually mean that you could see it from the Dutch coast. It's you need to interrogate ZTVs further, and that's what the route analysis properly does.
If we go to the route analysis, which I was going to come to anyway, it's in the A835T is dealt with from 4.7.53 onwards.
Can I just turn up the actual document through the core documents then?
No, it's CD 1.3, so we're still in the same chapter. The detail, the descriptive part of the route analysis, as you pointed out this morning, is in chapter 4.
Yes.
So we're at paragraph 4750.
Well, 54
and after 54, right? Okay, right.
What we don't have is a, as I understand it, is a plan showing the number of, or a figure showing the number of turbines or tips that would be visible from Kirkan at any particular point. I only raise that in case I've overlooked it.
No, I don't think there is. It's a more descriptive picture, but not down to breaking down each turbine by turbine number.
But what 4.7.54 tells the reporter is that for eastbound road users, visibility commences as the road approaches Loch Droma, where there be 4 wind turbines visible at 12.6 kilometres backcloth by Little Withers.
Yes, I think that's the point we discussed this morning when we looked at the 5 metre section.
Yeah, but at the various sections, and as you progress eastwards, the visibility and prominence gradually increase.
I just think for complete correctness, they do sit below Little Wibbis, but I think actually they're backclothed by a piece of landform just lying below Little Wibbis. But yes, it is below Little Wibbis. And
it says in the 6th, 7th line, the turbines, whilst prominent, would be partially screened by intervening topography, therefore lessening their perceived scale. The reporter can take his own view as to the extent to which they're screened, but do you agree that they'll be prominent from that road?
Yeah, if we're taking prominent to be clearly visible, then yes.
Well, just prominent is perhaps more than clearly visible. Turbines can be dominant, they can be prominent, or they can be less than prominent.
Less than prominent is usually when they're not clearly visible. That's why I was making that distinction.
Okay, well, we understand how you interpret that. And then 4.7.55 goes for north and westbound road users. That's people coming the other direction. It then gives a description of the road from the other direction, and we get the I think at 4.7.58, I think it suggests that at the bend in the road at Blackbridge, first Loch Lukert and then Corrymoyley turbines would reappear directly ahead. It doesn't actually say there, I don't think, whether Kirkan would be visible.
It doesn't in that paragraph, no.
But do you accept, so far as the ZTV, leaving it, or can form his own view, but in terms of the ZTV, unless there's intervening topography, the Kirkan turbines would be visible too?
Yes, that would be from my own, and you can see as you drive along the road anyway, and I'm sure the reporter has done it. You can see the landform where the turbines would be located, and therefore you would be able to see the turbines.
Thank you. I hope that's all we're going to need CD 1.34, save to bear in mind the definitional distinction in table 4.3 as to substantial, moderate and slight magnitude. I want now to I started this rather long-winded part of cross-examination by reference to your paragraph 214 under the heading Design Evolution in your report. If you turn to the end of that section 219, overall, you say it was considered that Kirkan wind farm had sought to appropriately minimise any landscape and visual impact by design, noting that minimising harm does not mean to make minimal. Okay, we can all agree with the last point, but where do you take that from in either chapter dealing with landscape and visual impact that we're looking at, that it was considered that it minimised landscape and visual impact?
Minimising, that's why I put it in that context of not meaning to make minimal. What the designers did through the design evolution and so forth was to see how they could locate the turbines, the numbers that they were locating, etc., in such a way as fitted with their design principles. Minimising the environmental effects, as I say, isn't to make minimal, because that would be to have no turbines. But it's to balance the desire to maximise renewable energy generation with the landscape effect that such generation would have, and the design process that was gone through and the considerations they had addressed that.
Well, firstly, there's no design principle or design priority of minimising landscape or visual impact identified?
No, that's the sort of corollary or the summation of the process through which they went.
So your reporting here is this is your commentary rather than a reference to any part in the report. This is what you think they did.
Yes.
Whether they did or not, we can leave to submission. You deal with design, scale and location further in your report at 427. You deal with scale at 429. And you say regarding scale, the proposed number and height of turbines was considered during the design process, about which we can agree that it says it was considered, and it was understood by the design team that an appropriate balance had been reached. Again, is that your summary of what they've done, or are you seeking to reflect an actual conclusion in the report?
No, that's not reflecting an actual conclusion in the report. That's my summary of what happened.
Okay, just odd language to use as a summary.
Well, indeed, it's what happens in every wind farm design.
Then, continuing in that chapter, you set out in 432 an extract from the report of handling, where there's a criticism from Mr. Heinsohn on design. And you say it's not agreed that the proposed development is a dominant feature in the landscape. You say this is illustrated with reference to viewpoint 1, where the Corimoili turbines would be seen at a very similar scale to those of the proposed development. Well, can we just have an examine that, whether they're very similar scale? If you turn to CD 1.7, which is the SNH visualizations. And we're looking at figure 4.8a to begin with. Do I understand you to be saying, looking at the wireline, the bottom part of 4.8, your view that shows very similar scale turbines?
Yes, I think the experience of moving along that road and understanding the scale of the turbines as part of your journey, then I think that's fair.
Well, I suggest to you that well, it's not what you said moving along the road. You say this is illustrated at viewpoint 1, where the turbines were seen at a very similar scale to those of the proposed development. I suggest to you they're very clearly not of a very similar scale. I presume you disagree with that.
I do, yes.
If you go on to 4.8D, which is the photo montage, you have one turbine of Corimoili on the right-hand side.
Yes.
And one would just have to use your imagination as to what the others would look like there. But I suggest to you that, albeit that is not that is reflecting the angle of the wind when the photograph was taken, it's very clearly not of a similar scale.
Well, I think because that turbine is set further back, it's still a turbine in that group of a similar scale, albeit that the ones closer to you appear larger. I mean, in any wind farm, even if the turbines are all of exactly the same height, say they're all 125s, they're all of a similar scale, albeit that the ones further back in the group of turbines will appear slightly smaller than the ones closer to you, and that's the point I'm making. They are of a similar scale, but not necessarily perceived as being the same height in the view because they're in different parts of the landscape.
Well, we have established a difference as to whether they're very similar scale. If we move on to 433, here you're commenting on the report that deals with the impact on the road and viewpoint 17, which I'm going to come back to. But about halfway through, a third of the way through 433, there's a sentence beginning 8 lines down. It is therefore correct, having no additional visibility from sections of the A835 on which the existing schemes weren't already visible, wasn't a key design parameter. So what the reporter can take from that is that your understanding of the design principles is that having additional visibility from the A835 wasn't a key, visibility from the A835 wasn't a key design parameter.
No, I think what I'm saying there is it wasn't a key design parameter to only have visibility from the A385 where other turbines were already seen from there. So they were willing that Kirkan turbines would be seen from places on the road where other turbines wouldn't be seen. That wasn't a prohibitive constraint. But consideration of the impact on the A385 was still nonetheless a constraint or consideration.
Is there any example you can point to of turbines being moved or reduced in height as a result of impact on the A835?
Well, not that I'm aware of, because I wasn't party to all of that design process and the design meetings.
There's nothing in the environmental impact assessment report which suggests that, is there?
Other than it tells you that they were considering as a key consideration what the impact on the road would be. The difference between that is that doesn't mean that they weren't willing to accept that there would be some additional effect on that road. But quite clearly that was accepted.
But that contrasts, I'd suggest to you, with the importance that SNH, as they then were, and others placed on the impact on the A835 in earlier extension consideration of extensions to Lord Lucas in particular, and indeed the impact of Corrymoylie.
I think there's a difference between either Highland Council or SNH saying that they would have concerns about what the impact on the road would be. That doesn't mean that the development could not be ultimately perceived to be acceptable, notwithstanding the fact that it had some visibility from the road.
And then lastly, in this chapter of your evidence, you deal with the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance of paragraph 437, and you refer to the planning statement, CD 1.9. As I understand it, you rely on the assessment in the planning statement.
Yes, I mean, I've read it and I didn't see anything in it which would make me disagree with it, but nonetheless, it's a planning matter. They are planning considerations and they've been addressed by the planner in that regard.
Then I want to ask you a few questions briefly about landscape impact. You turn back in your report to section 3. (3.5), you say that significant landscape impacts, there are significant landscape effects on character in RCY4 up to the foothills of Little Withers. How far are you accepting the landscape impacts, significant impacts extend if they reach the foothills of Little Withers?
Don't know you're asking me in kilometres.
Well, it's clearly a broad, the foothills of Little Withers is not an exact terminal point, and I'm not criticising you for that, but I'm looking for a broad area of generality as the extent of landscape.
I think the LGIA does actually set out for the 3 character areas on which there is significant effects, broadly where those extend completely across one, and then this is a broad description up to those foothills for the Rocky Moorland. So yes, I suppose what you're saying to me is, well, what constitutes the foothills?
Yes.
I suppose it would be to the lower slopes, is what it's telling us. As the strath, basically, I think they're extending out across the strath.
And will that be a greater impact on the foothills of Little Withers than would have occurred from Corrymoyle and Loch Leuchart? Not only by reason of the fact they're closer to Little Withers, I think, but they're also taller.
Well, I think it will be a combination of the fact that they are taller and also that they are closer, that they will obviously, in that part of the landscape, have a greater effect. There'll be other places in the landscape where they'll have less effect than Loch Leuchart and Corrymoyle for the opposite reasons. But yes, that piece of landscape we're talking about there within the strath is somewhere which the Kirkan turbines are closer to and more visible from because of their location in the landscape.
And it would be locations where they're visible. I'm not going to give you an opening to suggest I don't understand the difference between landscape impact and visual impact, but there is a visual impact component of landscape impact. So it wouldn't have a landscape impact if you couldn't see them. No,
that's correct. You know, there is an interrelationship between the two, although they need to be reported separately, which is what GMA3 tells you to do.
So we're looking somewhere in the region of 4 to 5 kilometres, are we?
Sorry, 45?
4 to 5.
Yes, that sounds much more reasonable, yes.
4 to 5. Well, if you want to come back on that, then I'll take that as your position. If you want to come back on that, please do. A moment. If we turn on to paragraph 440 in your report, this is again dealing with landscape. You identify a difference between yourself and Mr. Heinzen in his report on handling about whether the proposals sit in a separate landscape feature or a consistent landscape feature. I'm not going to ask you to rehearse it, but that's the point you're dealing with there.
Yes, I mean, as well as taking and analysing what the LBIA has said, I've also tried to analyse the landscape and the topography myself to see whether I agree with it. And I think what I've summarised there is correct.
Well, otherwise you wouldn't have written it.
No, exactly.
What I want to ask you about that is to ask you to have regard to S&H's original response, which is CD 2.15. And primarily coming here for landscape reasons, but I'm going to try and deal with the points from this in one go. They first of all deal with impact on qualities of wild land areas, and I think it's common ground that quite a lot of the viewpoints lie within wild land areas. And if you look at paragraph 1.4, which I think will be electronic page 3 of CD 215. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
This wildland area 29 is extensive. The second sentence says the proposed turbines will either be viewed in front of the existing operational turbine cluster or on the side to it. appears an extension with little notable physical separation between the schemes. And then it references viewpoints 15, 16, 6 and 19. And
Yes, that's an extension point, yes.
Yeah. First of all, do you agree that from those viewpoints, do you agree with the comment made that it will appear as an extension with little notable physical separation?
Yes, I think that's correct. It is an extension and largely in those viewpoints seems to link to the existing wind farms.
And it goes on to say, however, the Kirkan turbines will be distinctly taller than the current operational schemes. Do you accept that from those viewpoints, that they'll be distinctly taller?
I don't think they're as distinct as SNH are making out, but yes, they are taller and you can see that they're taller. It's not always apparent that they are taller because, of course, it depends on where you're looking in the landscape. So for certain angles of view, for example, like from Ben Widdis, you can see that they are taller, but part of that, as I say, is that feeling of that appreciation that they're also closer to you. So sometimes it's quite difficult to make that judgment.
Well, they seem to be able to make it from viewpoints 15, 16, 6
Yes.
and 19. They say that resulting in a range of significant landscape and visual effects as a direct result of poor design and placement, about which no doubt you disagree. See further paragraph 2.1 below. We'll come to that in a moment.
Yes.
Then they go on to talk about impacts on quality 1, but it's the third last line on the page I want to draw your attention to. The Kirkan turbines will also be more prominent due to them being much larger than other built elements in the landscape. Do you accept that?
Well, I accept that they are more prominent because they are larger turbines. They're 175s. That's a function of their scale. I think the point that I would take out of this in terms of SNH's comments on the wildland is that once the lighting element was sorted to their satisfaction, which was the greater part of their concern, the residual effects were no longer sufficient for them to maintain an objection, and that included the visual effects from those locations in the wildland. So clearly those visual effects didn't amount to enough on their own to warrant an SNH objection in terms of their...
And you and I know, Mr. Denny, that SNH have a national interest test, and it has to be an impact that reaches a national interest level. And whilst you can have that where areas of national designations are not met, a national and an example might be Haribone, or there's another wind farm that's going to appeal at the moment. But the fact that they don't object doesn't mean that they're acceptable. It just doesn't mean they've met a national interest test.
Yes, or it means that they had some concerns about effects, but when some of those effects are adequately dealt with, the residual effects are not so much as to trouble them. Otherwise, they'd say so.
I'm not sure that, well, firstly, they haven't said that it doesn't trouble them. You read this language here, and what we come on to in landscape and visual effects, the opposite's the case. But I'm sure the report is aware of the approach that SNH take. If you go over the page, strong horizontal emphasis, a key aspect of quality 1, which we're not too concerned with, can still be experienced in panoramic views to the south with the rise in landform, etc. The introduction of 175 metres turbines close to this wildland area and in front of this landform rise will add substantially to the baseline effects. Do you accept that when views to the south from those viewpoints, the introduction of the turbines in front of the landform rise will add substantially to the baseline effects?
Can I just hold there for the moment? I've been listening with care here because although I can understand any questions that just go to effects, 2 points. First of all, it's taking these points out of context because they are made in the context of the then Nature Scott objection on wild land, which has been withdrawn, first point. Secondly, the Highland Council has is no longer providing evidence on wild land. Thirdly, the Highland Council, through the report of Simon Heinsohn, has confirmed it has no objection on landscape character, quite apart from wild land. So I'm getting slightly concerned about the emphasis on landscape character, given the scope of the Highland Council's case, which is purely visual and does not concern wild land, and simply abstracting text for an objection on wild land, but omitting the bits about wild land, I think is taking points completely out of context, sir. I think this is inappropriate cross-examination.
Mr. Finlay.
Well, firstly, Mr. Trinick is of course correct that there's no wildland objection. I haven't put any wildland points to this witness. I'm putting landscape character and visual impact points. Secondly, Mr. Trinick mischaracterises our approach to landscape. Paragraph 616 of the Statement of Agreed Matters, the parties agree that the reasons for objection do not refer to the impact on particular landscape character types, and that it was the matter of a visual effect which led to the Council's decision to object. But they also agree that landscape effects were taken into account in reaching the decision to object. And the landscape, what that means is that the landscape effects of themselves did not lead Highland Council to object, but they have taken them into account in reaching their decision to object. And that's what Mr. Heinsohn makes clear in his report too. I'm going to be emphasising and spending more time on cross-examination on visual impact, but I do want to put the landscape impact point to Mr. Denny, because it's closely related to the visual impact point. And in short form, the landscape point is that this does, and we've touched on it already without objection to by Mr. Trinick, is that Kirkan does not sit within the landscape bowl that contains Corrymoyley and Loch Leuchard.
Sorry, if I may, sir, that's incomplete. If you look at Mr. Heinsohn's inquiry report at paragraph 2.2, the Highland Council is not intending to advance landscape evidence. It may rely on the concerns about landscape, but you, sir, know very well there's a difference between relying on something as a reason for objection and simply making comments upon it. If it was thought sufficiently important, landscape character effects, then there should have been a reason for objection based on landscape character effects. And simply to allied landscape and visual effects together in the way that I think we may be heading is inappropriate. And I repeat, I think it's inappropriate to visit the Nature Scots objection based solely on wild land and read it as if it was a landscape character objection. Mm-hmm. That's my point, sir. I think this is an inappropriate approach, given what is said by Mr. Heinsohn in his own inquiry report. So maybe have a reaction from you on that.
So Mr. Heinsohn's report deals with landscape character assessment at section 3 of his report, and in 5 paragraphs more or less says what I've just indicated to you. But I'm afraid Mr. Trinick is mistaken. Frankly, this was my last question on this point, because Mr. Trinick may wish to avoid what SNH say about the visual impact from various viewpoints, albeit in the context of wild land. But with respect, he cannot. It's a perfectly fair line of cross-examination. I understand the point Mr. Trinick's making, but on my submission, I haven't crossed to an unfair or inadmissible line that Mr. Denny is not quite capable of dealing with.
Mr. Denny is quite capable of dealing with. That's not the point. So may we have your view now on this?
What is your last question, Mr. Finlay?
From viewpoints 15, 16, 6 and 19, the introduction of 175-metre turbines in front of the landform will add substantially to the effects, visual effects from those viewpoints.
That's a statement. You're asking if that's correct or not?
Yes.
I have to say, are you expecting Mr. Heinsohn to be cross-examined on landscape effects on this point.
I'm expecting Mr. Heinsohn to be cross-examined on whether the Kirkan extends out of the bowl or within the bowl, and this is another way of putting the same point. It's a similar. It's the same point. So that if Mr. Trinick wishes to cross-examine on that, I'm very happy for him to do so. It's how it's not a landscape effect. We're agreed that the extent of landscape effects are agreed. It's where and there's no disagreement that 3 landscape character areas are affected and the extent to which they're affected. It's how the proposal relates to the specific landscape setting in which it sits is clearly an area of disagreement between Mr. Heinsohn and Mr. Denny on terms of their reports, because Mr. Heinsohn, I think, says in terms, both in his report on handling and in this case, that Kirkan does not lie within the landscape bowl that provided mitigation to Corrimoily and Loch Lukert. And it's that point I'm wishing to get at.
So I don't want to go on about this. Maybe I'm getting bored in the afternoon and I'm making points, but I'm sorry. If I read in the evidence of a council that they're not intending to advance landscape evidence, and then we start getting landscape character, which they are, questions, then I'm entitled to raise the point. Looking at section 3 of Mr. Heinsohn's inquiry report, Mr. Finlay blithely says it's all set out there. What we have is one paragraph on the SLA.
Just give me a moment to
we
get
have
on.
Sorry, yes, of course, sir. It's electronic page 6. I think we have to add 3 to the numbers. Section 3, anyway.
Right.
I would add that when you're considering.
Are you there, sir?
Electronic page 6.
Well, it's numbered page 3, section 3 of the inquiry report. If I can just finish my point.
Yeah.
Paragraph 1 is descriptive. Paragraph 2 records what the SNH landscape character type maps. Paragraph 3 makes the only point that Mr. Heinsohn wants to make, and paragraph 4 is about the SLA. There isn't any landscape evidence there, and it's quite wrong to characterise it as that. And I repeat my point because it is important to be able to understand the scope of a planning authority's case by the very words it uses, and the words not intending to advance landscape evidence are pretty clear to me. And also the next paragraph 2.3, Highland Council will not be providing evidence on this matter, that is the WLAs. I'm not saying that Mr. Finlay was going for the WLA concern that was withdrawn by Nature Scott, but he's using the material and the Nature Scott objection, I think, inappropriately. You have my point, sir. I won't say it again.
Okay. Just give me a moment to read this.
So just when you've read that, so I'll ask you to read certain parts of the report on handling as well, which Mr. Heinsohn wished to be incorporated within his evidence.
You better take this to the inquiry report where he says what will be. You can't get away from paragraph 2.2, not intending to advance landscape evidence. All right, so it's that time in the afternoon. I apologise for getting grumpy with each other.
It might be worth reading paragraph 2.2 in the whole.
Right. And I'll look at paragraph 10 to 1070 to 1075 of the report on handling, which is in section
3.3.
3.3, of course, that's right.
With respect to it goes beyond that. But once you've read those, I'll refer you to other passages.
Well, just give me a moment. Right.
Nothing there.
Okay, so Mr. Finlay, what were you going to say?
Yes, so the point I was seeking to develop was support. If you turn to 10.62 of the report, for instance, this is under design and location. Mr. Heinsohn is saying towards the end of that the development proposed to consider to exacerbate the impacts of the existing development by the change of
hold on. Right. I'm looking at 10.62 of what exactly?
Of the report of handling.
Report of handling, yeah, okay. Right. So what are you reading out?
The second sentence, starting with the second sentence.
Right, second sentence, right, okay.
Really the third sentence and the fourth sentence.
Okay.
So it's very much a crossover between landscape and visual impact, but it's the landscape background upon which the visual impact then assessed. And it's this point about spilling out, which I cross-examined Mr. Denny on earlier without any objection from Mr. Trinick.
So I'm perfectly happy with the examination about the bowl because that was in the context of viewpoints and it's a visual point. That's quite different from having impacts on the key characteristics of a landscape. That there is, you can see, so from 1070 to 1075, absolutely not a shred of landscape evidence in there from the council, and the evidence in 1062 is about views from the A835. It's visual evidence. This is an attempt to create a case when it's been stated quite clearly, forget the report of handling, in the inquiry report, there will be no landscape evidence. That is crystal clear. And we're now starting to cross over into landscape evidence. And I think
I didn't ask a question about key landscape impacts.
No, I'm saying...
Misunderstands. The 1063 is to the same end. Likewise, if you turn on the report to 1087, particularly the second bullet point,
under the heading of visual impact, is that
it's the location in the fifth line of the second bullet point, the location of the proposed turbines within a separate landscape feature where there is less natural screening than the existing wind farms create difficulties with the relationship with the existing wind farm. As I've sought to explain on a number of occasions, that is the issue I'm trying to get at.
Right. Just a moment. And that paragraph was 1087 that you're reading out?
Yes, second bullet point.
Right. Hold on.
Don't worry, I'll stop now. I've had enough, but I'm really fed up with this.
Hmm. Mm. Right. Okay. Right. And just remind me of your question, Mr. Finlay. Oh, with your microphone on, please.
Right. It was in relation to whether the introduction of 175-metre turbines would have a significant impact from viewpoints 15, 16, 6 and 19 by standing in front of the landform rise, which can be seen from those viewpoints. It was about the lateral extension.
If that's the question, I have no objection. That's a visual question.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
If that's a visual question, then ask it, but it wasn't quite the question, but carry on.
Well, don't accept that, but when experiencing the panoramic views that you get from those viewpoints, will the introduction of 175-metre turbines have a significant impact on them?
Well, my evidence and the LVA clearly sets out what the significance of the effect is on those viewpoints. For viewpoint 15, it accepts that there will be a moderate, major and significant effect. For viewpoint 16, it's a moderate effect and it is not considered to be significant. For viewpoint 6, it is a moderate effect and not considered to be significant. And for viewpoint 19, it reports a moderate effect, a moderate major effect, and it is considered to be significant. So I think the answer is yes to 2 and no to the other 2. And yes, they are visual effects as opposed to, I think, what you were putting to me, which is impact on characteristics and the character of the landscape, which is a completely different matter, as Mr. Trinick has pointed out.
I didn't put landscape characteristics to you, Mr. Denny. I'm afraid you were as mistaken as Mr. Trinick was in that regard. Can I then move on to paragraph 2.1, which deals with other landscape and visual effects? The first sentence makes a point about introducing new visibility of turbines along the A835, stretch approximately 12 kilometres long. Picking up on the 5th line, the additional visibility will result in the introduction of obvious large-scale human elements intruding into a stretch of landscape which is well-travelled and enjoyed route on the main road to Ullapool. This route includes a gateway recognised by the onshore supplementary guidance. And I think we're agreed there is a gateway. We are in a gateway at this location.
I'm not sure that that's agreed.
Well, do you consider that when you're travelling east from Ullapool towards the Altgushin, you're approaching a gateway?
Depends what the definition of gateway. I mean, gateway to what? I mean, I can understand because I've seen it with SNH and gateways in the past, and a gateway to the Highlands, or indeed even in some locations, a gateway from England to Scotland are gateways. There's something that opens out into something else. I'm not sure going in the opposite direction along this road you really have a gateway other than you're passing through a narrow neck of landform. And then I suppose if you want to say, is it a gateway to the Black Isles? Well, no, because you pass through complex other landscapes before you arrive at the Black Isles. No, I'm not sure that it's a gateway in that direction. I might be more easily persuaded about gateway in the other direction.
Well, I'm not going to discuss the metaphysical concept of a gateway that only works in one direction, Mr. Denny, but too late in the afternoon for that. But I'll simply note you disagree with SNH on that. The character of this landscape is distinct, and I hope this doesn't set Mr. Trinick off. It separates the settled and managed landscapes in the east from the remote upland rocky landscapes in the west. I think that's what they mean by gateway.
Well, change. It's more of just a place in which the landscape changes.
In daylight, the turbines will be of a scale that will compete with, not stand in front of, but compete with the frame views out from this landscape to the east of the massif of Ben Withers and Little Withers. Do you accept that or not?
To a degree, they are an element which draws the eye within those views, and the LVIA indeed has stated that. That's part of its assessment. My view, and I think it's the view of the LVIA, is that the Ben Wyvis and the Wyvis Massif that's represented by Ben Wyvis still remains the focal point of the view and the most dominant element of the view. So although they appear in that view, I don't think I'd quite take it as far as SNH have done in their objection. And indeed, again, you know, they don't no longer have an objection. So these points, these observations, were clearly not strong enough for them to want to maintain an objection.
This was never part of their objection.
No.
They never suggested this reached the national interest test, but that's not the point. That's obfuscation. Respect. The point is that they say obfuscation, Mr. Denny. Yes, they say SNH are saying here that the turbines will compete with the frame views of, amongst other things, Ben Wyvis. Now, as I understand it, you don't accept that, nor does the EIAR.
No, I think what I accept and what the LVIA.
No, I'm not asking you to set out what they accept.
Okay.
Do you accept? Are you accepting or rejecting that they will compete with the Massif of Ben Wyvis or not?
No, I don't think they compete in the sense that they are not sufficiently prominent or dominant in comparison to the considerable visual dominance and prominence of Munro, Ben Wyvis, to compete in that way. But they will become a new element in the view, yes, but not so much as to be able to compete with Ben Wyvis as the focal point of that view and its dominance as the focal point in that view.
Let's turn to viewpoint 17 and the.
Sorry, just before we go on from that, can we just be clear about what we're talking about when we say Ben Wyvis? Do we mean the whole Massif, including Little Wyvis, or Ben Wyvis in its entirety, or Ben Wyvis alone, or the Massif?
I think in that context, I think SNH are using Ben Wyvis as a mountain as itself, and then Little Wyvis separately, because they refer to competing with both of them.
Just wanted to check what Mr. Denny's position was.
Well, I've set it out in my evidence in my inquiry report, but I think that the Wyvis Massif is primarily made up of Ben Wyvis and the other summits along the ridgeline. In fact, that actually even curves to the northwest and forms part of a much wider massif geographically, geologically. But that Little Wyvis is something of an outlier to that massif to the south, and it's very much divided from that massif in a way which other elements of the geological landform are not, by the very, very stark ravine of below Ancaban. And therefore, when I'm talking about the Wyvis Massif, it's that big bulk of land, not only Ben Wyvis, but those other summits along the ridgeline, and then how that again curves back to the northwest and joins an even larger geological massif, with the Little Wyvis being something of an outlier to that massif, separated by the ravine below Ancaban.
So your answer to Mr. Finlay about the framed view was about Ben Wyvis and not about Ben Wyvis and Little Wyvis.
Yes.
Right.
In terms of that, you know, was it competing and distracting and so on? I would say no. The Wyvis Massif and Wyvis is big. It's dominant. It's the focal point of those views. And although the turbines will become a new element in those views, they won't be competing. It's not an equal competition between the turbines and Ben Wyvis. Ben Wyvis wins out hands down, despite the fact that the turbines will be an element in the view. That's really what I'm saying.
Thank you.
So if we're about to go on to viewpoint 17, can we have a 10-minute comfort break at some stage this afternoon?
Would that be convenient, Mr. Finlay, to take a break now?
We've
been at it for an hour and 3/4. So,
yeah.
Is that convenient?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So is 15 minutes okay for everyone? Well, that'll take us up to 4 o'clock. When are we intending to go on to today? 5 o'clock.
So Yes, so I'm afraid we haven't made as much progress as I hoped we would. I've got some viewpoints to deal with, which are...
It would be good to finish off Mr. Denny today. Well, to not to finish him off, but
you nearly have.
finish his evidence.
Nearly have.
Yeah, so I would hope we could finish cross-examination in probably 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Okay.
So maybe if we said 5 to 4, it depends how many questions you have or how much re-examination Mr. Trinick has.
Well, I mean, I'm happy with 5 to 4. If everyone's happy with that. Mr. Trinick, do you have much re-examination?
I don't have much re-examination, but I think our idea of finishing landscape and visual by halfway through tomorrow is out the window. This is taking far longer today.
Right. Okay. Well, that's how things happen sometimes, I'm afraid. Okay. Well, back at 5 to 4, and we've got 9 minutes. Okay. Okay. Mr. Denny is back. Have we got Dr. Hedger yet? Yes, good. Okay. All right. Mr. Finlay?
So, thank you. I'm now going to go through some of the viewpoints. So there are a number of documents that you and others will need. Firstly, I'm going to primarily try and do it by reference to the SNH visualizations. So you'll need CD 1.7. You will need the appendices into the original EIA, which are the technical appendices, which are CD 1.4, and it's Appendix 4.7, and it's the viewpoint assessment tables.
Got that, yeah.
And you will also need access to Mr. Denny's report and Mountaineering Scotland's evidence, which is CD 13.1.
I don't understand you to be representing Mountaineering Scotland anyway, Mr. Finlay, no.
I'm not, but I'm entitled to point out where their views are consistent with those of Mr. Heinsohn, as I am with SNH. So it's simply, I'm certainly not representing them. If you have CD 13.1 open, they have a tabulated viewpoint by viewpoint approach from page 4 onwards. Mr. Denny, I'm going to start by viewpoint 17, and we now simply want you to go to figure 4.24D in the SNH visualizations, which should be the photo montage figure. And we can agree from that viewpoint where the road itself is in front is at an angle to the loch, but it bends around the corner and comes back as the sign shows. But and you're slightly off the road, as you pointed out earlier. But when looking at the turbines, some are backclothed and some appear against the skyline.
Yes, some are backclothed by the southern flanks coming down off Little Wivis, and some of them in that little sort of notch between the two landforms are seen against the skyline, yes.
And there are scale indicators in front. There's a receding telegraph line on the right, or electricity line on the right-hand side. And there's some forestry.
I think their relationship to the viewpoint and the turbine's relationship to the viewpoint doesn't really give you any real scale indicators. The separation and the distances are too great. Not really seen in juxtaposition with one another in a sufficient way for you to be able to draw any conclusions from that.
But well, the only scale indicator is that the turbines certainly compete with the upper ridge of the right-hand end of Little Wivis, don't they? Not just the lower parts.
Well, they are seen in the foreground of the southern flanks of Little Wivis, yes. But indeed, actually, it's not quite so apparent in this photograph, but there actually is another landform lies between the turbines and Little Willis in any event.
And if we turn to table 4.7.2, the part which deals with viewpoint 17, I think it's page 30 at the bottom right-hand corner. It starts at page 29, but the text is on page 30.
Yes.
And under predicted view...
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Finlay, I missed the reference. Could you tell me it again?
Table 4.7.2 in the technical appendices, which I think are CD 1.6. And if we go down in the predicted view column, it says the development, this is about a third of the way down, it's a sentence beginning, the development would sit across part of the vista formed by the valley floor which directs views towards Ben Wyvis and Little Wyvis, and whilst not obscuring the view, would introduce elements which somewhat distract the eye and interrupt the view to the landmark landscapes and distance to a degree. Isn't that saying, in other words, that they're competing with Ben Wyvis and Little Wyvis?
I think they compete with Little Wyvis considerably more than... I don't think they compete with Ben Wyvis at all. Yes, well, they distract the eye slightly, but they do draw the eye because they're turbines in the view. So as your eye is moving around in that view, then yes, they will become one of the features that your eye will be drawn to. I think that's fairly inevitable. And in doing so, they lie in that part of the landscape where you would also be looking at Little Wyvis.
Do you agree with that commentary or not, Mr. Denny? We can go on all afternoon. Don't listen to that. Do you agree with that or not?
I would
they clearly include Ben Wyvis in their comment about distracting the eye, don't they? And I'm just asking you whether you agree with that or not.
Well, I just said that they will draw the eye, but they'll draw the eye in the locality of Little Wyvis.
But will they draw the eye from Ben Wyvis?
Momentarily they will, because in fact the foreground in front of you draws the eye from Ben Wyvis. If you're looking at that view and your eye is moving around, then that foreground is something your eye is going to light on as a major element of the view, the breadth of the strath. So in that sense, yes, each of those elements will draw your eye, and turbines clearly will draw your eye because they are turbines within the landscape and they are rotating. So I agree in that sense that inevitably they will draw the eye as your eye is moving around and taking in that landscape. But they won't compete with Ben Wyvis in the sense that it will still be the dominant focus of the view.
Well, I'd suggest to you that you're underestimating that impact, Mr. Denny, in contrast with the view taken by Highland Council and SNH.
I don't think so. I mean, even if I wasn't a professional landscape architect giving evidence at a wind farm inquiry, and I was just somebody appreciating the landscape, clearly I would notice those turbines, they would draw my eye and I would look at them. But would they become the focus of my view? Would I then, if I described it to a friend later, say...
Mr. Denny, I haven't suggested they're the focus of your view. I said they would. I haven't suggested they're the focus or the primary focus. You keep making a case that I'm putting to you, which I'm not making. We will go on all afternoon doing that, Mr. Denny, if you want to. I'm suggesting they will compete with the view, that they will compete with the landmark landscape of Ben Wyvis and Little Wyvis. Now, if you concentrate on what I'm asking you rather than what you'd like me to ask you, we get on a lot quicker.
No, I've already said, and indeed in answer to the reporter's question earlier, I don't think they compete in that sense. I think that they will draw the eye because there are turbines in the view and because they're rotating. But I think that because of the nature of that view and the importance and grandeur of Ben Wyvis, it will still be the primary focus of your view. So I don't think they are capable of competing with it in that context. Yes, I'm accepting, as I accepted to you earlier, But because they're a new element in the view, they will, for a time, as your eye is appreciating that view, draw the eye and you will be looking at them.
Well, we disagree about that, Mr. Denny. In the next column under magnitude of impact, the last sentence says, for road users travelling to the northwest, the change would not alter the baseline view. That would appear to be by contrast to road users travelling to the southeast. Do you accept there would be an alteration to the baseline view for road users to the southeast, travelling to the southeast, which is where that viewpoint is seeking to show?
Well, yes, there will be a change to the baseline because there will be a new element in that baseline, which is the turbines.
And that will be a substantial change because you accept a substantial impact at that point, don't you?
Yes, I think the impact at viewpoint 17 is moderate, major, and significant.
You accept a substantial change to baseline conditions, don't you?
Yes.
And that would then equate to...
Bearing in mind, of course, that LVIA and the visualization is centred on the turbines, which, of course, you as an independent viewer is not. But in terms of the impact of the view centred on the turbines, then that's correct. Well,
in that case, you should accept a substantial magnitude because a substantial change to baseline conditions in table 4.3 of chapter 1 of chapter 4 of the EIAR equates to a substantial magnitude.
No, what I was accepting, and I apologise.
No, Mr. Denny, you accepted a substantial change to baseline condition.
No, I misrepresented myself there. Sorry, but it's... Sorry, may I explain myself?
Well, do you accept a substantial change to baseline conditions?
No, I accept significant. I misrepresented myself between the words substantial and significant because it's late in the afternoon. I was admitting that the effect was moderate, major, and significant, and that there was a change to the baseline view. I misrepresented myself. I was mixing up substantial and significant.
Well, the change is clearly more than localised, isn't it?
I'm going to say I'm not sure I understand that localised. There's a change to the baseline view. That change has the magnitude of effect as set out in the LVIA, and that has been decided that that effect in that context is significant, and that's what I'm accepting.
Do you not understand the concept of localised changes within a broader unaltered context?
Well, I do, but then you first have to decide what does localised mean.
Well, I'm suggesting to you that this is not a localised change within a broader unaltered context, but a substantial change to baseline conditions.
No, I don't accept it's substantial change to baseline conditions. No.
Well, do you form a view as to whether it's a localised change or not?
I think it is. I think what the LVIA has accepted within the terms of its methodology for that viewpoint is correct.
Well, one moment ago you didn't understand what localised meant. Now you're prepared to give an opinion on what localised means. Which is it, Mr. Denny?
I think that the effect is localised because it is localised to that part of the landscape and that part of the route. It does not spill out to become a wider effect across a broader area of the landscape or of that route in terms of its significance. It's localised to that place and to that part of that view. Just looking at that viewpoint, the overriding dominant characteristic of that view is the land form and the land cover, and indeed the colour and texture of the land cover. In that context, the change in the baseline brought about by the turbines, albeit that they are visible and will draw the eye, is still localised in terms of the context of being in that place and what is the dominant characteristics of being in that place.
Well, Mr. Denny, then we can agree to disagree about that, but you can have a substantial magnitude of change without something becoming dominant. Would you not agree?
You can, yes.
Thank you. Could we then move to viewpoint 14, please? Which is Ben Jurg. Yeah. That's figure 4.21. So I'm reminded, looking at the wire lines, that you made a point about Navarre Wind Farm before lunch, and I will ask Mr. Heinsohn to deal with that in his evidence in chief as far as our dealing with that is concerned, about how good a contrast it is. The difference between you and Mr. Heinsohn here is whether there is a slight or a moderate impact from this viewpoint.
Yes.
There would certainly be a significant lateral extension of the wind farm, would there not? With the turbines primarily visible to base.
Yes, the lateral spread out towards the northwest is apparent there.
And the difference in scale of the turbines would be apparent too, would it not?
It's not wholly apparent because you're 8.5, nearly 9 kilometres away. You're in, when you're stood up at that viewpoint, the views 360 degrees are stupendous and very much the dominant element.
I've asked you about the difference in scale, Mr.
Yes, I'm contextual.
No, the difference in scale between the existing turbines and those proposed requires you to be looking towards them in any event, not looking at a 360 degree view.
I'm just trying to contextualize it. So when you're experiencing the view in that direction from that location, albeit the Kirkan turbines do appear larger than the other turbines in the view, it appears to you as though they're just slightly further towards you rather than you appreciating some form of scale disparity. They just appear to be closer to you, is the point I'm trying to make.
And that's frankly nonsense. If you look at 421F, not only do the turbines, and they're not closer to you, they look the same distance away. They appear, they don't appear closer to you, they appear the same distance away, but much bigger to your right. And they appear in a different landscape setting, so they're visually different.
Well, I think that I wouldn't know if I hadn't got the data that the turbines to the right of that view and the turbines at Kirkan to the left of that view weren't at the same scale, albeit that it's quite clear that the turbines in the centre of the view appear smaller and slightly set down within the landscape. So as a whole, it's not as easy to tell that the turbines are different in height as much as that you can tell them that they're lying in different places in the landscape. But I do agree that the Kirkan turbines do appear more prominent than those in the centre of the view by a feature, by a function of that difference in scale.
And do you accept that different rotation speeds would be evident at that distance?
Yes, although I think that would be less of a function of how you discern their scale. But yes, you would be able to see, you would be able to notice that, and even at that distance.
And in contrast to the turbines of Corimoili, which are spaced out, there's distinctly more overlapping, if not stacking, of the turbines from Kirkan, isn't there?
Yes, there is more stacking of the Kirkan turbines from that viewpoint, that's correct.
Surely that the change is a prominent one, is it not? Maybe localized, but a prominent.
Well, it's seeing turbines in the direction in which you already see turbines, so the degree of change is influenced significantly by that. And as I say, I was trying to contextualize it earlier. If rather than just actually looking at the visualization, you're somebody up there appreciating the landscape as a whole, then the impact of seeing the new Kirkan turbines in the direction in which you already see existing turbines has less of an impact on your appreciation of the views than if you're just focusing, as we are, on a visualization of the wind farm inquiry. There's a different experience of being up there and experiencing the landscape up there.
I fully accept that, Mr. Denny, and that's not between us. But in some instances, you accept that significant lateral extension gives rise to a moderate magnitude of impact, even at lengthy distances. In this, where there's about a 40% increase in proportion of the view taken up by the turbines, you don't. I'm simply suggesting
that's a function of
you've underestimated it.
No, that's just a function of distance, their location in the landscape, and how you see and perceive them within that landscape.
Do you accept that you can have significant impacts of turbines of differing scale beside other turbines in the landscape at that distance, as a matter of principle?
Well, it's certainly possible as a matter of principle. It depends on all those other factors. Yes, but yes, I don't rule that out as a matter of principle. It's not a linear. It's not a sort of at 8 kilometres they're significant, at 8.1 kilometres they're not. You've got to look at it all in context and by understanding and appreciation of being at the viewpoint. That's why it's always said, of course, that visualizations are an aid memoir for an assessment, but the assessments are made at the viewpoint when you've got that context affecting your judgment.
Well, Mr. Denny, you can tell us such things are not in dispute, are they? You can reiterate that.
No, I'm just
in answer to every question. We all know that. It's just going to take us a lot longer to get through case if you carry on making those points. Can we move to viewpoint 15, which is figure 4? 4.22. Here we're at 9.1 kilometres. There's no difference between you here, I don't think. Just double check that.
Both assessed as moderate, major and significant.
And could you also have opened the table 4.7.2, which deals with viewpoint 15? We can read what is said under predicted view on the table, but the says the turbines are of a discernibly larger size. This is 9.1 kilometres away, as opposed to 16 kilometres away.
I think that's much more clearly obvious in this viewpoint than the one we were discussing earlier.
Well, that's your view. The structures would be visible in their entirety, which they were in the previous viewpoint, with any marginal screening provided by topography, which is the same as the previous viewpoint. Development would not be skyland and would be backcloth, which is the same as the previous viewpoint. And it would extend the influence of wind energy across a larger proportion of the landscape, which again is the same as the previous viewpoint. If this viewpoint has a substantial magnitude of impact, isn't it inconsistent not to find a substantial magnitude of impact for viewpoint 14?
That's major moderate effect, which is significant. But no, you can't just transpose the two. I mean, if you actually look at the
Not
two
suggesting you do, Mr. Denny, so please don't misrepresent me.
Do you wish me to answer the question?
Yes, I've suggested to you that it's inconsistent, given those factors that I've just been through. You accepted that this is a substantial impact, I believe, and the other one, well, sorry, is a moderate impact. And viewpoint 14 was not.
I think there's a clear difference between the two, which is what I was just trying to explain to you earlier, but I'll just rest by saying to the reporter, if you actually compare two views, you'll see there's a clear difference between the two, which would allow an assessor quite appropriately to come to those two different judgments.
You then turn to viewpoint 16.
So, Mr. Finlay, I'm trying to just save time and re-examination here. I wonder if there's been a slight error by one of you, I'm not sure which, in relation to viewpoint 14 and the distance. And this is because I think, and someone will correct me, if you look at the viewpoint, figure 421A for viewpoint 14, the distance given is 16 kilometres. Whereas if you go to 421F, inexplicably, it's recorded at 8.672 kilometres.
It is.
No, I'm accepting it's 16 kilometres.
Oh, I just wondered if you were or not. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, I think I said that actually.
No, that's fine. Just for the reporter's benefit, there is that error as between the error as between the two figures. It does need to be pointed out. Thank you.
And of course, that difference of 5.9 kilometres is part of the difference in the assessed level of effect.
Yes, can we move on to viewpoint 16, please? No more. And go to figure 4.23. F. You have some of the Kirkan wind farms, you can see the full extent of them. Some are partially obscured and some you just see blade tips.
Yes.
Some extent, there are a variety of receding skylines behind them. Some fall well, some are backclothed against it. The ones to the left are backclothed against the much more distant hill line.
Yes, they're all backcloth.
Does backclothing make them stand out more?
Depends on the light conditions. It can, or it can make them more recessive depending on the light and the day that you're seeing them.
And they do appear significantly bigger than the existing turbines.
Well, they appear bigger. I think what the word significantly in front is, but they do appear bigger than those to their right, yes, or those to their west.
So give me a moment. Well, I think we can agree to disagree about the extent of significances to scale. Do you not also accept that they sit in a different landscape feature than the existing?
No, it's not apparent at all in that view. I mean, they do appear to sit broadly in the same landscape as the existing, as far as anyone can discern or appreciate in that view.
Okay. Again, there's another point of disagreement. And you suggest that they form a logical extension. I suggest to you that's taking liberties with the word logic.
Well, because they sit broadly in the same landscape in association with the existing turbines in that landscape, then their location is logical if one is seeking to develop an extension, because they appear and read in the landscape as an extension to the existing wind farm.
Well, I suggest that they may appear as an extension, but don't appear as a logical extension, being taller, significantly taller, and in a different landscape setting. In a different.
I don't think they're in a different landscape setting, and I don't think the fact of being or appearing to be a larger turbine is in any sense illogical. It merely has a different visual effect.
We then go to viewpoint 19, please, which is the summit of Little Willis. It would appear as a large, just looking, put some different context in the wording to look at what Mountaineering Scotland, it would appear as a large horizontal extension. Do you accept that?
Well, yes, it is. It is, because it's 17 turbines, which you not say is large, and it is a horizontal extension to the existing wind farm. So, matter of fact, that's correct.
And they would appear, they're slightly closer to Little Willis, I think, as we've established earlier.
They are slightly closer, yes.
But if you look at figure 4.26F, they're clearly of a different scale, aren't they? Even taking into account that, and sit in a different portion of the landscape than the existing turbines.
From here they do sit in a different portion of that landscape, and that is apparent because there's a slight ridge sitting between them and the other turbines in this view. So for the first time, I think we do agree on that matter.
But the difference here is that you only consider this to be a moderate impact, not a substantial impact.
Yes, because it's a moderate magnitude of change to the baseline. The baseline is a baseline which not only is a very broad and expansive upland highland landscape, but a baseline which has existing wind farms in it in the direction of view that you're looking at the new turbines. So I think that is correct, but notwithstanding that, because of the matters that you and I have just rehearsed, it is nonetheless still a significant effect.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that being a significant effect. What I'm suggesting to you is that you've understated the effect of 17 additional turbines of that scale in that location, and that will amount to a substantial change to the baseline conditions of your view in that direction.
No, it isn't. If you look at what substantial changes within the methodology of the LVIA, this doesn't amount to that level of change because it doesn't affect the baseline to the degree that substantial will be required to do. That isn't to say that it isn't significant, because the LVIA agrees it is significant. It's a moderate change to the baseline, but because of the context and nature of the view, it is nonetheless significant.
Well, we can again agree to disagree about that then. You say that you accept they're in a different part of the landscape.
Now, a different part of that part of the landscape. You're saying they're a different part. It's not a different landscape. They're a different part of that landscape.
Because you say in 416 of your evidence, they'd be clearly located within the same lower lying part of the landscape.
Yes, they are.
Hang on, just wait, Mr. Denny. You've accepted there's a ridge lying between them. I'd suggest to you that it's clear that they're not in the same lower lying part of the landscape as the adjacent Corimoili, and indeed you just accepted that.
No, I think what I accepted is that they're seen to be in a different part of that landscape. It isn't a different landscape.
Haven't suggested it's a different landscape. You said in your evidence they were in the same lower lying part of the landscape. A moment or two ago, you said they're in a different part of the landscape. Which is it?
I said they're clearly seen to be in a different part of that landscape, i.e. you can see that the turbines are set slightly further back and just behind that ridge, and they're set slightly further forward and in front of it. That's all part of the same landscape unit. They just lie in a different part of that landscape unit as seen from this viewpoint.
Mr. Denny, would you like to look at your paragraph 416 in the 7th line?
Sorry, my inquiry report.
Or your inquiry report, yeah. You say they would be clearly located within the same lower lying part of the landscape. Have you changed your evidence, or I don't understand your evidence. Have you changed it, or are you sticking with it?
Oh, I'm sticking with it. I'm trying to explain that, but
okay. Well, I can comment.
Turbines lie in that same coherent landscape unit, but because of that slight ridge line, they can be seen to be lying in a different part of that coherent landscape unit. That's what I'm saying.
Well, and that's what. Okay. Well, I've heard your explanation. It seems to me you're changing your evidence, but you're saying you're not. We can move on from there. Can we view to viewpoint 6, please, which is Ben with us. And if we go to 4.13F and remind ourselves we're at a distance of about just over 9 kilometres, and the difference between you and Mr. Heinsohn is whether the impact is slight or moderate.
Well, not the impact is slight, because the impact is a moderate effect. Whether the magnitude of change is...
Sorry, the magnitude of impact is slight or moderate.
Yes.
Right. Do you accept they would still be noticeably larger, notwithstanding the difference of lying in front at this distance?
Yes, they sit in the foreground of the other turbines, and they are closer to the viewpoint, so they are larger. But they also, in terms of the view, they sit in that same part of the landscape in which you're already looking towards the existing turbines. So what the LVIA is saying is the magnitude of change in the direction of view is slight, because you're seeing further turbines in a place where you already were seeing turbines. That's really the nub of the matter. It would have been a greater effect if the other turbines had not existed.
Mostly lie, and I hesitate to use this phrase, in a different part of the same landscape because of the same ridge lying in front of them, particularly to the ones to the left-hand side as you look at that photograph.
I think it's much less apparent here, and much more apparent that they lie in the same landscape. I mean, I think any member of the public enjoying and taking the views from the summit of Ben Withers wouldn't start saying, goodness me, look at those new turbines, they're in a completely different part of the landscape to the other turbines. They'd see them lying in the same part of the landscape, and I think that's evident.
I don't think any member of the public would probably say that about any turbine.
No, they'd probably actually be looking in a different direction, because there are better views on the summit of Ben Withers than looking towards the existing turbines anyway.
Maybe because there are existing turbines there, but you would also clearly see the tracks, wouldn't you? Because you'd be looking down on them.
Yes, they would be maybe more distinct when they were new and become readily indistinct.
And with the turbines on the right-hand side, as you're looking at the photograph, different rotational speeds would be very evident.
Well, you would be able to discern any difference in rotational speed because you'd have the two sets of turbines sitting together. But again, one would probably perceive that that was a function of the different location, either in your foreground or background of your view. I don't think people get quite so hung up about that as we do at public inquiries.
Well, perspective is an issue that some public inquiries have found an important one. Whether that's getting hung up on it or not is another question. Right. Just check. Do you accept the change would be prominent?
I think they are prominent in that view, yes. If you're looking directly towards...
The change be prominent?
No, the change is not that great because you're already seeing turbines which are prominent in the view in the existing wind farms because they're a wind farm in the view. And you're seeing other turbines which also would draw the eye and be prominent in the view. But then the magnitude of change because of seeing turbines in the same part of the landscape and in the direction of an existing wind farm is as assessed as the magnitude in the LVIA.
So to be clear, you don't think the change would be prominent?
Well, it's clearly noticeable change, yes.
No, answer the question, Mr. Denny. Would the change be prominent or not? Can you give me once this afternoon a straight answer? Would the change be prominent? I think you just said it wouldn't be, but I just want to be clear.
No, I didn't. I said that the visual effect of the turbines would be prominent in the view. There's a difference between that and the change. Change.
Tell me your position on the change. Would the change be prominent or not?
It's not such a thing as a prominent change. Would the change be? I mean, would the change be so noticeable as you would attach the? I think it's an erroneous use of the word prominent in terms of change. That's what I'm getting confused with.
Well, if you turn to table 4.7.2 under viewpoint 6, in the column under magnitude of impact, it says the change would be prominent. And then it goes on to say, however.
Yeah, well, I've accepted that the turbines would be prominent.
No, Mr. Denny, the change would be prominent. You said you don't understand the concept of a change.
Well, it's just not how I'd phrase it, I think, is what I'm saying. But yes, okay, I'm going to accept it.
And do you accept the change would be prominent?
I'm going to accept it, even though I think it's slightly clumsy language, but I understand what it means, and it means what I was trying to explain. But yes.
That sounds tautologist to me, Mr. Denny, but anyway. Or more like Alice in Wonderland, you mean what you want it to mean.
I just like to try and be more precise with language, that's all, but that's my failing.
I'd suggest to you that even in the EIAR, to suggest that it would be broadly consistent with the baseline view is underrepresenting the magnitude of impact. If you turn to your report at 418, you set out the council's, what the council say about it, and you, at the bottom of the page and over to the other page, and you say this is not agreed. The council said the turbines would appear closer to the viewer. You'd presumably agree that's correct.
Yes, they do.
And at a scale much larger than the existing turbines. Do you not accept that?
Well, they are larger than the existing turbines. I don't think that the scale disparity is that evident there because you generally read it as being smaller turbines are further away from you and behind, and these ones that appear larger in the front of you. So I don't think you get that same disparity point.
You accept larger but not much larger, and then being sited out with the contained landscape features of the existing development.
Yeah, and that's the bit
You
I don't
accepted
agree.
that in part.
I didn't from this viewpoint. I said
No, with respect, Mr. Denny, you did. You said it's not as apparent from this viewpoint as the previous viewpoint, but you accepted it in part. Are you changing your evidence on that?
no, because from this viewpoint, as I was pains to try and point out to you, you would perceive them to be being broadly in the same landscape.
Well, they're in the same landscape character unit, but in a
Because the ridge
different
line is
part.
not as apparent in separating two parts of that landscape as they were in the previous one, which is what I was saying.
So I'm having trouble hearing. You're talking across each other, and I can't hear what Mr. Denny is saying, and I can't hear what you're saying, Mr. Finlay.
Right, yeah, well, we're probably just late in the afternoon. We'll both endeavour to stop that.
Yes.
I'd suggested to you that you had accepted that they did appear from this viewpoint in a different part of the landscape. You're now saying they don't. If
No, it was that the ridge line which divided that part of the landscape in the previous view discussion was not as apparent in this view. Therefore, you perceive the turbines to be in the same broad landscape area in this view. Because the ridge line that I was saying was not as apparent.
Got 4 viewpoints to go, Mr. Denny. Viewpoint 8. The difference between you and Mr. Heinsohn is whether it's a slight or moderate magnitude of impact.
And it's the same point.
There's a very noticeable extension, isn't there, in this case?
There is, but nonetheless, you're still seeing turbines in the direction of view where you're already seeing turbines. And so what that slight is a change above baseline.
And what you're seeing here when they intersect is Kirkan turbines lying behind the Corimoili turbines, but being bigger.
Yes.
Which will lead to a perspective issue. And emphasises the difference in scale, doesn't it?
Not to the degree that I think would take you above being a slight magnitude of change, because again, being at this viewpoint and seeing this view in the context of being at this viewpoint, you have these panoramic views, you have this very broad view as even if you're looking towards and around the area of the turbines, and you're seeing this change occurring at a point where you're already looking at other wind farms and other turbines. And so I think, again, the change above baseline is correctly assessed within the LVIA.
And you can see, again, that the turbines lie in a different part of the landscape. Here they lie behind the dividing ridge and not within the same bowl that Corimoili and Luca sit in.
Well, what it appears to me is that the existing turbines are rising up towards that ridge, and the other turbines are sitting behind it. So they flow through continuously in the view. They don't appear to be separated. They appear to flow through and to be one wind farm.
Well, insofar as they flow from a much smaller turbine to a much bigger turbine. Where they cross over, whether the flowing, you say, it takes place will exacerbate the stark differences in height and rotational speed.
I think where a wind farm has an extension, or even multiple wind farms have an extension or extensions, and the turbines are not at the same height, it doesn't stop them reading as a single wind farm in the landscape. It just might mean that they read as a wind farm in the landscape, in which is because of the historical age of the development of that wind farm, some of the turbines are larger than some of the other turbines. Same case with Novak, for example.
Would you accept that there's a prominent change in the baseline view here?
Well, the turbines are prominent in that view. The existing turbines are prominent, and the group of turbines with the extension will remain prominent. Yes.
Then if you go to viewpoint 9, which is figure 4.16. Again, there's a significant lateral extension. Here we're at 23 kilometres. It's the furthest away viewpoint where High-End Council allege a significant impact. And the
Yes,
you both accept there's a slight impact. The difference is whether this is a significant impact with the high susceptibility or not. Sensitivity or not.
I find it difficult to see how a moderate change, a slight change in the baseline conditions would lead to a significant effect of 23 kilometres.
Well, if you turn to figure 4.16D, it suggests to you that it, albeit the photo montage has the turbines. In fact, it may serve to understate the distinction in scale, but the turbines are facing different directions. But there's not a criticism of the photo montage because that's following the rules. But the Kirkan appears to sit in a higher up in a different part of the landscape than the existing. The turbines are significantly taller and larger, both actually and in reality.
But the effect of any of that, even if what you just put to me is correct, is not such that a slight change in the baseline conditions could amount to a significant effect of 23 kilometres.
Well, I'd suggest to you that far from reading it as a logical extension, it doesn't, and they certainly are of a notably different scale, contrary to the way you've put it.
At that 23 kilometres distance and with a slight change in the baseline, that still doesn't amount to a significant effect.
That's your mantra, you're sticking to it. You can record
my assessment, I'm sticking to it, yes.
Viewpoint 7. Is at 17.5 kilometres. Again, you both think there's a slight impact, but the difference is whether it's significant or not. If you look at 4.17, I think it's easier with A because the background lighting makes the turbines indistinct. Sorry, 4.14A. The Kirkan turbines most of them will sit well above the skyline, hubs and blades above the skyline, unlike the adjacent Corrymoyley and Lochlucat ones.
Yes, some of the turbines aren't backcloth.
Some of them are, but most of them aren't that are visible in that view.
No, they're seen on the along the ridge of that forested hill, alongside all of the forestry that clothes it. At 17 kilometres distance from the farm gate that you're looking over at this point.
Yeah, but if you look onto 4.14F, the forestry, good indication where the ZTV shows visibility. The forestry will screen the visibility of those turbines that might have been theoretically visible. You might just see a blade tip of Corrymoyley and Lochlucat. It will appear as a separate wind farm with the visible turbines all skylined, whereas the existing turbines are all backclothed.
Yes, there is a difference in that there's an area of the landscape lying between the two pieces of the wind farm, which screens elements of the wind farm.
Yes, but they appear as separate wind farms there, don't they? But different ones, different locations.
Yes, they do. I mean, you didn't know that they were joined up behind the hill, and you might perceive that to be the case.
So what the council suggests is that the wind farm doesn't integrate with the existing wind farm development. Well, I'd suggest to you it's very clear that it doesn't. It appears as a separate.
But again, this is another viewpoint in which it's agreed that the magnitude of change above baseline is only slight. And it's again at 17 kilometres, and in the context of both where this viewpoint is and appreciating the view when you're standing there, I can't see how that can come to a judgment of significance.
Mr. Denny, you're avoiding the question. In your point 4.25 of your report, you set out what the council says about the difference, which is that it wouldn't integrate with existing wind energy development, nor would it relate to the agricultural context. You say that is not agreed. Rather, the proposed turbines would complement the existing development well, by virtue of being located in the same part of the landscape, not appearing at an especially different scale. Well, I suggest to you they do appear as a different scale and appear as separate wind farms, as you'd agree they would do, and their impacts are very different. They're quite capable of having a significant impact.
No, I can't. I haven't been there on a number of occasions, and I think this is one where I'd have to ask the reporter to look at this on the ground and in the context of that 17 kilometres of view, with the fact that there is an agreement between the council and the applicant on a slight change above baseline, as to whether the reporter feels that slight change above baseline in this location at 17 kilometres is significant or not. My evidence is that it isn't.
Well, we'd obviously ask the reporter to do the same for every viewpoint about which we disagree. We're on the final straight, Mr. Denny. Viewpoint 13, 4.26 of your report, and figure 4.20A. Here we are at a distance of just over 11 kilometres. The difference between you and Mr. Heinsohn is whether the magnitude of impact is slight or moderate.
Yes.
I'd suggest to you that when Loch Lukert will stand and Corrymoyley will stand in front of Kirkan wind farm, as the wire line shows.
Yes.
4.28. The disparity in scale and height will be stark.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is that stark at all. No, I don't agree. Because they occupy different elevations within the landscape, and the landscape is, from this viewpoint, is quite undulating and complex. I don't think you get that impression or appreciation, particularly when you're looking at it from over 11 kilometres away.
And they will appear to be sited in a different location. Certainly, the majority of Loch Lukert and Corrymoyley, as you read, I'm looking at 4.20D, the photo montage. Kirkan would clearly sit beyond that, and in part behind a ridge separating the two.
But you're still seeing turbines in the direction of view of existing turbines. It's not in a new part of the landscape where turbines are not previously an element of the baseline view. That's part of the process of the analysis of the impact of change above baseline in this viewpoint, is that you're still looking to see turbines in that part of the landscape where you already saw turbines in the baseline. And it's because those other turbines are in the baseline, the judgment in the LVIA, I believe, is correct.
Well, very clearly one is going to see turbines in the view, almost any view, when you're looking towards Kirkan because of where it's situated.
And that's part of it. That's one of the things which allows it to be located in the landscape without as many significant effects, is because from a lot of the viewpoints, it's not being seen in a part of the landscape.
I haven't asked you a question yet.
Just a moment. Yeah, wait for Mr. Finley's question. Do let him finish the question.
Okay, I apologise.
I know you're keen to get to the end, Mr. Denny, but you're not going to talk me out. The very fact that these turbines lie adjacent to existing turbines, this viewpoint, perhaps, as with many others, illustrates the good sense of the, what was it, then SNH guidance, that you have to take into account scale, rotational speed, and how they sit in the landscape. And in this case, the clear indication is that you will have a very negative impact.
don't agree with that.
Mountaineering Scotland make the point, and I'm just pushing to say I know your answer, is that you've accepted that the route to, and here I am going to struggle, perhaps it's easier to, even at this stage of the afternoon, I'm not prepared to try this. Could you turn to CD 13.1, page 5 of 6?
CD 13.1. Yes, I have that.
Is it viewpoint 13, the route to Benlia for a US Lee? I think we spelled it wrong.
That you say it so much better than I would, so that I'm very grateful. I think the suggestion here is that the EIAR has found one route to be significantly impacted, a slightly different route not to be, but Mountaineering Scotland made their disagreement, but that the failure to find a significant impact here is perhaps inconsistent with accepting a significant impact on the route to Benlia, Moor, Bubis Lee.
Well, I think that's to do with the appreciation of the experience of being in those places. You can't just transpose one to the other.
Just give me one moment. So just coming back to viewpoint 17, which we don't need to turn up because we're familiar with it. In terms of the impact on Ben Wyvis, we debated the extent to which it would compete with Ben Wyvis, but do you accept that it would diminish the prominence of Ben Wyvis?
No, because they're seen in different parts of the landscape, and if you're looking at Ben Wyvis when it's not obscured by cloud, then the bulk and scale of Ben Wyvis as a Munro in a different angle of the view is such that it doesn't diminish its scale. It remains a large, prominent feature. Diminish
its prominence as a landscape feature? You don't accept?
No, I don't think it does diminish its prominence. I think its prominence is too strong. The turbines in that location within that view to do that. As I think I said to the reporter earlier, I don't think it's an equal competition between those turbines in that location and a Munro and where this is situated in the view.
Thank you very much, Mr. Denny. That may be the last question in cross-examination you ever have to face.
Well, not quite yet.
Not
because,
cross-examination, I said.
Well, Dr. Hedger may have questions in cross-examination. I don't know. It's just 5 o'clock now. Let's say Dr. Hedger may have some questions. I have a few questions. I'm sure Mr. Trinick has some questions in re-examination. I don't know if we're going to get Mr. Denny finished. I'm afraid. I don't know if Mr. Denny can retire tonight. What do you think, Mr. Trinick, Mr. Dr. Hedger?
I'll let Dr. Hedger go first.
Oh, you need to unmute Dr. Hedger.
Okay. I was just going to make some comments about Mr. Denny's evidence and points that have arisen as I make my short submission myself.
Right.
Right.
Okay, that's grand. Right. And Mr. Trinick, do you think we can finish off tonight?
I'm sure that Mr. Denny would like to finish today.
Right.
I see him nodding furiously, actually.
Okay.
So I won't interrupt that process.
Okay, well, I do have a couple of questions. Right. I will just work backwards and see what I've got. Actually, since we're on document 13.1, I think, hold on, there's a point made about the route up Ben Wyvis. It says, yes, if you look at in that table that Mr. Finlay took you to, Mr. Denny, Mountaineering Scotland is saying that there is a significant adverse impact on the route up Ben Wyvis. And the assessment in the EIA, which I don't think I picked up you disagreeing with, is that there's not a significant effect. I'm sorry, I just need to get my notes and see exactly where that is. Yes, it's in the main text of the EIAR, so that's CD 1.3 at paragraph 4.7.90. I'll need to open it myself, I think. It's suggesting that, as I recall, I'll just get hold of it myself. But I think my point is that it's suggesting that the view of the proposed development disappears, or is screened by the woodland.
Would you like me to comment on that, sir?
Just a moment. Well, I was going to ask you to comment, but really whether that's accurate, which from my site inspection, I'm not sure if it is 100% accurate.
No. What I take it, sir, is that significant effect isn't just at the summit cairn of Ben Wyvis, because of course, if you go from Anchorban up that rocky path, gradually sloping up to Ben Wyvis, if you choose, obviously you're looking away, then you're looking towards Munro. But if at any point you choose to stop and turn and look towards the turbines, then pretty much the same view or very similar view at a slightly lower elevation would be available to you, albeit at a different angle of view. But yes, you would see the turbines, and in my view, that would remain significant. Obviously, as you're coming up Ben Wyvis, again, you can stop and turn at any point, but for most of your journey, you wouldn't see the turbines as you come up. But as you come up, so that the normal stopping off point for people for a breather is at the large erratic boulder. And then that section, the steep section up to Anchorban, if you were descending it, and as you descend down that, then clearly you still do have those turbines as you descend.
Yeah, I was thinking rather lower down Ben Wyvis. So at the erratic boulder, as you say, there's a view of the existing turbines and of the proposed development. But lower down, as you get towards the woodland, now what paragraph 4.7.90 says is, as the path descends towards the Garbett Forest, views to the proposed development would remain. However, more of the development would be subject to increased screening by intervening topography, with lower turbine towers often obscured. And then it finds on the route, on the Walk Highlands path, Ben Wyvis near to Ben Wyvis, it finds that the effect is not significant. There's quite a large section of the route through the woodland where the views are actually, I mean, it's not quite as I'd read it. That it is accurate that the path is quite open, even though there's woodland on either side.
And that's also the case, sir, as you're approaching the screen.
And you'll see the turbine blades over the hill as you come down the hill. Yeah. But you're still of the view that that's not a significant effect.
No, I think by the time we're at that point in your journey, I don't think the change above baseline there is significant, but I do accept that it's significant further up, where things are more clearly visible.
Why is that?
Well, because of with the increased elevation, you're seeing more of the turbines, and indeed you're seeing them in more of a context of that upland landscape, as you're only getting sort of partial views as you're on that lower lying landscape and going. And indeed, I found when I was there, that wasn't the focus of my view. In fact, I was actually more interested in the dwarf birch forest SSSI, which was a very attractive place to be. I thought that the change.
Sorry.
Change above baseline there was not so great.
I mean, there is that, but the turbines would be directly ahead of you and coming much closer.
Yes.
To the point where the blades are, as they drop down below, or as you go lower, the blades will be cutting across the horizon, quite close, at quite a close proximity. Yeah, that still doesn't change your view.
I think in terms of my feeling about the experience of that part of the walk, then I didn't feel that they would be of a level of change that would be significant. But I suppose that is a matter of judgment.
Okay. Grand.
I do accept it from other elements of that path, coming down the Fankabam and below the boulder, and even approaching in the more open landscape towards the stream.
Okay. Just see if there's anything else. Oh yes, I was going to ask you about. It might be helpful just to have a quick look at the SNH viewpoint. It's viewpoint 16, Mial Moor, and that's. I just wanted to look away from the proposed development and towards. It was a question I was interested in putting to Mr. Heinsohn as well, actually. But so it's figure 4.23D, which looks towards the Novar wind farm and its extension. And at the beginning, you talked about well, I wouldn't anticipate your answer, but I was wondering if there's anything we can learn from. I think the turbines closer to us, the Novar turbines closer to us, are 60 meters, and further away at that viewpoint are 106 meters.
But further once further away, I think it might appear smaller in the landscape.
Yeah, just overall though, as a question, what if anything can we learn from the positioning of the Novar wind farm and its extension?
Well, I've looked at Novar in more detail because I did actually do some assessment work looking at Novar, and in that particular viewpoint, it's close to you, and the extension looks in two sort of wings, I think, coming away from Novar at that point. But so clearly, the turbines that are further away do appear smaller and do appear to be recessive in the view. And clearly the larger turbines of the two wings of the extension appear closer to you. But I think overall, from that viewpoint and indeed from a number of others, Novar comes together very well as appearing as a single wind farm, although because of those slight two wings of the landform between them, that actually isn't its best face, if I can put it that way, in that one viewpoint. But generally, the difference in scale of the turbines does actually work well together in the landscape. And it's been deemed to be an acceptable scheme and, of course, been permitted and developed.
Right. So I was meaning when I said what can we learn from it, I meant can we learn anything from it that's relevant to the proposed development?
Well, I think we can learn that turbines of different scales can both be acceptable and appear unified in the landscape, dependent on how the relationship of those turbines works with the landform, where you're seeing it, in the context within which you're seeing it.
Okay, grand. I was just to give you notice. I was going to ask a similar question to Mr. Heinsohn, if I'm not anticipated. Now, there was one other thing that came up in cross-examination that slightly concerned me, but I don't think it's a point for Mr. Denny. It was about the question of alternatives, and I just wondered whether I'm going to get a legal submission about the adequacy of description of alternatives in the context of EIA. Am I anticipating that or not? No. Okay, that's fine. I think that's everything I had to ask. Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Denny. Oh no, hold on, Mr. Chinnick. For re-examination. Yeah.
But I got away with it.
Thanks very much. I'd like to
The most
say
difficult bit to come, Mr. Denny.
I've only got an hour for you.
Dangerous bit.
Don't worry about it. I've only got 4 questions.
Right.
The first one is this question of Black Bridge. If you go to CD 13, please. And I'll have to get there, so bear with me. It's electronic page 100. I hope it's electronic page 100. Paragraph 4754 anyway.
47.
Yeah, it is electronic. That's, I think. Sorry, my apologies. 4.7.102. It's late in the day, I apologise. Does that tell us something about whatever dispute there might have been about viewpoints around Black Bridge? Sorry to lead you there. Sorry, Mr. Finlay. Late
Yes,
in the day.
it's within the viewpoint assessment. It says one of the agreed viewpoints by Black Bridge, view selected for its position transitioning out to Strathgar, potential cumulative visibility in post-development. Wind farms subsequently disregarded following design alterations that resulted in the proposed development not being visible from this position. Impacts on the immediate of road users at this location addressed elsewhere. So it's clearly something that changed between the change in the number of turbines and those turbines that were removed from the scheme.
All right, that'll do. Thank you. That's the fact. Sure. I can't take it further in re-examination, but that may or may not help, sir. If you want more, you must ask. I think I can't lead him further on that. I'll wait and just in case you wanted to follow that up, sir. Sorry, you're on mute, sir.
I don't think I need to ask anything further about that.
Thank you very much. The second point out of 4, it's about landscape effects, which you discussed with Mr. Finlay. And this question, I think you agree that the significant landscape character effects might go 45 kilometres in the direction of Little Wivis and broadly extend as far as the foothills of Little Wivis. It's only a factual question. Is there a ES figure? If you don't know, say so. I'd rather you did that at this stage of the day, which explains the extent of significant landscape character effects, or which otherwise would illuminate your answer by reference to a map.
I think there is a character map. I can't take you to the figure number, I'm afraid.
Well, if we go to the application documents and we go to the technical, is it technical appendix or volume 3A?
The technical appendix.
You sure about that?
Just a moment. Was it in figures? Graphics.
Graphics, okay. Volume 3A. chapter 4. Is it for figure 42B? Is that where you want us to go?
For LCTs with ZTV, yes.
Right, and that shows us RC White 2, which is the landscape character type we're talking about. You can see the blue blobs of the turbines. Does this illustrate your point?
Yes, because it shows the extent of visibility and where that extent of visibility rises up to the foothills. So it actually gives you the extent of where those effects can or can't occur.
I'm zooming in so I can see it a little bit better. Let me just get it in front of me. Yep, that'll do me. Thank you very much indeed. That's all right with you, sir. My third point takes us to any number of, where are we? Viewpoints, it doesn't matter which. Let's go to CD, the SNH visualizations, CD17, and well, I don't know, let's go to viewpoint 8 for want of anything better. Viewpoint figure 415D. Yeah. No, sorry, I've got to look for another one. Give me a second, it's late in the day. I'm trying to find my way through the. Sorry? What number is it? 14.
Sorry, 421A.
421F. Yes, that'll do us. My question is this, and if you don't know the answer, please just say so. Do you know if the existing turbines in that view have been repainted, re-rendered for the purposes of this photo montage?
I don't know, but they are shown stark and white. But no, the answer is I don't know what, if any, has been done in terms of the photo montage in that regard.
If, and this is hypothetical, and please don't read more into it than a hypothetical question, if they have not been repainted or re-rendered, would that make a difference in terms of any comparison you might see between the existing turbines and the photomontage turbines?
Well, if they hadn't been, then there was a possibility they would be more recessive.
If they had been, be more okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, could you say that? Give your answer again.
If they hadn't been, they would potentially be more recessive.
Okay, but we don't know is the answer.
Oh, sorry, but were you saying which would be more recessive, the new turbines or the existing turbines? The existing turbines would be more recessive if they hadn't been.
If they had been enhanced in the visualization, but they actually appeared to be duller, older in reality. I think the point was, unless I've mistaken the point Mr. Trigger's putting to me.
Well, it's certainly a factual point as to whether they've been re-rendered or repainted, or whether you're seeing them as seen in the landscape.
I'm assuming you're seeing them as seen in the landscape because they're in the baseline photograph.
All right, thank you for that.
That's how it should be.
And one more point, viewpoint 8, you were taken to by Mr. Finlay. And it doesn't matter which we go to, let's go to 415A. And he put a point to you concerning rotational speed. At least he didn't put the point. He mentioned something in passing about rotational speed. For 2 questions, short answers, please, Mr. Denny. Would you notice rotational speed at that distance, which is 14.8 kilometers?
The answer is no, and not only because it's difficult at that distance, but because turbines within the clusters would be rotating at different speeds based on where they are on the landscape in any event. That
wasn't what I asked you. Please answer me. The answer is no.
No.
If you did notice rotational speed at another viewpoint, But sorry, if you did notice a rotational speed at that distance, I mentioned just in case the point is disputed, would you notice differences in rotational speed between the two sets of turbines?
It wouldn't be particularly apparent at that distance, no.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Those are my 4 questions, and we say a goodbye to Mr. Denny. Marches into retirement.
Yes, have a very happy retirement, Mr. Denny, and thank you very much today.
Thank you, sir. I shall draw stumps.
Good. And so we'll start again tomorrow with the Highland Council's case on landscape and visual effects.
And do we start at, it's been a long day, sir. If you said start at 10, I wouldn't object.
Yeah, I was teed up to start at 9:30, but I'm happy. I'm very happy to start at 10 if everyone's happy to start at 10.
Yes, please.
Just if I can say to assist Mr. Trinick, I think I've only got 3 or 4 questions from Mr. Heinsohn in chief, so which will probably take about 15 minutes. So I wasn't proposing to ask him to read his evidence, so that may assist him in planning his day.
That's what you said about Mr. Denny today. 3 or 4 questions.
Right. Well, there we are. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Denny in particular. Happy retirement.